Chapter 593, 231 Gathering at Jiangjing, Major Shuffle _3, You know why Miss Jiang came back? Chen Beixian sighed. Chen Lupang's people had her forcibly detained, and that drink with the hallucinogenic drug was given to her. This happened on our turf. Let's not even mention the Jiang family. How are we going to explain it to the Shun family? Chen Beixian lowered his head, glanced at his cell phone, and Jiang Fulai said nothing. She just sent her a picture. That day, the whole Yunshao district went into a severe crackdown. The next day, just after 7 in the morning, in the office of the Dean of the Chinese Department at Jiang University. It was the summer break, and there weren't many students in the Chinese department other than those studying for their postgraduate exams, so many floors were closed. Dean Shu arrived early. He was sitting at his desk, his computer on, displaying the PowerPoint presentation he had prepared for an academic lecture. His posture as he clicked the mouse wasn't focused. Instead, he occasionally looked towards the door. Next to him, his assistant had prepared a cup of tea for Dean Shu. The person you are waiting for has not arrived yet? Learning that Dean Shu had come so early to wait for someone, the assistant was quite surprised. Was he waiting for Principal Shun? No sooner had he finished speaking than someone knocked on the office door. Dean Shu immediately stood up and said, "Please come in," while his assistant also looked towards the door, curious about who could make Dean Shu wait in advance. Instead of the expected Shun Yu and others, an unfamiliar girl walked in. She wore a simple stand collar shirt with light red peach blossoms embroidered at the cuffs and collar, possessing a pair of eyes that seemed veiled by morning mist, as she entered the office in the morning light. "Dean Shu," Bai Lian spoke politely. Dean Shu stood in place looking at her, momentarily taken aback. On the side, the assistant prompted him, and Dean Shu spoke absent-mindedly, "Sit." He was the very picture of refined elegance. "Miss Bai, I don't mean to intrude, but I wanted to discuss your college entrance examination essay with you. Given the level of detail in your essay, you must have also studied Daong literature in depth. As a scholar dedicated to national studies, knowing that Bai Lian scored full points in her other subjects and was planning to apply for the Tongfeng class, he hadn't planned on competing with others for such a student. This year, there was only one essay that received full points, and Dean Shu had reviewed it countless times. Every time he read it, he felt that the style was exceptionally familiar. He was an enthusiast of Daong literature. Those unrestrained and unbridled words, each time he read them, made him feel as though the cold, historical text was no longer lifeless, but warm, as if those recorded events were happening close to him. Bai Lian looked down, her voice very soft. "Yes." Dean Shu's eyes brightened. He discussed the intricacies of Daong with Bai Lian for an hour, growing more fervent as they talked. It wasn't until he saw Bai Lian out that he felt a bit regretful. "I should have vied with Principal Shun for her." "Dean," his assistant asked in confusion, "why do you value Miss Bai so much?" There were 4 students from Xiangqing who got into Jiang University this year. Dean Shu did not answer directly, just stated matter-of-factly. The assistant didn't understand and commented, "They are very impressive. The teaching resources in Xiangqing aren't good. This year's college entrance exam broke any previous record." Dean Shu turned his head and glanced at him. "Why do you think the person behind Zhongxing has such a good eye, finding the right 9 directors for Zhongxing Group from tens of millions of people?" The assistant was taken aback. History has proven countless times that our great land of China is never short of talented people. A single county could gather enough talents needed to govern the country. Dean Shu didn't wait for his response, speaking softly, "What's lacking is just a leader. The 3 other test takers from Xiangqing are not an anomaly, but an inevitability. Xiangqing has more than just those 3 to offer." "Huh." The assistant was startled by Dean Shu's solemn and certain tone. "Where are the others then?" "In the prison in Xiangqing." Zhang Xi's looked at the young man across from him. "What do you think are my chances of getting into Jiangjing University of Political Science and Law now?" Xing Lihong pondered for a moment. "It still requires effort. You and Brother He are good people. Brother Jiang and Teacher Qi would only have me squat for another 10 years. Zhang Xi's leaned back slightly, finding Xing Lihong, and he went gentler. "Thank you, Brother Xing." Xing Lihong was taken aback by his words. I wouldn't dare. To call Miss Jiang Brother Jiang was one thing, but for him to call Xing Brother Xing. Just call me Xiao Xing, he said carefully. When the tutoring session ended, the officer led Zhang Xiais back in. The two were familiar with each other and didn't handcuff Zhang Xiais throughout. Zhang Xiais returned to his workstation where another man with a shaved head was sitting at his sewing machine. As soon as he saw Zhang Xiais coming, he hurriedly stood up, stepping aside. Brother Zhang, have you finished your studies? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 594, 231 Gathering at Jiangjing, Major Shuffle _4. This is 0147, bald, Li Sheng, fought with a good person. Aren't you supposed to be released from prison today? Zhang Xiais sat down, reciting trigonometric functions while operating the sewing machine. I came to bid you farewell before leaving. Li Sheng hadn't changed clothes yet, standing behind Zhang Xiais giving him a back massage. Then I'll wait for you in Jiangjing. You can contact me directly when you get there. Li Sheng's family was from Jiangjing. Originally, his family had arranged for him to hide in Bacter Street to avoid arrest, but he was still caught in Xiangqing just before he could escape. Meanwhile, at the hotel where Yang Lin worked, she stopped wiping the table, looked up at Lu Lingxi. What did you say? Jiangjing, your sister is in Jiangjing. Lu Lingxi placed a thick envelope in her hand. After your father was imprisoned, she gave me your medical expenses and left. I haven't seen her since, but I always feel you will be able to find her. After Lu Lingxi left, Yang Lin finished washing today's dishes and cleaned the kitchen. Eventually, she went to the front desk. The landlady was bending over the accounts. She didn't lift her head but placed a 100 yuan note on the table. Here. Landlady, Yang Lin didn't take the money. I won't be coming in tomorrow. She was a temporary worker with no contract. The landlady looked up. Have you saved up enough for living expenses? A gust of wind blew through the room, pushing apart Yang Lin's thick bangs a little, revealing her calm, black eyes. She looked in the direction of Jiangjing. The scholarship money is enough. Yunshao District. Bus Route 156. Bai Lian sat by the window. An old lady was sitting next to her. Outside the window, another police car whizzed past with its siren blaring. The police, the old lady spoke to the person next to her. Why are there police cars again? I've seen over 10 this morning. The people on the bus were discussing this event, as ordinary people always enjoy such spectacles. The news from the self-media today was all about the strange occurrences in Yunshao District. Several streets were blocked off, all the major entertainment venues were closed for inspections, and the public watched the excitement. Ding dong! The bus reached the stop, Yunshao District Central Hospital. Bai Lian got off the bus. There were also 2 police cars parked at the entrance of the hospital. The person standing by the police car saw Bai Lian and hurried over. Miss Bai. Bai Lian glanced at him, nodding slightly. Chief Lu. Hospital. In Su Ziyu's hospital room, Madame Su had not gone home all night. Su Ziyue had not woken up. Beside her, Su En stood holding a cigarette, his complexion not looking good. When Su Wenyao and Shenmin walked in, Madame Su, who sat on a chair nearby, stood up, speaking extremely politely. District Chief Shin, what brings you here? Su En put down the cigarette, greeted Shenmin, then asked, how is it going? Ji Mulan, sitting in front of the hospital bed, also looked up. She was holding Su Ziyu's hand and turned to look at Shenmin. Shenmin was one of the most influential people Ji Mulan had ever met. Fault Road has been blocked off. Su Wenyao put down his phone and pressed his brow. We couldn't even get into the police station, let alone see Alien. Hearing about the roadblock, Su En was startled. Brother Shin, you didn't get in either? This doesn't have much to do with Miss Bai. Yunshao District is having a crackdown, just happened to be inopportune. Shenmin couldn't say much, just mentioned, Yunshao District may be in for a big cleanup. Xinjiang District is the administrative center. Yunshao District, on the other hand, is the economic center of the entire Jiangjing. This kind of major district overhaul didn't have much to do with small enterprises like the Su family. Su Wenyao wasn't concerned, he only looked to Su En. What do the Su Yajuns say? It's said to be the Yu family's doing. Who would dare to touch this matter? Su En turned to look at Su Jiue on the hospital bed. We can't get into the substation now. Are we just going to watch aliens stuck inside? Grandpa called me today. I didn't dare to tell him. The hospital room fell into silence. Madame Su looked at Shen Min, then at Su Jiue, and sat down dejectedly. Butler, give me the phone, I'll ask Mr. Qi. She knew Qi Shuyun had been doing well lately. Even though the two families no longer had marital ties, Madame Su never offended anyone. She had still sponsored a lot of money to the Qi family, and they never turned it down. When Qi's father received the call, he spoke bureaucratically. You also know that Shuyun has only seen Mr. Liu a few times. How can they talk to each other? The call ended, and Qi's father looked at Mrs. Qi in the living room. If the Su family calls again, just don't answer. He patted his sleeves and stood up. Breaking ties with the Su family hadn't been entirely a bad thing last time. Qi's father was in good spirits. Mrs. Qi originally still had intentions of repairing the relationship with Madame Su. After all, the Su family's money had always been very persuasive to the Qi family, and this circle was always about mutual interests. She put down her teacup. What a pity. As for this matter, Su En wasn't surprised by the Qi family's reaction. I can only beg my old sister-in-law again. Madame Su looked up, holding on to her cane. She stood up. Both of you follow me to the Yu family. Agree to whatever she says. My old sister-in-law is very concerned about her face. Shen Min stood aside, silent. Su En and Su Wenyao knew that Madame Su was referring to both of them. They followed behind Madame Su, preparing to leave. Now it's about whether we can see them at all. Outside the room, Bai Lian looked down, lost in thought. Next to her, Li Xiaoming was talking to her. Bai Lian had just lifted her hand to knock on the door when it was opened from the inside. Seeing Su Wenyao and Su En, Bai Lian thought they were on their way out and stepped aside, making room as she normally did, and greeted Su En, Uncle Su. Next to Bai Lian, Li Xiaoming had information on Su En and the others in his hand. As he reached out his right hand to Su En, very friendly, Mr. Su, hello. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 595. Encounter by chance _1 Bai Lian, who should still have been detained, appeared here, leaving Su En stunned for a moment before reacting. Hello, I'm Su En. He reached out his hand. Su Wenyao looked at Bai Lian, and the nerve that had been taut finally relaxed as he leaned against the doorframe. It's good that you're all right. Bai Lian's gaze swept past the old Mrs. Su without a word. Having not heard any news all night, Mrs. Su was almost scared out of her wits. Behind Su En, Shen Min's gaze fell on Li Xiaoming. Chief Li? Mingfeng district was far from Yunshao district, and although Shen Min had heard of Li Xiaoming, Li had never seen Shen before, only nodding slightly at him. Hello. While a few people were talking, Bai Lian had already walked up to the hospital bed. Ji Mulan was still sitting on the left side of Su Ziyu's bed, holding her left hand and looking at her with a worried gaze. Upon seeing Bai Lian, she looked up in astonishment. You? Bai Lian paid no attention to Ji Mulan. She bent over, her fingertips carelessly touching Su Ziyu's wrist, her eyes downcast. After making sure Su Jiue was all right, Bai Lian stood up, and on the other side, Ji Mulan also stood up. Are you all right? How did you get out? She wanted to ask more, but Bai Lian looked at her with a chilly gaze. Her almond-shaped eyes were black, devoid of any emotion, yet the sense of oppression was strong. Ji Mulan swallowed the words of concern that were on the tip of her tongue, suddenly feeling a sense of powerlessness. She clearly felt that this was all that was left between her and Bai Lian. Su Wenyao brought a cup of hot water for Bai Lian, his gaze landing on Su Jiue. He hesitated. Sorry, we had no idea about Grandma and Ziyu's situation and ended up involving you. Bai Lian took the cup. It has nothing to do with you. It was that glance that had made Bai Lian so alert. Su En, Shen Min, and Li Xiaoming were still talking at the door. Su Jiue had not woken up, and Li Xiaoming only asked a few routine questions. Bai Lian's phone lit up with a message from Jiang Fulai. Her fingertips tapped on the screen intermittently as she bid farewell to Su Wenyao without any urgency. See you at the university. Lu Xiaoming had come with Bai Lian, and when she left he followed. Miss Bai, wait for me. The two figures quickly disappeared towards the elevator. Su En and the others escorted them to the elevator, and it was only then that Ji Mulan reacted. Wenyao, did you ask Alien how she got out? Su Wenyao and Su En already knew the entire problem lay with Chief Lu. The old Mrs. Su, who had been silent the whole time, stood up, leaning on her walking stick and looking in the direction Bai Lian had left. Chief Lu is the head of Yunshao Sub-Bureau, said Shin Min, coming back to his senses. He smiled and explained to Su En, Lu Xiaoming. Miss Bai knows him. It seems I no longer need to be involved in this matter. Su En went to the sub-bureau that evening, and not only did he not see Chief Lu, he didn't even catch a glimpse of Bai Lian. Hearing that Chief Lu was the head of the sub-bureau, the old Mrs. Su also turned back in shock. They had all seen the way Lu Xiaoming had treated Bai Lian just now. Ji Mulan sat back down, her gaze wandering as she looked at Su Jiue on the hospital bed. Downstairs. Lu Xiaoming accompanied Bai Lian downstairs. Miss Bai, rest assured, we will definitely give you an explanation. Bai Lian was holding her phone, her gaze looking ahead, and soon she saw the blue car in the temporary parking space across the street, its taillights still flashing, obviously having just parked. She stepped to the side and thanked Lu Xiaoming. Thank you. Lu Xiaoming saw Bai Lian to the car. As Bai Lian pulled open the passenger seat door, Lu Xiaoming caught a glimpse of the person in the driver's seat, whose faint gaze swept over him like the cold flash of an unsheathed short sword. Lu Xiaoming froze on the spot. The blue car drove away, and only when the ringtone in his pocket sounded did Lu Xiaoming come to his senses. He answered the phone. It was a friend. What's going on over there? There was a significant commotion in Yunshao district, and the people from several surrounding districts were getting restless. They had not received any information about policy changes. The cause, just because of a clubhouse, Lu Xiaoming exhaled. Let me give you a heads up about this year's freshman at Jiangjing University. The night before, Sun Fei had turned up with 2 reports, and he knew things might get complicated. But he never guessed it would escalate like this. A harsh crackdown throughout Yunshao district, top-to-bottom closure of all clubhouses for a search for hallucinatory drugs, and all related personnel suspended and cooperating with the investigation. Up until just now, Lu Xiaoming finally understood why Su Nanjing had appeared that night. In the car, Bai Lian's phone automatically connected to the Bluetooth, resuming the English reading that had been interrupted. Jiang Fulai drove onto the main road, tapping her white fingertips on the steering wheel and glancing over slightly. Didn't you have Ming Dongheng to be your driver? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 596. Encounter by chance _2. I'm not used to it, Bai Lian said, looking down at WeChat. Lu Lingxi had sent her a message that Yang Lin would be coming to Jiangjing in a couple of days. Without asking how Lu Lingxi found out, Bai Lian immediately sent a message to Yang Lin, asking when she would arrive. Jiang Fulai drove onto the main road, and after seeing her finish replying to the message, he hesitated before speaking. You should probably get your driver's license, never mind. Having seen her drive rashly, Jiang Fulai had never suggested she get a driver's license. He was afraid that, once Bai Lian finished learning, the points they all had combined wouldn't be enough for the ones she'd have deducted. What do you think of Qin Yongquan? Jiang Fulai changed the subject. Bai Lian wasn't much interested in modern cars either. She just propped her phone under her chin, speaking in a languid tone. He used to be so, but now he is quite good. Everyone could see how rapidly Xiangqing had developed this year, and all these were the achievements of Qin Yongquan's hard work. Around the corner, yellow roadblocks were placed at the intersection, and a bunch of police cars were parked ahead. That road had been temporarily closed. Many private cars and taxi drivers stopped to join the crowd of onlookers smoking cigarettes. Jiang Fulai calmly made a U-turn and selected a new route. Shanghai apartment. The security guard at the entrance had already grown accustomed to the luxury cars that frequently came in and out of the complex. No one was in 303. Pu Xiaohan had taken Jiang He out to play, with Ming Dongheng acting as the driver for the two of them. Bai Lian didn't go in and went straight to the piano room in 302. Jiang Fulai stood at the door for a while before gently closing it behind her. He went to the study next door and took out his cell phone to call Director Chen first. These 2 months. Director Chen had nothing particular going on today and was fishing with Ji Heng. Director Chen had counted on being demoted to Xiangqing, expecting to stay for at least 2 years, so why the sudden possible return to Jiangjing? Yes, Jiang Fulai obviously had little patience with Director Chen. Come back first. There will be several positions open in Yunshao district for a re-election, and you should participate in the general election. Director Chen didn't doubt the information given by Jiang Fulai. He looked to his right where Ji Heng had moved to a different spot to bait, and Director Chen lowered his voice. What about Uncle Ji? I heard from Xiaotang today that they're also going to Jiangjing next month. After Bai Lian went to Jiangjing, Tangming students from class 15 would visit Ji Heng regularly. Director Chen did the same. If everyone left, Bai Lian could offer him constructive advice, and Ji Heng occasionally had a few pointers for him. Having been around for so long, Director Chen viewed Ji Heng as an elder. Jiang Fulai ended the call and returned to WeChat, clicking on Ji Heng's profile. She got into a fight. Ji Heng didn't check his phone much while fishing, and half an hour later, he called Jiang Fulai directly. Alien got bullied? Ji Heng's voice betrayed his urgency. He couldn't imagine Bai Lian getting into a fight. Jiang Fulai opened up his laptop. She was acting bravely. Although it was dangerous, fortunately she wasn't hurt. This time she wasn't injured, but next time might not be the same. Ji Heng picked up on that. He put down his fishing rod, picked up the cigarette holder from the ground, bent down, and lit it up. You family. Grandma Yu was watching the chef make soup for Yu Hongjing. Her silver-white hair was all combed back, giving her a capable look. Has Hongyi not answered the phone yet? She wanted to know the situation with the Su family at the moment. But since coming back from the hospital last night, she hadn't gotten through to Yu Hongyi's phone. The female bodyguard replied, "That's correct." Grandma Yu narrowed her eyes but didn't think much of it, as Yu Hongyi often got involved in confidential activities. Just as she was thinking about this, a servant came in panic-stricken from outside. "Madam! Madam!" Grandma Yu walked from the kitchen to the living room. "What's all this fuss about? Calm down." Before she could finish her sentence, she saw the police following the servant, with the lead officer pulling out his badge. "Please cooperate with our investigation." Investigate what? Grandma Yu had never encountered such a situation since she was born and looked at them calmly. "If you have any matters, you can discuss them with my granddaughter." The leading officer didn't respond but just took her to the police station to cooperate with the investigation. At first, Grandma Yu maintained her composure until she saw Yu Hongjing in the interrogation room, his head still bandaged. Yu Hongyi only came to see her an hour after she had arrived. Seeing Yu Hongyi, Grandma Yu's forced composure finally started to crack. "Hongyi, why have they arrested me and your brother?" Yu Hongyi closed her eyes briefly. "Because of Yu Hongjing, all the clubs and bars in the entire Yunshao district have been shut down for review, and the related staff are suspended from work." Yu Hongyi couldn't find out any news. She hadn't seen anyone from the Chen family. The only reason she got into the police station was through connections she had from before. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 597. Encounter by Chance _3. Old Madam Yu recounted the events of the past 2 days, and only the Su family came to mind. The Su family, Su Jiue, Su En's stepdaughter. Su Jue had been personally brought over by old Madame Su, who knew everything about her. Only one person remained, Bai Lian, who was said to be associated with a Qinyi. There were such rumors in the circle, but old Madame Yu never took them seriously. Everyone around the Yu family was eager to please, and the Yu family had always doted on Yu Hongjing since he was a child. Whenever he encountered any trouble, everyone would come forward to resolve it for him. She had thought that this time would be like any other, but who could have known the commotion would be so great? Old Madame Yu explained, That's all there is to it. Just let them release me first. That's all there is to it? Yu Hongyi finally understood the whole affair. She had always been proud, but at this moment, she only pursed her lips and looked at her. Have I not spoken to you about Xian Kong? She. Old Madam Yu glanced at Yu Hongyi and finally sat down on the chair. Old Madam Yu had heard from Yu Hongyi that Xian Kong was a company that directly supplied research medication to the military forces behind the Chen family. Qi family. The Qi family was having dinner. I heard there was quite a commotion in Yunshao district today. Mr. Qi asked Qi Shuyun, do you know anything about it? Now successfully infiltrated into the ranks of rich young ladies, Qi Shuyun was better informed than her father, but she was also in the dark about this matter. No idea, they were discussing it too. If even they didn't know, then such matters indeed had nothing to do with ordinary people. Mr. Qi didn't inquire further. Has old Madame Su called you? She did. Dressed in a beige, form-fitting long dress, Qi Shuyun pulled out a chair and sat down, her voice indifferent. She offended the Yu family, what can I do about it? The father and daughter had made the same decision, but Qi Shuyun's phone rang at that moment. It was a sister from her social circle. She quickly picked up, Wenjie, are you looking for me? However, it wasn't Wenjie's voice on the other end. Hello, I'm Yu Hongyi. I wanted to ask if you could help me contact someone from the Su family. Yu Hongyi. Qi Shuyun had long heard of her notorious reputation in the circle of socialites. Even though Yu Hongyi was not part of their circle with her martial endeavors, she was well known to everyone, including Qi Shuyun. She never expected such a person to come to her. Miss Yu, Su Wenyo's family? Qi Shuyun stood up and gestured for her parents to be quiet. Yu Hongyi was direct. Yes, about my brother's affair, I want to personally apologize to them. Hearing the beginning, Qi Shuyun did not catch the rest. Okay, I'll try to pass the message. She hung up, holding her phone and sitting down in a daze. What's wrong? Mr. Qi glanced at her. Qi Shuyun looked up. The Yu family wants to apologize to the Su family. What? Mr. Qi's face drained of color. The Yu family, which had moved from Mingfeng district to Yunshao district, needed to apologize to the Su family? Mr. Qi took out his phone and made a call, indirectly trying to get news about the Su family members from others. You mean Mr. Su? He attended the Chamber of Commerce event today. The person spoke in a lowered voice. I even saw the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce seek him out alone. Yunshao district had been cracking down severely for several days. Even the mice passing through the clubhouse would get a beating. Bai Lian of Shanghai apartment, however, was not affected. The old master of the Su family's birthday was in 2 days. Early this morning, Gao Yan brought her homemade pastries to see Bai Lian at Shanghai apartment. She hadn't given up the idea of taking Bai Lian as her goddaughter. Jiang Fulai and Su Nanjing were discussing official matters in apartment 302. In 303, Bai Lian placed the printout on the table and pulled up a chair to sit beside Pu Xiaohan. Ming Dongheng freshly brewed tea and poured her a cup. Jiang He sat on Pu Xiaohan's left, and she shoved a piece of cake into his hand. Eat up, brother bird. Pu Xiaohan grabbed another cake in the shape of a plum blossom, took a bite, and looked at Bai Lian. When do we leave? After eating. Bai Lian picked up her cup of tea and gently blew on it. Her other hand opened her phone, which had several messages on WeChat. Yang Lin, just finished watching over Grandma. I'll take the train tomorrow. With one hand on the screen, Bai Lian replied. When will you arrive? I'll pick you up. Tang Ming sent a message in the group. You all went to Jiangjing? Where are you headed? Gao Yan had only then heard they were going out again and was very concerned. Auntie, Xiaohan and I are going to see Sister Yan. Pu Xiaohan squinted her eyes, her familiarity with Gao Yan growing due to the pastries. In a couple of days, a classmate of ours will also come. Yan Lu had arrived in Jiangjing at 6 in the morning and had already gone ahead to Jiangyin. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and since Pu Xiaohan had not yet visited Principal Jian since she came to Jiangjing, the two planned to first go to Jiangyin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 598. Encounter by chance_4 after finishing their meal, by Lien and Pu Xiaohan left the house. Next door, in room 302. Jiang Fulai had just grabbed the car keys and was slowly opening the door, with Su Nanjing following behind him. Seeing Gao Yen, Jiang Fulai politely nodded his head and greeted her. Upon seeing Jiang Fulai holding the keys, Gao Yen knew he was going to drive Bai Lian out. Only after everyone had left did Su Nanjing tilt his head and ask, "So, did she agree to go?" "No," Gao Yen glanced at Su Nanjing. "How does Lian have so many friends in Jiangjing? No wonder you're of little use." There were many people coming for the old man's birthday, and Gao Yen wanted to introduce Bai Lian to a few of them. That Bai Lian wasn't going didn't surprise Su Nanjing. He started heading upstairs. Even if she had no friends, she'd still be busy. That guy Jiang Shijue hasn't even seen her yet. Gao Yen thought this made sense and followed him upstairs. "Is your upstairs finished yet?" "Not even close. Jiang He is home every day. When do I have time to set things up?" Su Nanjing was also worried that the renovations would disturb Bai Lian and the others. "Gao Yen, how did rooms 302 and 301 finish so quickly?" If Jiang brother wanted to, he could get Zhongxing to build him a mobile living room in 2 days and move it to 302. Su Nanjing looked at the 3 apartments upstairs. "Mom, please don't mention it." Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoqi was also rushing to Chang'an District early in the morning. The Yin family was in Beihong District, which is quite far from Chang'an District. They had to go through Yunshao District to get to Chang'an. The driver for the Yin family was driving with Mr. Yin in the passenger seat, and Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi were sitting in the back. Bai Xiaoqi was going to attend her morning class today and then head to Jiang University to find Bai Xiaoka. Hence, Song Min was accompanying her. These past few days, Yunshao District was filled with police, and there were many roadblocks that hadn't been removed yet today. Bai Xiaoqi, looking at the roadblocks outside, asked, "What happened here?" "There was an incident." Mr. Yin glanced outside the window and sighed. "A strict inspection for 7 days, several clubs have been uprooted. I've heard that several people in Yunshao District have been taken down. We don't know what happened. It's not something we can manage." Such matters, the Yin family naturally did not have the inside story, and could only speculate from rumors. Bai Xiaoqi just looked at the roadblocks, feeling quite shocked. By her side, Song Min was looking through quiz questions on his apps and didn't look up. Mr. Yin got off at the Yin family's company, and the car continued towards Jiangyin. Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi got out of the car. Both of them were already familiar with Jiangyin and headed straight to Jianjian's building. Xiaoqi, the girl who always attended class with Bai Xiaoqi, saw them from a distance and waited for her. "Song Min, you're here to accompany Xiaoqi for classes again." She chattered with Bai Xiaoqi as they made their way to the building. During the summer vacation, there were still a few people coming to Jiangyin for early classes. There was only one elevator in the building, and the 3 of them waited a few minutes at the elevator entrance before it came down from the 5th floor. Upon entering, they immediately saw the no stopping sign on the 3rd floor. The girl, seeing the sign, paused for a moment and wondered, "Someone is recording on the 3rd floor again?" Bai Xiaoqi and Song Min both glanced at the no stopping sign. Who exactly is using the 3rd floor? It's still so busy even during the summer vacation. "It must be those few," the girl explained. "Our school's recording studio is the best in Asia. Not just domestically, but even people from abroad come here in admiration. When can I also record on the 3rd floor?" As she talked, she pressed the button for the 5th floor and waited for the elevator doors to close. Meanwhile, a female voice came from outside the elevator. "Beauty, wait for us." A fair hand blocked the closing elevator doors. The girl hurriedly pressed the open button. Thank you. Pu Xiaohan thanked the girl and shouted outside, "Birdie, can you hurry up?" When the elevator doors opened, they could see a few steps away. A girl with long legs was walking ahead, her brow slightly lowered and her eyes downcast, holding a white jade fan in her hand, its crystalline bones resting on her bent knuckles. She wore a long dress with 3/4 sleeves with a full skirt, white with colorful poppies hidden within its folds, blossoming with her steps. Behind her, a delicately handsome boy was jogging with effort to catch up. The two of them reached the elevator in a few steps. The elevator was spacious, and even with 3 more people entering, it was still very roomy. Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi stood to the left. Almost immediately as the elevator doors opened, the two recognized Bai Lian. Bai Lian had always been extraordinary in appearance, and in this past year, she had changed even more, with her reserved and self-sufficient air becoming more apparent. Song Min, who had been looking at his app, finally looked up, his gaze falling upon Bai Lian. Bai Lian paused at the entrance of the elevator, looking up, her gaze sweeping past Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi, then she stood to the right with Jiang He, leaving a large gap in the middle. She took out her phone, looking down, and sent a message to Dean Jian saying she had arrived. She didn't look at Bai Xiaoqi or Song Min again. "Birdie, you really need to drink more milk," Pu Xiaohan said while standing next to the buttons, patting Jiang He's head with a tone of earnest concern. Jiang He looked down, poking at his watch, and sent a bunch of commas to Jiang Fulai. Pu Xiaohan didn't notice the atmosphere between Bai Lian and the others, and turned to ask Bai Lian, "What floor are you going to, Sister Lian?" "3rd floor." Bai Lian leaned against the elevator wall, unfolding her fan, and spoke casually. As soon as these words came out, the other 3 in the elevator couldn't help but look over, especially the girl who had just been giving a rundown to Bai Xiaoqi. Pu Xiaohan noticed the no stopping sign for the 3rd floor but pressed the button as Bai Lian had said 3rd floor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 599, 233 came to Beijing, gathered _1 after their last parting in Jiangjing. Bai Xiaoqi and Song Min had not seen Bai Lian again. They had thought Bai Lian might return to the Bai family, that they would encounter her there, or perhaps at Jiangjing University, any place but the building of Jiangjing Music Academy. Ji Mulan had tried to develop Bai Lian comprehensively, making her pick up a sketching pencil from the age of 3, but later, when she showed no talent, Ji Mulan tried to get her to learn the piano. Painting, it took some effort for them to adjust their mindset, deliberately forgetting about the college entrance examination. Yet, they had not anticipated seeing Bai Lian without any preparation. Sister, the girl beside Bai Xiaoqi didn't dare to speak to Bai Lian, so she conversed with Pu Xiaohan. "Are you going to the 3rd floor?" As the elevator doors closed, Pu Xiaohan let go of her hand and smiled at her. "Yes." "Great one." The girl put her hands together. "What is your major?" She was asking about the instrument. Pu Xiaohan's thought process was crystal clear: direction. The girl listened to these 2 characters, and even doubted her own knowledge for not having heard of the direction instrument, never suspecting Pu Xiaohan wasn't a student of Jiangyin. Ding! The 3rd floor arrived, the elevator slowly came to a stop, and the doors opened. Reacting to the moment, the girl and the trio of Bai Xiaoqi and Song Min only then saw a corner of the 3rd floor, facing a white wall where 2 faded ink wash landscape paintings were displayed behind glass. In the middle, there was a model of a guzheng. The entire 3rd floor was carpeted, with the carpet stretching along the corridor to the elevator entrance. It was serene and refined. Old Hu stood at the elevator entrance and, seeing Bai Lian, raised a smile. "Bai student." "Mr. Hu." Bai Lian walked out. "Bai." Pu Xiaohan had never met Old Hu, and after saying farewell to the girl, followed Bai Lian out. As the elevator doors closed again, the girl turned around, excitedly saying to Bai Xiaoqi, "This is the legendary Shaman Building recording studio. And did you see those 2 paintings outside? Those are the authentic works of our guzheng department's founding master, Qin Jiao." This building was not frequented by many on ordinary days, and the girl was fortunate to attend the masterclass during the summer break, naturally having some family resources. However, she had never entered the 3rd floor. She had only seen countless photos of the 2 paintings on the Jiangyin forum. This was her first time seeing them with her own eyes. Originally expecting Bai Xiaoqi to discuss the big shots on the 3rd floor with her as usual, she didn't expect Bai Xiaoqi and Song Min to remain silent. Bai Xiaoqi's gaze was hollow, directed towards the elevator doors. Her eyes had no fixed point. The 3rd floor, Why could Bai Lian go in? The third floor. Pu Xiaohan was looking at those two landscape paintings, very freehand in style. One was a bird's eye view of a fortress tower, the other a pavilion amidst green mountains. There was no inscribed poem, nor any signatures. Qin Jiao's painting skills were not particularly good, but they were well preserved. These early works of his were placed on the third floor by Jiang Yin. Pu Xiaohan knew of Qin Jiao, but she had only just learned that he also had two paintings. As she looked at the paintings, Bai Lian and Old Hu stood to the side waiting for her. Once Pu Xiaohan had finished looking, Old Hu led them to the vocal recording studio. When they arrived at the recording studio, Yen Lu was singing into the microphone with black headphones on inside the room, visible through the glass, standing in front of the mic with eyes slightly shut, her profile radiant. Ding Jian and Zhao Jianxin were outside doing the sound mixing. Having just finished a section, Yen Lu was listening to the playback through her headphones. Ding Jian raised his hand to greet Pu Xiaohan and then spoke to Bai Lian. He held a black pen in his right hand, casually sketching a segment on the notebook. You'll need to re-record this part later. Bai Lian glanced at it and nodded. Have you had any new song ideas lately? Ding Jian closed the notebook. To Ding Jian, ensuring Yen Lu's new songs were in progress was more vital than anything. It's coming along, said Bai Lian, although she hadn't really done much. Once they finished speaking, Pu Xiaohan held up her phone. Ding Jian, can I post this? Ding Jian looked at it. It was a photo of the two paintings at the elevator entrance. Sure, post it quickly. You haven't posted a video for over half a month now. Because the third floor was not open to the general public, there were few images of the paintings available. The last time Pu Xiaohan posted a video was the last time. Her posting frequency was low, yet each video was around 10 minutes of high-quality content, the last being a 4-month detailed traditional style graduation photo shoot, all major works. The audience was left wanting more. Ding Jian was among them, though he always urged her in person. Soon, Pu Xiaohan learned quickly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 600, 233 came to Beijing, gathered _2 Ding Jian put the notebook aside on the adjacent stand and suddenly remembered something. Do you want to shoot some Jiang Yin content? Jiang. Pu Xiaohan paused. The moment she saw those two paintings coming out of the elevator, a special idea had occurred to her. Jiang Yin was already a school with a rich history. The two were talking. Old Hu, who had just handed a bottle of milk to the only child on set, trembled at his hand. He could understand Bai Lian, after all. He had guessed Bai Lian's identity back then. But who was the girl that called Jian Zhongyou Grandpa Jian as soon as they met? He unconsciously tightened his grip on the milk bottle, watching Pu Xiaohan's retreating figure. Pu Xiaohan was pondering the possibilities for a new video when she turned around to see Old Hu and Jiang He each holding the top and the bottom half of a milk carton. She was puzzled. Was this a gesture of giving or not? Following Pu Xiaohan's gaze, Old Hu realized he was still holding the milk and quickly let go. Kid, you drink. Bai Lian and Yen Lu also hadn't seen each other in a long while. After recording, they ate lunch at a private restaurant next to Jiang Yin. Yen Lu could be recognized on the streets at any time now, making it less convenient for her to get around. Xinjie didn't disturb the small gathering, waiting outside for Yen Lu to finish eating. When they came out, Xinjie greeted Bai Lian and the others before driving Yen Lu back to the hotel. Yen Lu had to attend a gala that evening and was in a rush to get there. I just finalized the plans with the company, Xinjie said from the driver's seat, telling Yen Lu about the recent arrangements. These songs have been included in the Gambling with Liquor album and submitted for the Huachu Award. This year, Yen Lu's success in both television dramas and music meant the company would not let slip this popularity. Yen Lu took off her mask and fisherman's hat and picked up the script in the car, looking up upon hearing this, but these songs have all been released separately. The number of songs was barely enough to meet the requirements. Yes, but the organizer personally called me, Xinjie sighed. The music scene has declined in recent years, and the Huachu Award has lost much of its impact. You are their special invitee. The entire music industry was in decline, no longer showcasing the battles between legends. Bai Jian's sudden descent into the music industry had captured the attention of musicians who dedicated their lives to music. Bai Jian had no company, no marketing, and not even past works. It was as if he appeared out of nowhere just for Yen Lu. He sparked an unprecedented trend in the music industry. After being quiet for so long, the music industry was bustling with activity again. From gambling with liquor, to Another Autumn, to Cold Season Tassels, and the latest Reunion, each song had a unique style, coupled with Dean Jian's magical arrangements. Not to mention the best lyrics, best composition, best arrangement, and so on, the song of the year, aside from Cold Season Tassels, which dominated foreign charts for 2 months, couldn't possibly be any other. Shanghai Apartment, 302. Jiang Fulai rarely took an afternoon nap, and by the time he woke up, dusk had fallen. Dressed in soft pajamas, he drew back the curtains. The room was unlit and dim, casting a shadow over everything inside. Outside, the complex was extremely quiet. Because it was summer break, hardly any people were visible. His fine, black hair was tousled messily across his forehead. The room was empty, the world outside was hazy, and the silence was deep. Jiang Fulai was uncharacteristically relaxed, leaning against the window, exuding a sense of nobility yet aloofness, watching as the streetlights in the complex began to turn on. About 2 minutes later, he reached for the cell phone on the bedside table, opening WeChat to ask if Bai Lian had returned, while simultaneously opening the door to the room. As the door opened, the chandelier light poured over him. In the living room, Jiang He sat on the carpet, engrossed in a jigsaw puzzle. Bai Lian sat cross-legged beside him, passing him the puzzle pieces he needed. Her white skirt spread across the carpet, blooming with colorful poppies. Her right wrist was casually placed on her knee, the knee supporting a book, while her left hand casually tossed puzzle pieces to Jiang He. Under the chandelier light, she seemed enveloped in a diffused glow, exuding an air of leisurely grace. It was a portrait of peaceful times. When Bai Lian looked up and saw Jiang Fulai standing at the doorway, she leisurely turned a page, awake. Yeah, Jiang Fulai walked over to them, kneeling beside her, elegant and noble, looking down at the book she was reading. Why didn't you call me when you got back? It was rare for Bai Lian to not be looking at literature. She was reading the original Don Quixote, which she had borrowed from Jiang University's library. You rarely sleep this long. These last few days have indeed been busy, Jiang Fulai spoke. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 601. 233 came to Beijing, gathered _3. He had been busy before, but back then it seemed he had nothing else to attend to besides being busy. Bai Lian lowered her head, picked up a sugar-coated hawthorn on a stick that was beside her phone, and handed it to him. Jiang Fulai looked down at the bright red sugar-coated hawthorn, hesitated for a moment. For me? Of course, Bai Lian said casually, her elbow resting on her knee and her palm propping up her chin. I finished the one with the bird. She had bought these with Pu Xiaohan at the food street next to Jiangyin at noon. Jiang Fulai had never eaten these before. His slender fingers pinched the bottom of the sugar-coated hawthorn. Do you like it? It's okay, Bai Lian replied offhandedly. Jiang Fulai glanced at her, but did not ask any more questions. He stood up with the sugar-coated hawthorn, ready to go back to his room to take a shower. What do you want to eat tonight? Shrimp, I guess. Bai Lian hadn't really thought it through and just blurted out a response. Jiang Fulai nodded, went back to his room. The sugar coating on the hawthorn was overly sweet, with a heavy saccharine taste, a gentleness hidden in the twilight. Yang Lin was on a train early the next morning. It was far from Xiangqing to Jiangjing, and even a transfer flight took more than 10 hours. She was in for a 2-day train ride. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao were set to leave a day after her. On the day of the Su family patriarch's birthday, from 7 o'clock in the morning, gifts from the political and business world wouldn't stop entering the Su family residence. Vehicles from all directions headed towards the Xinjiang district. When Bai Shaoqi left in a car from the Yin family early in the morning, journeying from Yunshao district to Chang'an district, she encountered several rare limited edition cars along the way, as well as some special license plates. She had never seen such a scene before. "Auntie, what's happening today?" Today, without Song Min, only the Yin family driver and Mrs. Song were in the car. Mrs. Song had heard some details from Mr. Yin. She withdrew her gaze. Today, it seems that there's a celebration in Xinjiang district. As for which family was hosting, she didn't say, and Mr. Yin wouldn't discuss these things with her either, as the class gap was too wide. A black business car brushed past theirs. Bai Shaoqi couldn't help but take another look. It was very similar to one she had seen in Beijing with a Xiangqing license plate, belonging to that person Bai Lian knew. "What is it?" Mrs. Song asked her. "It's nothing." Bai Shaoqi withdrew her gaze and shook her head. How could that car appear in Jiangjing? Ordinary people buying a car was simple, but getting a Jiangjing license plate was not so easy. She lowered her head to unlock her phone. The simultaneous deployment of luxury cars also drew everyone's attention. The last crackdown in Yunshao district had stirred up a buzz that hadn't yet subsided, and with these cars taking to the streets today, marketing accounts began speculating again. The moment Bai Shaoqi opened her video app, there was a message from a marketing account. "What's with Jiangjing today? All luxury cars are out?" The video was a compilation. 7 or 8 luxury cars flooded into an old street, and Bai Shaoqi saw the name of that street, Tall Street. Below, people were guessing. The top liked comment read, "Today, I'm lost. Image, don't bother. Today is an old gentleman's grand birthday celebration. Even the guests at the door are of the caliber of chief executive officers of Zhongxing." The IP showed Jiangjing. 29 Laos Street. After paying respects to the old patriarch, Su Juling came back to change into another set of clothes, preparing to greet the guests. "She's really not coming?" he asked as he changed into a long robe. Yes. Gao Yan was also at a loss, dressed in a body-hugging cheongsam and holding a green jade teacup. "I've told her 3 times already." Gao Yan thought for a moment and decided to give Bai Lian a call. "Auntie." Bai Lian was already at the train station by then. She stood at the entrance with heavy foot traffic, waiting for Yang Lin. Gao Yan's voice was very gentle. "Today at home we've invited a chef from Kangyu Tower, whose forebears were imperial chefs in the palace. The snacks and dishes they make are really delicious. You can just come and eat something in my courtyard. You won't see other people." "No, thank you," Bai Lian declined. "I'm waiting for my classmate." "Your classmate is also welcome to come?" "Okay then, have a good time." Gao Yan ended the call, exchanging a look with Su Juling. At least Gao Yan had met Bai Lian, whereas Su Juling hadn't even seen her. He wasn't as familiar with Jiang Fulai as Gao Yan was, and didn't dare to meet Bai Lian rashly. Outside the Su family gate, the Mu family's car also stopped. Mu Yining was dressed in smart attire, with a young man on her left and Ji Xiaojun and Ren Wanxian on her right. The Su family's gatehouse was very tall, and the 2 stone lions outside were extremely imposing. 2 rows of black-clothed bodyguards stood on either side, their attentive demeanor leaving no doubt that they could pull a gun from their pockets at a moment's notice. The large space in front of the gate was filled with parked cars. It was grand yet solemn. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 602, 233 came to Beijing, gathered _4 Ren Wangshuan's gaze fell on the car outside, and she couldn't help but take out her cell phone to quietly snap a few pictures. Mu Yining noticed from the corner of her eye and shook her head secretly. The waiter led them to the central hall with great politeness. "The central hall is for the young people. There's a rest room next door. Miss Mu, please have a good rest first." As he spoke, he handed Mu Yining a list and a half map of the Su family's old residence, both of which were open for today. It was Ren Wangshuan's first time entering such a large garden. She had only seen similar sights at tourist attractions before. "This is my younger brother." Mu Yining introduced Ji Xiaojun to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man reached out to shake Ji Xian's hand. Jiangjing Station. Bai Lian had been waiting at the station for an hour. It was nearly 10 o'clock when Yang Lin finally came out. She had transferred from a train to a high-speed rail. Yang Lin usually only wore school uniforms, and her old-fashioned black suitcase was filled mostly with books. She still wore a long t-shirt, habitually covering her wrists and arms, with thick bangs that shielded her dark eyes. Standing amidst the crowd, she was almost invisible. This seemed to be a talent she was born with, to erase her presence to the greatest extent. "Let's go," Bai Lian said, taking her suitcase. She was always straightforward. Yang Lin had already chosen a place and would stay in the Mingfeng district before school started. Bai Lian put the suitcase in the trunk of the taxi and gestured for Yang Lin to get in the car. The taxi driver was very enthusiastic. "Where are you young ladies headed?" "Jiang University," Bai Lian replied as she and Yang Lin sat in the back seat. "You're here for a tour, right?" The taxi driver thought they were going to Jiang University to check it out and started introducing the delicacies of Jiangjing to Bai Lian. "You know about the old street, right? It's Internet Celebrity Street. Too crowded though. I wouldn't recommend going there." They arrived at Zir Avenue. Bai Lian scanned a code and took Yang Lin's suitcase out of the car. Pu Xiaohan had been waiting at Jiang University's gate for them. She held a parasol and waved from a distance. "Alien Yang Lin, over here." The three of them walked towards the gate. Bai Lian simply pulled out her campus card to enter. The driver, glancing in the rearview mirror, was almost popping his eyes out. "Incredible, Jiang University students are all so good-looking these days." Pu Xiaohan put away the umbrella when she saw them approaching. She also had 2 cups of iced lemon water in her hands. Casually blocking one end of the straw, she pushed it into one of the cups and handed it to Yang Lin. "Drink this first, let's go take the school bus." They all knew how to handle Yang Lin now. "Is it Nanmei Garden?" Pu Xiaohan asked as they boarded the school bus. Nanmei Garden was located in Nanmei District, which was also the freshman area. The school bus could take them there. Bai Lian checked her WeChat. President Shi had sent a message with the address. Nanmei Garden Dormitory Building Number 2, Room 407. Yang Lin had already signed the agreement with Jiang University in advance. She had chosen the biology department. When Bai Lian knew she would come, she asked Shun Yu if Yang Lin could move into the dormitory building earlier. Every summer, a bunch of Jiang University students stayed on campus, but they had to move to the same building. President Shi had everything arranged for her. Yang Lin must have been the first among them to enter the school dormitory. Still bewildered, she saw Bai Lian asking her to take out her ID card, register at the Academic Affairs office, and then go to collect the bedding provided by the school. Finally, they went to the mini-mart to buy daily necessities. Yang Lin stood at the checkout counter, scanning the code. "All set, student." The cashier handed over a large bag of items. Yang Lin walked out carrying the bag. The sunlight outside shone on her eyes. It wasn't intense, yet it was glaring and made everything seem unreal. Bai Lian trailed behind them, leisurely, answering a call from Jiang Fulai. "Did you pick up the person?" Jiang Fulai's voice was low, and the sound of equipment could be heard in the background. Ming Dongheng had wanted to stay today, but Bai Lian had refused. With one hand, Bai Lian opened a folding fan and placed it against her forehead to block the sun. "She's in the dorm now." "Why you still busy? Haven't left yet?" She knew there was a family banquet at the Su family today. "Don't worry," Jiang Fulai's tone was relaxed. He set aside the things in his hands. "I don't really want to go." Bai Lian followed behind Yang Lin and Pu Xiaohan with a smile. "How can you not go, but you can come back early in the evening?" Jiang Fulai sounded reluctant. "That works too." After hanging up the phone, Bai Lian took a picture of the school and opened WeChat to send it to him. On WeChat, Tang Ming posted a message in the Xiangqing Small Squad group chat. "I'm getting on the plane with Ning Xiao, turning off my phone first." The few people from Xiangqing First Middle School were about to arrive. Evening. One after another, cars left from the main entrance of the Su family, changing over to the evening banquet venue. The Mu family had 2 cars out today, and Mu Yining was talking to a man in a suit, calling him President Xiao, with Ji Xiaojun standing right beside her. "Mr. Qin is coming back," President Xiao said to her. "If you want to find him, you should do it as soon as possible." Mu Yining thanked him. Thank you. President Xiao nodded, smiling. Mu Zhao has been helping Bingwen, it's only right, but what about this younger brother of yours, what are you planning to do with him? First, a ceremony, and I'll directly give him the Yunxiao branch. Mu Yining had already been planning, but things seemed to be quite difficult now. Ji Xiaojun had just arrived and was appearing for the first time today. You must come by all means when it's time. Mu Yining hoped that the Mu family would work together and get better and better. Old Master Mu hadn't conducted a proper ancestry acknowledgement ceremony for Ji Xiaojun. Simply having written down his name perfunctorily, Mu Yining planned to officially organize one for him. She intended to formally introduce Ji Xiaojun to others, and having a few important figures attend would be beneficial for both Ji Xiaojun and the Mu family. Certainly, President Xiao nodded his agreement. What was the matter with Yunxiao district the other day? While still planning things about Ji Xiaojun, Mu Yining changed the subject. Upon hearing this, President Xiao lowered his voice. It's related to both the Qin and Su families. Mu Yining was astonished inside. What could possibly involve both of these families at the same time? She glanced toward the main entrance of the Su family. Not far away. The butler and Xiao Jie were waiting next to the car for a few people to come over. It was then that the Su family's main entrance thronged with people, with a young man whose face couldn't be made out clearly in the middle, standing next to a middle-aged man who was patting his shoulder. President Xiao's gaze shifted toward the main gate. Seeing the young man, he looked somewhat emotional. That's the Liang family person I mentioned to you, but it seems like there's another dark horse this year. Mu Yining looked in that direction too, feeling a stir in her heart. So it's him. Liang Wuyu. The two of them continued talking as they walked toward the car. Mu Yining had heard of him very early on. In his first year of high school, he was already in the laboratory ahead of time. Mu Zhao had always been in the same class as Liang Wuyu, and back then people had compared him with Mu Qiong, so she remembered him clearly. The butler stood behind the two, overhearing their conversation and couldn't help but look over with a rare eagerness. I've heard of him in the past 2 years. Ji Xiaojun wasn't listening to their talk in detail. He was messaging Bai Lian. Bai Lian's birthday was approaching. Mu Yining and President Xiao still had things to talk about. Ji Xiaojun waited for them to finish before speaking softly to Mu Yining. I won't be going with you, I'm going to see Alien. Taking the rare opportunity to be out today, he was also planning to see her. Not attending the banquet? Mu Yining asked him. Ji Xiaojun felt a bit tired and after a pause, still declined. Knowing today that Mu Yining intended to introduce him to the Xiao family, and understanding that he wasn't comfortable with such settings, she didn't persuade him to stay. All right, then have Xiao Jie take you over. Ji Xiaojun got into the car. Xiao Jie knew Bai Lian was in the Shanghai residential complex, so he drove directly to Zier Avenue. Upon seeing Jiangjing University, he didn't slow down. Ji Xiaojun looked at the address Bai Lian had sent on his phone, then raised his head to signal Xiao Jie that there was no need to go further. Stop here is fine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 603, 234 Fermentation, Top Secret, First Update, _1 here. Xiao Jie expressed surprise but still pulled over to stop. Ji Xiaojun got out of the car and thanked Xiao Jie. You can go back, no need to wait for me. He wasn't used to wearing formal attire and also took off his suit jacket, loosened his tie, and walked toward the gate wearing only his shirt. Ji Xiaojun had been to Jiang University with Shun Qing before. At the time, it was the Office of School Affairs that had personally made the call. It had only been a little over 2 months, and although the security guard felt Ji Xian's temperament had changed somewhat, he still recognized him. It's you, he said, giving Ji Xiaojun the green light to go in. Thank you. Ji Xiaojun was about to send a message to Bai Lian, but when he saw the security guard open the school gate, he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out, and offered it to him. I'm here to see my niece. He explained the reason to the guard, said a few words, and then went inside. Bai Lian had said she was at the Statue Plaza, so Ji Xiaojun went straight there to find them. Xiao Jie drove away, and in the rearview mirror he saw Ji Xiaojun chatting happily with the security guard and then handing the guard at Jiang University a cigarette before going in? Since when was Ji Xiaojun so close to the guards at Jiang University? Meanwhile, at Yonghui Garden, the venue for the Su family dinner, not just anyone could go to 29 Tall Street. Those who could deliver gifts to the Su family in person today had at least some political and business dealings with them. Many others only received the address for Yonghui Garden. A middle-aged man was greeting Mrs. Su and several others. Wen Yao, Mrs. Su said with a smile, introducing him to Su Wen Yao. You can just call him second uncle. Su Zhengfei looked at Su Wen Yao and nodded slightly, his tone friendly. Wen Yao, right? I heard from your grandmother you're applying for postgraduate studies. Not bad. He spoke a couple of words with Su Wen Yao, then looked towards Mrs. Zusbach. Didn't you say that both kids in the family did well on the exams? One of them is this year's top scholar? Su Wen took another look at Mrs. Su when he heard her mentioned by Lien. Well, Mrs. Su sighed, the children have encountered some troubles recently. Su Zhiyue had been discharged from the hospital 2 days earlier. Su En had arranged for her to see a psychologist, and although this was an occasion Mrs. Su would have wanted her to attend, there were too many people, so Su En did not let Su Zhiyue come. I see, let's go inside. Su Zhengfei was a bit disappointed. Su Zhengfei led the Su family group into Yonghui Garden. Ji Mulan clutched Su En's hand nervously as she recognized several of the passers-by who she had seen in the news. Yonghui Garden was vast. After crossing nearly 200 meters of the avenue, one could see the resplendent banquet hall ahead, with a large artificial lake nearby. There was a pavilion in the center of the artificial lake with lights glowing inside. As Ji Mulan approached, she saw a black motorbike parked in front of the banquet hall doors, its streamlined model with a helmet hanging on the left side, reflecting a cold gleam under the lights, like a fierce beast lying at the entrance. Su Zhengfei, seeing Ji Mulan and her group looking at the motorbike, whispered, that should be the third young master's ride. Everyone familiar with Su Nanjing knew of the third young master's fondness for bikes. The third young master? Su En and Su Wen Yao, uninterested in the motorbike, took a closer look when they heard it belonged to the third young master of the Su family. Besides him, who else would dare to park their motorbike here? Su Zhengfei also gazed at the vehicle. He took Su Wen Yao and Su En inside. Many had already arrived in the resting area, most of the familiar faces sitting together talking, and they would nod in friendly recognition when they met others. At a grand feast like today's, anyone who could gain access was no ordinary person. Su Zhengfei led Su En's group to the second floor, respectfully knocked on the first door, and bowed slightly. Uncle Lin. The door was opened from the inside, and Uncle Lin, dressed in a black robe, scanned Su En's group. The kid you talked about didn't come? She's not in a good state, Su Zhengfei answered with his head lowered. Uncle Lin nodded slightly, didn't ask further, just reminded Su Zhengfei, the old man is upstairs on the third floor with some important guests. Don't go up. After paying respects to Uncle Lin, Su Zhengfei went back down. The Su family group had no chance to talk and only glanced at the stairs to the third floor as they left. There were a bunch of people guarding the stairway entrance. On the third floor in the lounge. Inside the thick, heavy door. When Elder Chen entered, the Su family's direct lineage was already present. Old Master Su was shaking hands with Chen family's patriarch, Qin Shao. Elder Chen, with your health not being the best, we really appreciate you making the trip here. With a low cough, Qin Shao responded, for such a festive occasion, it's necessary for me to come. Su Jueling and Su Jueming also stood up to greet Elder Chen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 604, 234 Fermentation, Top Secret, First Update, _2, lately, Nanjing and Beixian seem to be up to something, Su Lao, dressed in a tang suit and holding a white jade teacup, remarked as he looked at Su Nanjing sitting idly by his side, peeling sunflower seeds with evident boredom. There's been quite a commotion. All the clubs in Yunshao district were shut down for comprehensive reforms, and a large batch of people from the agency had been replaced, from the top down. It wasn't just online speculation. The commotion was so great that even Su Lao was aware of it. Chen Xiao chuckled. Nanjing is doing quite well. Whenever Su Nanjing was mentioned, Su Lao couldn't hide his satisfaction. Indeed, his abilities surpassed those of his father. As the two of them chatted, Su Jueming, seated below, showed minute changes in his expression. The weighty door to the resting room was flung open. Old Master, young Master Jiang has arrived. At those words, the room fell into an instant hush. Su Nanjing hurriedly stood up and looked towards the door, as Su Lao and Chen Xiao also set down their cups and stood. Su Jueming glanced at his son and daughter, his expression turning even grimmer. He knew that Su Nanjing had a good relationship with Jiang Fulai, but he hadn't expected Jiang Fulai to actually come. Outside the door, several figures slowly walked in. The man in the lead wore a white shirt, a silk-striped tie, and a black suit that was rarely seen outside, which made his face appear even more cold and his gaze icy. Mr. Su, Mr. Chen, sorry for my late arrival. Jiang Fulai looked back and Ming Dongheng stepped forward 2 paces, handing a gift to Su Lao. You've arrived at the perfect time, young Master Jiang, Su Lao said with a smile, his face creased with pleasure. Not until Jiang Fulai had taken a seat next to Su Lao did the others gradually take their seats. Su Jueming approached Jiang Fulai with Su Jini and Su Jin to greet him, young Master Jiang. Jiang Fulai's eyes slightly lifted as he nodded faintly, pride mingled with his chilly demeanor. Today was Su Lao's birthday celebration, and the conversation revolved around light-hearted topics. Jiang Fulai did not join in, simply picking up the teacup by his side, lowering his gaze and gently blowing on it. His appearance was cold and distant, capable of chilling you from several meters away, deterring anyone from asking him anything. The noise in the resting room had quieted down considerably from before. A few minutes later, Jiang Fulai's phone chimed. He took it out and looked down. It was a message from Bai Lian. She was eating in the canteen with Ji Xiaojun, Yang Lin, and others, and sent him a screenshot of a bank balance, 999,662. 9. Jiang Fulai disregarded the account, his slender fingertips tapping on the phone screen, and directly replied, "Is Uncle Ji still there?" His expression seemed noticeably softer. After sitting for a few more minutes, he gripped the phone. He stood up and politely said his goodbyes to the Su family members. Su Lao hadn't expected him to leave so hastily, but in the end he didn't question him, assuming that Jiang Fulai, being a workaholic, must be returning to his lab. They took a private elevator from the 3rd floor to another exit, passing only through areas with security. Once Jiang Fulai had left, Su Jueling remembered the earlier discussion and turned to look at Su Nanjing. What exactly is going on in Yunshao district? I'm not too sure myself. Su Nanjing was actually puzzled as well. Given that Bai Lian was involved, he knew that Jiang Fulai wouldn't let Yu Hongjing and the others get away easily. Su Nanjing anticipated that the situation would be serious. But he had not expected it to be this severe, with a whole new batch of people in Yunshao district replaced from top to bottom. Had things escalated to this level of severity? Not far away, Su Jueming and his party came to a stop at the elevator entrance. Someone respectfully addressed Su Jini, Miss Chen has arrived. Jini, Su Jueming turned his head to glance at his daughter and then returned to his senses. Which Miss Chen? In Jiangjing's circle of well-known ladies, Su Jini was considered the leader, the only girl among the several major families in the area. Su Jini looked at the closing elevator doors. Chen Beixian. Recently, Yu Hongyi's family got her into trouble. I don't know the situation, but they begged me to arrange a meeting with Miss Beixian. Because of Qin Lupang's connections, Su Jueming also knew of Yu Hongyi. Upon hearing this, he said no more. Su Jini then turned around and went downstairs. On the 2nd floor, Yu Hongyi, no longer as haughty as before, stood at the top of the stairs waiting for her. Upon seeing Su Jini, she managed to speak, Mississippi. By Yu Hongyi's side, Qin Lupang, too, showed a dispirited face as he greeted Su Ji. Yu Hongyi wasn't directly involved in the club incidents. However, she was also under investigation, officially cooperating with the probe, with all of her work effectively on hold. Su Jini was well-connected and could get a foothold in any circle. Chen Beixian was in the lounge at the end of the corridor, door wide open. Even in today's context, she was still dressed sharply, one hand crossed over her chest. Her gaze swept past Yu Hongyi and slightly nodded towards Su Jini. Su Jini did not intrude on their conversation. Miss Beixian, Chen Beixian was not Ming Dongheng. She had been on countless battlefields and the fierce aura about her was real. Yu Hongyi, under pressure, spoke up, "I know my brother has offended someone he shouldn't have, but is the demanded penalty not too severe?" Her words implied that she thought the Qin family and Jiang family were deeply involved in her current predicament. By Yu Hongyi's side, Chen Lupang also followed with a nod. "This matter, if it gets out, won't reflect well on that miss by either." Chen Lupang had heard of Bai Lian, a newcomer from Beijing. The Jiang family was also mediating in this matter. As the two mentioned these points, Chen Beixian lowered her crossed arms, hands in pockets, eyeing them. "Do you think that the situation has escalated to this point solely because of the Jiang family or the Qin family?" Yu Hongyi and Chen Lupang bowed their heads and remained silent, implying agreement. Su En and his group didn't have much pedigree. And since Bai Lian was from Beijing and there were no records of them in Jiangjing, who else could be responsible if not the Jiang and Qin families? At this stage, neither the Chen family nor the Jiang family are able to interfere. Chen Beixian looked at the pair. The ones now in charge of the situation belong to the CLA. Ordinary people might not be aware, but the two of you should know, right? The fact that the CLA hasn't conducted a thorough investigation into 3 generations of the Yu family ancestry is already giving face to my grandfather. What? Upon hearing those 3 letters uttered by Chen Beixian, Chen Lupang and Yu Hongyi's expressions drastically changed. CLA, the country's special agency, the highest level of classified institution. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 605, 235 Member of the Ma Institute. Is it my turn? Second update. Undersu, why would they concern themselves with this matter? Chen Lupang's hands were already trembling as he looked at Chen Beixian. It wasn't Zhang Fulai who had an issue, was it? Let alone them. Chen Beixian herself was startled when she found out who took over the case after learning about the incident. She looked at the two of them and said, "Both students are from Jiang University, and you know how protective Jiang University is of its own, right? One of them is this year's top Gaokao scorer from Jiang University, and the other girl, who has already had some drinks, ranks just behind Liang Wuyu as a student. Especially by Lian, she is personally protected by the president of Jiang University this year, basically pre-selected for the Tongfeng class. You've heard about the incident in the snowy mountains more than a decade ago, haven't you? Many professors and academicians died in that incident over a decade ago, and several promising young people from Jiang University were also buried in the snowy mountains. Because of that, scientific research suffered a huge blow, and development came to a halt. It caused a significant shakeup in the scientific community, and since then, the CLA has been specifically assigning people to protect these individuals. Yu Hongyi, with this kind of attention, your brother still dares to commit such an act in Jiangjing. He's essentially challenging the foundation of Jiang University. Now tell me, why wouldn't they deal with this matter?" After saying this, Chen Beixian left and exited the lounge. When Yu Hongyi heard Chen Beixian mention that Bai Lian was this year's top Gaokao scorer, her expression became blank. She had originally thought that the Chen family made such a fuss only because of the suspension incident and Zhang Fulai's involvement. Little did she know there was this underlying reason. "Yu Hongyi, I've really been ruined by you this time," Chen Lupang said, with cold sweat running down his back. Both of them had not come this far easily. Especially Yu Hongyi, who originally moved out from Mingfeng district. Like a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. But now, being targeted by the CLA, the Qin family will no longer be able to use them. Not only that, no matter where they go in the future, they might be under surveillance at any given time. Shanghai apartment. When Jiang Fulai returned, Ji Xiaojun was inspecting the environment in apartment 303. Pu Xiaohan was showing Ji Xiaojun Bai Lian's study. Bai Lian was on the balcony, taking a call from Tang Ming. She leaned against the balcony railing, fiddling with a pot of cabbage seeds that had sprouted, now about 5 centimeters tall. Alien, Tang Ming has just gotten off the plane, making his way to the baggage claim area. Uncle Zhang is also coming with us. Uncle Zhang? Bai Lian paused her fiddling with the cabbage, her pale fingertips gently touching the tender green leaves, squinting her eyes. Is he coming to Jiangjing on a business trip? Everyone in Class 15 knows that Zhang Shi's father is often away on business trips. Once he goes, it is usually for more than half a month. Yeah, we just happened to run into him. It seems he's heading to Xinjiang district. It was noisy on Tang Ming's end as he hurried along. Alien, Ning Xiao and I are going to pick up our luggage first. In the living room, Jiang Fulai saw her on the phone and did not disturb her on the balcony. Xiao Jiang, you're staying next door? After learning that Jiang Fulai was next door, Ji Xiaojun had him show apartment 302. The door was open, and Jiang Fulai led him straight to 302. The floors of 302 were carpeted for convenience. As Jiang He could assemble Legos anywhere, anytime. Jiang He was sitting on the carpet assembling Legos by himself. When someone came in, he even tried to hide the Legos behind him in a futile attempt at concealment. Seeing that it was Ji Xiaojun and Jiang Fulai, he blinked dumbly. He then slowly took out the Legos from behind him again. He had been insistent on staying at Bai Lian's house for the past few days and now remembered that the gift he was making for Bai Lian was not yet completed, so he was working overtime to finish it. For Alien? Ji Xiaojun looked at the stuff on the floor and couldn't help but squat down, rubbing Jiang He's head. Jiang He nodded. Ji Xiaojun talked with Jiang He for a bit, looked around apartment 302, and before leaving, he noticed the piano room in the middle and paused in his steps. In the center of the piano room were 2 gushings, with several simplified music scores scattered on the table behind them. After being educated by Bai Lian, Ji Xiaojun could recognize the notations used by Bai Lian to transcribe music scores, their neat and well-behaved handwriting. That apartment 302 had a piano room was unexpected for Ji Xiaojun. He and Ji Heng had considered finding a teacher for Bai Lian and knew she could play the guzheng but hadn't thought about a piano room. He took a photo and sent it to Ji Heng. After visiting Bai Lian, Ming Dongheng drove Ji Xiaojun back. Mu family residence. By the time Mu Yining returned, it was almost 11 at night. Xiaojun has gotten home, hasn't he? He has. The butler followed behind her and after a moment's hesitation, still spoke up, Miss, I heard some news tonight. What news? The butler pondered. I heard that the incident in Yunshao district is related to CLA. CLA? Having gone through the ordeal with Mu Qiong, Mu Yining knew what organization CLA was. Because of Mu Qiong, the people from CLA had once investigated the Mu family thoroughly. Which professor did they provoke? Mu Yining wondered in amazement. The butler did not find out that much. Mu Yining didn't press further, as the matter, no matter how much commotion it caused, had nothing to do with the Mu family. Her gaze was fixed only on the small yard ahead that was still lit, belonging to the Mu family's patriarch's Jinju garden, where the old man had not emerged all day. As expected, the lights at Jinju garden remained on. Standing still, the butler said, Miss, please go check on the old master. Mu Yining walked to Jinju garden and stopped in front of the curtain to the entrance. From inside came the faint sound of a wooden fish. This sound made Mu Yining recall more than a decade ago when Mu Qiong and the young members of the Mu family were still alive and the old patriarch was still full of vigor, with the Mu family rivaling the Su family. But after the departure of Mu Qiong and the others, the Mu family had fallen from grace. The old patriarch never recovered, living only in the Buddhist hall. Mu Yining spoke softly, Dad? The old patriarch did not speak. I want to hold a ceremony for Xiaojun, to officially hand over the division to him, Mu Yining said. The old patriarch finally responded. His response was casual. Mu Yining looked at the curtain fluttering in the wind and ultimately said nothing more, turning to leave. Outside, the butler, upon seeing Mu Yining's expression, knew that she too had hit a wall. The old master has been hit too hard. I know, it's just… Mu Yining looked towards Jinju Garden, her mind going back to the old patriarch's previous strategic prowess. Now that the Mu family is struggling to survive in the gap, and even Xiao Jun has come back, won't he emerge from seclusion? The old patriarch had once been a figure similar to old Master Qin. If the old master took up his spirit again, the butler looked back and muttered, our Mu family, at least should have someone like young Master Mu Qiong. Alas, to wait for such a person to emerge would take no less than a century. Forget it, Mu Yining no longer wanted to talk about these things. Butler, please give them the gifts tomorrow. Mu Yining had prepared presents for both Ren Wanxian and Bai Lian. The next day, early in the morning, Tang Ming rang the doorbell of 303. He placed his luggage in the corridor. Ning Xiao stood beside him with one hand in his pocket, his eyebrows and eyes cast in a somber light. Jiang Fulai opened the door from inside, glanced at the two men with a relaxed posture and a cold aura. Tang Ming promptly stood up straight, and Ning Xiao withdrew his hand. Jiang bro. The two greeted Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai grunted in acknowledgement and let them in. Tang Ming, who had been chattering nonstop, was finally silent as his gaze fell on Ming Dongheng, who was handling food containers. His eyes lit up. Hello. Pu Xiaohan sat by the table, picking up a soup dumpling and casually waving to the two newcomers. Bai Lian sat next to Pu Xiaohan, resting her wrist on the table with the other hand casually pulling out a pair of chopsticks, her demeanor relaxed. Alien, Tang Ming and Ning Xiao saw Bai Lian, their faces showing subtle excitement. They had finally regrouped. Oh, by the way, Tang Ming remembered something. Uncle Zhang said that the good kid is going to study at Jiangjing Affiliated Middle School. Can his school record be transferred? Pu Xiaohan opened her mouth in surprise. And is he up for it? Tang Ming didn't know how well Zhang Xiai's had been doing in his studies. He glanced at Jiang Fulai, who was sitting on the sofa flipping through a magazine, and didn't dare to ask him. Not sure. Tang Ming thought about what Zhang Shi's dad had said and also felt it strange. He instinctively lowered his voice. Qi Lu said he might even need to go back to Xiangqing to keep a close watch on the kid at school. Yet Zhang's dad said his son's record had been transferred to Jiangjing. Bai Lian didn't pay attention to their conversation, as she wasn't well-versed in school registration matters and didn't think it was odd that Zhang Xiai's, a student who had struggled academically, could now study at an affiliated middle school. In her eyes, Zhang Xiai's was okay. Her phone rang beside her, and she glanced down to see it was a call from Scholar Ma. After finishing her dumpling, she answered the phone. On the other end, Scholar Ma didn't wait for her to speak, preemptively lamenting, "Bye student, are you still busy? Don't you plan to come see my research institute? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 606, 236 Little Junior Sister, Birthday Guest _1 Academician Ma was usually busy with work, and although he no longer mentored students, some postdocs would still seek him out for advice on general directions, even though they often couldn't find him. He also had to attend evaluations, forums, academic conferences, and many issues within the team required consultation with him. Bai Lian had been in Jiangjing for quite a while, but he hadn't found the time to see her, just waiting for her to come over. However, as soon as Bai Lian arrived, she joined Su Wenyao and Chen Hong in participating in mathematical modeling, and then there was Su Ziyu's business, so she also didn't find the time. "I'm free these next few days," Bai Lian put down her chopsticks. "These few days?" On the other end of the phone, Academician Ma picked up his laptop. "Then how about today? I will be at the institute, just come here, I will give you the address." The two hung up the phone, and Academician Ma sent the address to Bai Lian. Bai Lian looked down at the address, the Quantum Information Research Institute. After eating, Pu Xiaohan asked Tang Ming and the other, "Where do you guys live?" When she came to Jiangjing, Pu's mother also wanted to come with her, but after learning from Ji Heng that Pu Xiaohan was living with Bai Lian, Pu's father and mother were no longer worried. their family inexplicably trusted Bai Lian. Ning Xiao put down his book, always one to get straight to the point. Upstairs. Upstairs? Pu Xiaohan looked up. On the 5th floor, his uncle seems to have given him an apartment, 501. Tang Ming only found out about this when he got up from the hotel this morning. Pu Xiaohan was surprised. The entire class 15 were ordinary students, and Ning Xiao was usually not much of a talker. His clothing, just like Yang Lin's, was always just the school uniform, and everyone thought his family was not very well off. Now his uncle had given Ning Xiao an apartment? Bai Lian was just renting. Ning Xiao a gift? While everyone was talking, Ming Donghen couldn't help but glance at Ning Xiao. He lived in 301, which was given to him by Jiang Fulai. Shanghai apartment wasn't a high-end complex, but it was still a school district house, and the price was not low. Ming Donghen couldn't afford it for the time being. That was fine. Did he pay for Social Security? Ming Donghen looked at Ning Xiao, falling into doubt. The Quantum Information Research Institute was close to the Science Museum. It was a bit far from Jiang University. In the 11th floor conference room, academician Ma, who was sitting in the front listening to a report, glanced at his phone. It was almost time. He stood up, pressing down on the table. That will be all for today's morning meeting. He was wearing a checked t-shirt, his hair not neatly combed, and a pair of large glasses sat on his nose. He stood up, holding the report. The young teachers in the team gathered their belongings. Noticing that academician Ma had left early, some hurriedly followed. Researchers and professors met along the way were particularly excited to greet academician Ma. Academician Ma mostly conducted research with his own team and now didn't mentor students. He had almost vanished from sight, mostly seen in news ceremonies for some awards. Academician Ma, the assistant caught up with him. Director Huang asked me to inquire if you would be taking the undergraduate course this year. The assistant professor wondered internally as he spoke. Academician Ma rarely taught undergraduate courses, only when he was covering for other professors. What was Professor Huang thinking? No. Academician Ma stretched out his hand to open the door to his office, stopped mid-sentence, and suddenly remembered something. The large class in Tongfeng, topological quantum computing. The assistant followed behind academician Ma. You're taking topological quantum computing? It's not certain yet. Academician Ma stood at the door, not going in, but tilted his head slightly. Go to the entrance and fetch someone for me, a girl. Her name is Bai Lian. As he spoke, academician Ma gave out a number. The assistant took note and, seeing there were no further instructions from academician Ma, went down to meet the person. As soon as he reached the ground floor, he dialed Bai Lian's number. The number displayed was not from Jiangjing, but from Xiangqing. Hello, Miss Bai, where have you reached? Academician Ma asked me to wait for you at the entrance. The assistant spoke while looking toward the door. From the phone, a girl's voice responded, I'll be there in a minute. A lazy and clear voice. She sounded young, perhaps around the age of a first-year university student. The assistant initially thought the person academician Ma asked him to meet would be a professor around his age. He did not expect her voice to sound so young. All right, I'm in a black tracksuit, waiting for you at the entrance. The assistant hung up and started to ponder the identity of this young woman. Before the minute was up, he saw a girl in a tie-dyed off-white linen dress, loose and lazy, with a belt in the same color casually tied around her waist. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 607, 236 Little Junior Sister, Birthday Guest _2 Atop her head was a simple and old-fashioned wooden hairpin. Her fair skin was bathed in sunlight, creating a distinctly luminous effect. Both her temperament and appearance stood out notably. Just when the assistant was wondering if she might be a celebrity, the girl stopped in front of him. With her long eyelashes casting a shadow, she politely asked, Are you the assistant to academician Ma? Yes, I am. The sunlight was blinding, and the assistant, overwhelmed by her stunning face, came back to his senses and turned to lead Bai Lian upstairs. Academician Ma is waiting for you on the 11th floor. The 11th floor. Academician Ma poured Bai Lian a cup of water using a disposable cup. His computer was on, and Bai Lian, sitting in front of his computer, was opening a file. This is the team's new research proposal, adjusting the global entanglement gate. Bai Lian's interest peaked instantly, and she raised her languid brows slightly. Quantum benchmark testing? She understood immediately. No one dislikes a clever student. Academician Ma stood beside her, took a sip of water and said, "Right, the team's work. The paper will be published next week, they'll send it to you then." "Are you going to test for the Tong Feng class?" He suddenly remembered something. "Yes." Bai Lian nodded as she looked at the file. After placing down his disposable cup, Academician Ma felt considerably cheered and told the assistant to take over the class for him. Then he spoke in a gentle tone. "Take your time, there's no rush. I will take you down to the lab this afternoon to have a look. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask." The assistant, who had been listening to their conversation, finally let out a breath and cast a deep glance at Bai Lian. Lunchtime. In the institute's cafeteria, someone holding chopsticks asked Academician Ma's assistant, "Teacher Yun, why did Academician Ma suddenly come to the institute today?" The current quantum trio was the center of attention, with many people keeping tabs on their movements. Assistant Yun, holding his own meal plate, thought to himself, "What's this? He's going to the Tong Feng class to teach undergraduate new students about topological physics later. That news is even more explosive. There are only so many on Academician Ma's team, and he only mentors a few students, each a titan in their field. The last person he mentored was Director Huang." Assistant Yun knew that the scientific community in China didn't lack talent. It lacked first-rate top-notch talent. Academician Ma had always preferred to lack for quality rather than compromise for quantity. He hadn't taken on any students in recent years, leading most to assume he wouldn't take on any more disciples. If he really were to take on another student at this time, that would mean a little junior sister to a group of titans. He could already feel the immense pressure in advance. August 7th, Jiangjing Mingfeng Airport. The flight from Beijing landed, and Director Chen, along with Ji Heng, got off the plane. He took Ji Heng to the baggage claim area and, while waiting for Ji Heng's luggage, asked, "Uncle Ji, are you going fishing tomorrow? I haven't seen Brother Ji in a long time, and I wonder if he's been busy lately." Director Chen had been busy with the handover in Xiangqing and preparing election materials in Jiangjing. He hardly had any spare time. Thus, his fishing outings with Ji Heng were scarce. Now that he had just returned to Jiangjing and was not busy, he planned to invite Ji Xiaojun and Ji Heng to go fishing. Ji Heng still had his tobacco pipe in hand. He had a strong addiction to smoking but refrained from lighting up in the airport, as he didn't have a lighter on him. His gaze was fixed on the luggage carousel. "I can't tomorrow, it's Alien's birthday. Let's go in a couple of days." Ji Heng had timed his visit to arrive in Jiangjing the day before Bai Lian's birthday. "Bai Miss has a birthday tomorrow?" Director Chen just learned about this. He pondered what gift to prepare for Bai Lian, considering the tight schedule. Ji Heng hadn't told Bai Lian about his trip to Jiangjing. In the parking lot, Ji Xiaojun and Shun Qin came to pick up Ji Heng. In the car, Ji Xiaojun discussed with Ji Heng about Bai Lian's birthday. "Xiaohan is also in Jiangjing now, it'll be lively with classmates around." This was also the first time for Ji Xiaojun and the others to celebrate Bai Lian's birthday. Ji Xian's apartment complex. The building's butler came looking for Ji Xiaojun and Shun Qin but came up empty-handed. Inside the house, Ren Wanxian received the gift. What Mu Yining had given her was a bag, and even without unwrapping it, she knew it was a limited edition that couldn't be ordered without being a premium member. Ren Wanxian hugged the gift box and honestly said, "Auntie and the others went to book a hotel." "Hotel?" The butler looked over with interest. Ren Wanxian said, "It's Bai Lian's birthday, isn't it?" She barely spoke with Ji Xiaojun, and Ji Xiaojun rarely initiated conversations with her, so she didn't know much. Hearing this, the butler didn't ask further, just shook his head. When he comes back, tell him to hand over the documents to the young lady as soon as possible. He still needs to be serious during this time." "Okay." Ren Wanxian saw the butler out. Ren Wanxian lived upstairs. Since coming to Jiangjing, she had made a wide circle of friends and was hardly ever seen. Only after Ji Xiaojun returned did she go downstairs to convey the butler's message. The moment she opened the door and saw Ji Heng sitting on the sofa, Ren Wanxian was stunned. She had no idea that Ji Heng was going to be there today. She lowered her eyes and approached. "Grandpa." Ji Heng placed his tobacco pipe on the coffee table and grunted a response, not one for many words. Ren Wanxian saw Ji Xiaojun and Shun Qing cooking in the kitchen. Despite the range hood, the kitchen was filled with smoke, so she stood at the door. "The butler said you should hand in the documents early." "Okay," Ji Xiaojun replied in a deep voice, carrying out a plate of food. His demeanor was cool and stern. However, it was Shun Qing who sheepishly smiled at Ren Wanxian. "Alien's birthday is tomorrow. Are you coming, Wanxian?" "Bai Lian's birthday?" Ren Wanxian held her phone, shaking her head unconsciously. "I have plans with someone tomorrow, that night, at Shanghai apartment." 302. When Jiang Fulai opened the door, he saw Jiang He sitting by the sofa, with the small lamp on. Jiang He had finally finished his busy work and was sitting on the carpet drawing. Jiang Fulai put the keys aside, turned on the overhead light, and glanced up to see the door to the middle room also open. Bai Lian was lazily sitting beside the Guzheng, one hand propping up her chin, the other holding a pen, her legs crossed, her eyes and brows exuding a casual air. Upon seeing Jiang Fulai return, she lazily lifted her head in a perfunctory greeting. "Why so listless?" Jiang Fulai turned on the lights in the music room as well and walked to the window to open the soundproof windows. A breeze came in, lifting the white papers beside her. Jiang Fulai lowered his gaze, his long lashes casting a shadow as he noticed the balled-up sheets of paper next to her. He bent down to pick them up, his well-defined fingers smoothing out the crumpled sheets. It was a simplified score. He gathered and flattened all the papers, then approached her, lowered his head to take the black pen from her hand, and guided her hand, his pale eyes intent. "Let's go eat first." His fingers were always cool to the touch, even in summer. On his fingertips was a thin layer of callus. Bai Lian looked up at him, briefly startled, before responding, "Oh." 303. When Bai Lian came over, Pu Xiaohan was lying on the sofa, on the phone with Dean Jian. Dean Jian was talking to her about a new video. Pu Xiaohan switched the TV to another channel, lowering her voice. "The day after tomorrow then. I'm celebrating Alien's birthday tomorrow." Jiang Fulai stood with one hand in his pocket, following behind Bai Lian, his figure tall and proud, his presence noble and aloof. He pondered for a moment, then took out his phone and sent a message to Academician Ma at a leisurely pace. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 608, 237 Sijing Club. What kind of people have come to Jiangjing? Second update, _1 Jiang Fulai sent the message, then put his phone back into his pocket. The phone vibrated several times, but he did not look at it immediately. When Ming Dongheng saw Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai come in, he took the dinner that was in the thermal box out again. Pu Xiaohan glanced at Jiang Fulai coming in from the corner of her eye, then climbed up from the sofa, sat up straight, and spoke softly to Dean Jian. Only Bai Lian, Jiang Fulai, and Jiang He hadn't eaten yet. Jiang Fulai lowered his eyes to the table where the food was laid out. The dishes were freshly heated and still steaming. Bai Lian sat down on the chair, picked up her chopsticks with a casual air, and seeing him still standing there, she couldn't help but raise her head. "Aren't you eating?" By her side, Jiang He took a sip of water from his bok choy cup, then looked up and blinked. Jiang Fulai came to his senses. He sat down next to Bai Lian. "Eat." The next day, the 8th of August. Bai Lian woke up very early, changed out of her pajamas, and put on a sports shirt. The phone rang and she answered it, turned on the loudspeaker, and casually set the phone aside. She bent down to open the bedside cabinet and took out 6 large blocks of iridium. "Sister," it was Xiaoqi on the phone, his voice polite. "Hall Master Jean has arrived, and there's also a Mr. Su." She slowly tied the iridium onto her limbs with red ribbons, which made her wrists even whiter, and the red gems on them sparkled brilliantly. That's Soo-hee, you coordinate with Hall Master Jean to make arrangements for him. She had now built up her physical strength, and aside from her morning exercises, she would usually remove the iridium. Xiaoqi knew her daily schedule and had called her on time. The location should be in Guangyuan District. Hall Master Jean said they are waiting for notification from above. Okay. After finishing the call, she picked up her Bluetooth headset and opened the door to her room. She looked down. Jiang He was bending down and pushing a large gift box towards her door, which was 1 meter away from her. The blue gift box was square, with a length of 80 centimeters, and he had a hard time holding it and did not want anyone to help. Ming Dongheng, with an expressionless face, followed behind him. Seeing Bai Lian come out before he had finished placing the gift, Jiang He lowered his head, and a cracked expression appeared on his delicate little face. Bai Lian hesitated for a moment as she looked at the butterfly not on the blue gift box. She vaguely remembered, today was the 8th of August. It was also the 2nd day of the 7th lunar month. Her birthday. For me. She crouched in front of Jiang He, looking up at him. Jiang He let go, his dark eyes met hers, and he spoke sulkily, yeah. He had gotten up particularly early today, intending to place the gift at her door before she came out. His keen sense of numbers had allowed him to guess everything, but the only thing he hadn't anticipated was his own physique. It wasn't enough to lift the gift box. Thank you. Bai Lian patted his head, crouched in front of him, and opened the gift box. As she expected, inside was a piece of assembled Lego. It was the scene from the first time she met Jiang He, with a water wheel in the back, a bus stop in front, and further ahead, a black car. A massive project. She easily picked up the Lego and placed it on the bookshelf in her study. Bai Lian lifted it as if it were weightless, as though she was handling a mere feather, and Jiang He looked up at her, opened his mouth, and had the expression of someone watching a horror movie. Behind him, Ming Dongheng folded his arms and looked down at Jiang He's expression, his lips twitching. At noon, in the study, Bai Lian propped her hand on the computer screen, her eyebrows and eyes drooping, while her other hand controlled the printing of documents on the screen. On her computer's WeChat page, messages from Hewen kept coming. Hewen, a study of topology, one of light quantum. Hewen, haven't you finished reading them yet? Hewen, Bai Lian extended 2 fingers, unhurriedly typing out one word, no, blunt. Jiang He sat on a stool next to her, holding a game console, swinging his legs as he played. Pu Xiaohan and Tang Ming had left the apartment early in the morning. After the documents were printed, Bai Lian reached out to close Hewen's chat window, but at that moment, her phone rang. It was Jiang Fulai, his voice lacking its usual coolness as it came across the electromagnetic waves. I'll be back in half an hour. Bai Lian was looking for a stapler, methodically stapling the documents together. Okay. What are you doing? Jiang Fulai heard the sound of the printer through the phone. Hewen has 2 documents. Bai Lian pressed down on the stapler with 2 fingers, her tone casual. I just printed them out, look at them tomorrow. Jiang Fulai's voice became a few degrees colder. 2 documents? What's the problem? Bai Lian raised her eyebrows. Nothing. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Fulai tapped the wooden box in his hand with an air of nonchalance, his face cool and detached. He didn't continue to discuss the issue of the 2 documents with her. I'll come over. He hung up the phone, his gaze fixed on a small garden ahead. Let's go. Behind him was a long corridor with carved railings. By his side, a middle-aged man was bowing his head respectfully. Yes. Hewen, who was looking at data in the lab, suddenly sneezed. The person next to him glanced at the air conditioning temperature, and though he didn't think it was high, he still offered, "I'll have someone turn up the heat a bit." Yunshao district had been cracking down for over half a month. Most clubs and major bars hadn't recovered, the unaffected ones were only a few. Among them were Qinglong Bar and Xijing Club. There were many rumors about the backgrounds of these 2, and most people knew they were no simple matter. Xijing Club. Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai arrived with Jiang He. A manager was waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing the 2, He hurriedly stepped forward to greet them. "Young Master Jiang, Miss Bai, the third master is already waiting for you at the top floor." He bent at a 90-degree angle, not daring to look directly at Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai. But as he bowed, he saw Jiang He being led by Bai Lian. The manager quickly flashed a friendly smile at Jiang He. Jiang He saw him bending his back 90 degrees. Xijing Club was only open for Bai Lian and her group today. The manager didn't recognize Bai Lian. But he knew exactly what kind of person this young Master Jiang was. He respectfully led them to the internal elevator and glanced at the girl by Jiang Fulai's side using his peripheral vision, wanting to remember her face. Just catching a glimpse of her loosely tied-up dark hair and feeling the faint pressure emanating from the person next to her, the manager was alarmed, swiftly averted his gaze, and only after the oppressive sensation on his body had dissipated did he cautiously wipe the sweat from his own forehead. The rumors indeed had not deceived him. In the top-floor private room, Pu Xiaohan and Tang Ming had arrived early to decorate the room. Pu Xiaohan held streamers, directing Su Third Master and Ning Xiao. "Master Su, lower the bit, scholar, shift your R to the left a bit, right, just like that." Not far away, several core attendants were bringing in the items they needed. The core staff of Xijing Club were all too familiar with Su Third Master. Currently, as they watched Su Nanjing being instructed by a girl, they couldn't help but glance in that direction. Pu Xiaohan and Ning Xiao were unfamiliar faces, completely distinct from the well-known young masters and misses they were acquainted with. Who exactly were they? And they were commanding Su Third Master like this? The attendants set down their items and left with their heads lowered, just as they saw the manager personally escorting a few people over. "Young Master Jiang, Miss Bai, this is the place." The manager personally opened the door, letting Bai Lian and her group enter. The attendants beside him kept their heads down, not daring to look around. Before the door closed, they thought they heard the voice of Master Su. "Alien, my dear sister." Once the door was shut, the attendants looked up at the manager. "Manager, who are they?" The manager himself couldn't fathom the identities of these people. He just instructed, "Attend to them carefully, remember their names and faces." He lowered his head to retrieve a pager, sending out a message. Then, turning back to look at the private room, the past 2 months had not been peaceful, with several crackdowns that left him quivering with fear. And now, what kind of people had come to Jiangjing? Inside the private room, Pu Xiaohan pulled Bai Lian to take photos, and seeing there was nothing left for him to do, Su Nanjing walked over to Jiang Fulai's side, poured himself a glass of wine, and lazily swirled his glass. "Alien, are there still a few guests coming?" He had prepared a gift for everyone who came today. Her uncle, aunt, and grandfather. Jiang Fulai stood aside, his gaze on Bai Lian's direction, his tone indifferent. "There should also be a teacher coming." Uncle, aunt, grandfather? Su Nanjing was surprised. He knew Bai Lian's grandfather, who lived on Purist Street, but now he had come to Jiangjing? "Xiaoqi and brother Mao haven't arrived yet," Tang Ming added as he moved a stool over. "Xiaoqi, brother Mao?" Su Nanjing had thought Bai Lian only had a few friends like Tang Ming in Jiangjing, but now who were these two, Xiaoqi and brother Mao? He was pondering this when the door to the private room was again respectfully opened by the manager. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 609. Ji Heng arrived in 238, a gift from the Ma Institute scholar. First update, _1 The manager respectfully led Xiao Bingwen inside. He had just gone downstairs to prepare the cake and, upon entering, immediately saw Jiang Fulai's face, blurred by the lighting. The relaxed smile on his face vanished. "Mr. Jiang." He greeted Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai lazily tilted his head, displaying an air of indolence. His pale eyes briefly swept over Xiao Bingwen. The usually imposing phoenix eyes were much softer today. He gave a slight nod to Xiao Bingwen and then continued to watch Bai Lian being photographed. Xiao Bingwen tensed up, not daring to look around anymore. He just sat next to Su Nanjing and asked in a low voice, "Why are they all in Jiangjing?" Xiao Bingwen was asking about Pu Xiaohan and her friends. They all got into schools in Jiangjing. Su Nanjing heard from Pu Xiaohan, who said she was accepted into Media University. How come they all study so well? Xiao Bingwen was astonished. The Su family had recently been busy with the old master's birthday. Xiao Bingwen hadn't had a break with all the recent collaborative cases. He was only able to take some time off today to help plan for Bai Lian's birthday. The two were still talking. Jiang Fulai glanced at his phone beside them. Ji Xiaojun texted that they had arrived. He switched off his phone and opened the door to go out. Su Nanjing also stood up and said quietly, "It seems Alien's grandfather has arrived." As soon as Jiang Fulai stepped out, Xiao Bingwen let out a sigh of relief and also stood up, looking toward the door of the private room. Miss Bei's grandfather, huh? It wasn't long before the door to the private room opened again. A group of people came in from outside. Leading the way were two elderly men, one with a hand behind his back, the other carrying a smoking pipe, chatting together as they walked in. Behind them followed the composed Ji Xiaojun, as well as Shen Qing, who barely dared look around. Jiang Fulai was speaking to the manager with his head down. Su Nanjing watched Ji Heng, then turned his eyes to Ding Jian, who seemed to be having a delightful conversation with Ji Heng. It took him a moment to recognize them. He knew Ding Jian. His mother had barely managed to set it up through old Master Qin, and eventually, Bai Lian knew him personally. A representative of traditional Chinese music. So the man next to him must be Bai Lian's grandfather, right? How come he seemed so familiar with Ding Jian? The two chatted and laughed as if they were kindred spirits, resonating like a high mountain stream meets an understanding friend. It was not until they approached that Su Nanjing came to his senses. He set down his wine glass. "Ding Jian, Grandfather Ji, Uncle Ji, Auntie, hello, I'm Su Nanjing." The lights in the private room were bright enough. Bai Lian, who had been coordinating with Jiang He for Pu Xiaohan to take pictures, also seemed to notice something and looked over, immediately spotting Ji Heng and Shen Qing among the group. She had left Xiangqing at the end of June and hadn't seen Ji Heng for a month and a half. Their communication was mostly through video calls. They had a call just the night before, and Ji Heng was still at the familiar courtyard. She didn't expect to see him in Jiangjing today. Bai Lian stood up. "Grandfather?" At her call of grandfather, Pu Xiaohan turned around in surprise, and upon seeing Ji Heng she immediately dropped her camera and ran over excitedly. "Grandfather, grandfather, how come you're here?" "Yes." Ji Heng, always serious, allowed a rare smile to cross his face. He greeted Pu Xiaohan and then turned to look at Bai Lian. She hadn't lost weight, and she looked well. He nodded his head. Lastly, he looked down at Jiang He beside Bai Lian and smiled again. "You've grown taller." Tang Ming and Ning Xiao, after not seeing Ding Jian and Ji Heng for some time, greeted, "Grandfather, Ding Jian." Compared to the more reserved Bai Lian, the sunny and outspoken Pu Xiaohan hugged Ji Heng's unoccupied arm. "Grandfather, how long will you stay this time? Do I have a chance to get the Warring States robe now?" "The Warring States robe?" Ji Heng looked at her with some interest. "I want to make a video with Ding Jian, and we need the Warring States robe," Pu Xiaohan explained. "I've been unable to find what I want online." As she spoke, Ding Jian added from the side, "That's right." The group gathered and casually started chatting. Next to Su Nanjing, Xiao Bingwen finally snapped out of it. He didn't recognize Ji Heng but, "Nanjing," he said, looking at the senior, whose back was to him, with a dignified stance and an artistic aura about him, commanding respect without anger. "That's Ding Jian, right?" He was acquainted with Leng Shuhe, and, naturally, he knew of Ding Jian. His impression was that even Leng Shuhe faced a strict attitude from Ding Jian. Ding Jian had very high expectations for his students, and although the 3 students were carefully selected by him, he was not entirely satisfied and remained impartial. Aside from attending classes, his disciples could not dream of inviting Ding Jian to a meal. What was he doing here today? Yes, Su Nanjing had met Ding Jian before and was not surprised. What puzzled him was why people like Ji Heng and Pu Xiaohan seemed to be so familiar with Ding Jian. Alien plays the guzheng well. She and Ding Jian have a friendship transcending age differences. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 610. Ji Heng arrived in 238, a gift from the Ma Institute scholar. First update, _2 Xiao Bingwen was truly astonished now. An intergenerational friendship? Does Bai Lian play the guzheng that well? He couldn't resist looking toward Bai Lian as well as the few people beside her. Pu Xiaohan put down the camera and brought up the fact that Ji Heng was going to stay here for a long time. So you're going to be residing here frequently? He'll be living here for a while. Ji Heng set down the pipe in his hand. Several people sat down around the coffee table. Xiao Bingwen sat next to Su Nanjing, opposite to him was the director of the institute, and Jiang Fulai was also there. He felt as if sitting on pins and needles, in contrast to Pu Xiaohan and Ning Xiao's group, who all seemed more at ease than he was. Calling Jiang Fulai, Brother Jiang, and the institute director, Grandpa Jin. Even if he talked about this, it would be hard for people in the circle to believe it. Outside the private room, the manager brought 2 more people in. One blonde, one redhead. Quite a lively scene. As soon as Pu Xiaohan looked up, she saw Mao Kuan and Xiaowu. Brother Mao, you guys are a bit late. Did Xiaoqi not come? She looked back but didn't see Zioki's figure. Su Nanjing set down his wine glass and recognized the blonde in the middle at a glance. It was the spirited youth he had briefly seen before at the intersection of Purist Street. How could this person also be in Jiangjing? Ah, Hall Master Jean has arrived. He is settling in those masters. Mao Kuan, wearing slippers, greeted by Lien and Ji Heng casually. Grandpa, sister. Mao Kuan often fought over washing dishes with Director Chen. Ji Heng had a deep impression of him. In his eyes, these were all lively juniors. Are you working in Jiangjing now too? Ji Heng invited Mao Kuan to sit down quickly. The moment he arrived in Jiangjing, it was so lively, with the children's chattering voices all around. Ji Heng's smile was very evident. When Director Chen brought his decades-old wine collection over, a group of people were already sitting together in high spirits. His status nowadays had improved a lot, and after his return this time, being promoted to the top position in Yunxiao district wouldn't be a problem. Of course, Director Chen had also caught the right moment. Yunxiao district was cracking down hard this time, and there had been a thorough change from the top down. With his achievements and reporting back at this time, it was just right to take over the position at the top. Xiao Bingwen certainly knew his father now wanted to stand by his team. He quickly stood up and greeted Director Chen politely. Director Chen. Director Chen nodded at Xiao Bingwen, and after greeting Jiang Fulai, Ji Heng, Bai Lian and the others, he said to Ji Heng, Uncle Ji, we too should really have a good drink today. It had indeed been a long time since they last met. The group had a lot to talk about. To Bai Lian's left was Jiang He, to her right was Jiang Fulai, and next to Jiang He was Xin Qing, who was peeling shrimp for Bai Lian and Jiang He. They want me in charge of the branch office. Ji Xiaojun sat next to Xin Qing, telling Ji Heng about the recent developments. Holding his wine glass, Ji Heng nodded upon hearing this. It should indeed be yours. Ji Xiaojun poured some wine. They want to hold an ancestry rite. After taking Ji Xiaojun out for a spin last time, most people in the circle were aware of Ji Xian's existence. What rite? Director Chen was always very keen on matters concerning Bai Lian's family. When he heard Ji Xiaojun speak, he looked up immediately. It's not certain. Ji Xiaojun looked at Director Chen. I'll let you know when it's confirmed. He spoke briefly, and the conversation shifted back to fishing. The institute director, on the other hand, was discussing the guzheng with Bai Lian. I think you can play desert. Bai Lian held her chopsticks, her brows and eyes lazy. I can't practice it. I can't evoke that kind of feeling. She. Dean Jian didn't understand who Bai Lian was referring to with she, just offering a cliché. Look at how high you set the bar for yourself. You're really suited for our ancient zither faction. Don't you really plan to take over? Bai Lian remained silent. Across from Dean Jian, Xiao Bingwen simply couldn't hold back. Take over as the leader of the ancient zither community? How gifted must Bai Lian be? As they spoke, next to Ning Xiao, Jiang Fulai also put down his chopsticks. bowed his head and asked Ning Xiao and Tang Ming in a low voice, "Have you guys signed the contract?" The tone always conveyed a casual sense of detachment. "Signed with the physics department," Ning Xiao replied. Jiang Fulai nodded slightly, his wrist resting on the glass table, his pale fingertips tapping the table absent-mindedly. The sound wasn't loud, but it made Ning Xiao and Tang Ming feel tense. After a long while, Jiang Fulai spoke. "You guys know about Jiang University's Tongfeng class, right?" Tang Ming was not very clear, but Ning Xiao, having been in the provincial team, had heard of it. Smart as he was, as soon as Jiang Fulai mentioned it, he understood the young master's meaning. "Jiang brother, are you saying yes?" Jiang Fulai stopped tapping, his voice as light as the breeze and the clouds. "I collected last year's questions for you last night. You guys will work on them tomorrow." Although it was summer vacation, Tang Ming and Ning Xiao hadn't stopped doing practice problems. While Bai Lian was soaking up in the library in Jiangjing, the two had already climbed the overall ranking ladder in Xiangqing. For them, doing practice problems had become the norm. Xijing Club was a lively place, and Su Nanjing had wanted to invite more people to warm up the scene, but Jiang Fulai said the Ji family didn't like it too rowdy, so Su Nanjing didn't invite anyone, not even Gao Yan, only bringing her gift. During a lull in the excitement, Xiao Bingwen quietly left and, with the manager, rolled the cake inside. A 4-layer cake. It was adorned with delicate, lifelike thin rose petals as well. The lights were turned off, leaving only the candlelight from the cake shining. Bai Lian stood in front of the cake, the candlelight blurring her features as she looked at the cake, with the voices of Pu Xiaohan and Tang Ming among others in her ears. Jiang Fulai was opposite her, silently watching her through the flame. Since she came to Xiangqing, met Jiang He. Lived on Purist Street. Then changed her household registration, staying in class 15. After coming to Xiangqing, all these people were still around her, not one less, except for Zhang Xiai's. Everything felt like glimpsing flowers on horseback. Meanwhile, downstairs, Assistant Yun parked the car, turning to look at Ma Institute in the back seat. "Ma Institute, is this the place?" As he asked, Assistant Yun looked at Xijing Club's level 9 staircase. Although he enjoyed accompanying Ma Institute in academic lectures for coffee breaks, he had never seen such a scene. Always in Chang'an District, but with the recent turmoil in Yunshao District, Assistant Yun had also heard about it. Ma Institute had just finished being busy, used to leaving the Research Institute at 11 or 12 in the evening as a routine. He also left the Research Institute early today. "This is the place." Ma Institute's gaze lingered on Xijing Club's building, then lowered to the address Jiang Fulai gave him, confirming it before telling Assistant Yun, "Wait for me here, I'll just deliver something and be right back." He picked up the slightly old-fashioned black notebook and a USB drive placed beside him and got out of the car. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 611, 239 Heritage, Gifts, National Top Scholars Grandeur, Part 2, _1 from the driver's seat, Assistant Yun watched as Academician Ma ascended the splendid golden steps. His gaze indeed fell on the notebook that Academician Ma carried in his hand. He had been following closely as an assistant professor alongside Academician Ma for quite some time. Academician Ma always carried that notebook with him, and although the assistant professor didn't know what the USB drive was, the notebook must represent the culmination of Academician Ma's work to date. Although the code numbers used were excessive, there was no doubt they were of a confidential level. At the entrance, the manager respectfully assisted the elderly man upstairs. As he turned, he seemed to catch a glimpse of infrared light on the steps. He paused momentarily, looked again, but it had disappeared. Today, the Xijing Club was very quiet. The top floor. When Academician Ma arrived, Bai Lian had just blown out the candles, and Pu Xiaohan had turned on the main lights. Since Academician Ma couldn't stay long, he didn't go inside. He looked at the people in the room, his gaze sweeping past Jiang Fulai and Su Nanjing, waiting at the door for Bai Lian to come out. Xiao Bingwen was quietly discussing with Su Nanjing why Director Chen was so respectful towards that blonde. Before they could finish their discussion, the manager opened the door again. "Miss Bai, is there another guest yet to arrive?" Xiao Bingwen asked as he turned his head, only to see Academician Ma standing outside the door, his hair as unkempt as ever, holding a notebook in his hand. Academician Ma, an international authority on quantum physics. Laboratories abroad had violated countless regulations for him, yet they couldn't persuade him to join them. A living fossil of the physics department. Xiao Bingwen had only seen him at lectures or in university physics textbooks. Now here he was at Xijing. Xiao Bingwen blinked. By his side, Su Nanjing, who had met Shun Yu, was more composed than Xiao Bingwen, though her inner questions were mounting, involving President Jian Zhongyou and Dean Shu. And now Academician Ma had shown up? Bai Lian was equally surprised. Academician Ma was typically unconcerned with worldly affairs. His circle was simple, consisting only of physics, with no regard for other social interactions. What was he doing here? She glanced at Jiang Fulai, who stood up first. Bai Lian then murmured to Ji Heng that she would go out with Jiang Fulai. Academician Ma. Bai Lian approached the entrance. "Why have you come?" Jiang Fulai lazily followed behind Bai Lian. Academician Ma hadn't intended to come, but Jiang Fulai had mentioned that this year was particularly significant for her. "I heard it's your birthday," Academician Ma said, observing the quiet surroundings, free from any disturbance. "This place is quite suitable for reading and research." Bai Lian looked around. Normally, it wouldn't be so quiet here. "Have you read through the algorithms?" Academician Ma didn't dwell on the environment. He routinely asked Bai Lian a few questions, which she answered one by one, each with her own insights. It was evident that she had studied them seriously after returning. Such top-tier geniuses were too rare in the country. Academician Ma had finally found one, entirely to his liking, who had not yet plunged headlong into the abyss of dark matter like Jiang Fulai had. He looked at Bai Lian as if seeing the near future, his voice becoming gentler. "These are some insights I've had since I started in this field, as well as the USB drive. It contains data I've stored. Take your time to go through it during your university days." Academician Ma handed over the notebook and USB drive to Bai Lian. "This?" Bai Lian lowered her eyelashes, looking at the notebook and USB drive. "Take them with confidence," Academician Ma said, looking at her and clearing his throat. "If this year is your starting point, then I hope you will carry our dreams to the mountaintop, and you will find the answers along the way." The corridor lighting in the club was not bright. Bai Lian looked at Academician Ma, whose eyes were cloudy yet warm. She had realized at their first meeting that Academician Ma was not in the best of health. But when she was about to leave Jiangjing, Academician Ma still came to see her off. "Thank you, sir." Bai Lian accepted the notebook. Always holding her teachers in high esteem, she observed the traditional respect for mentors. Academician Ma was not interested in social gatherings, so Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian accompanied him downstairs. Downstairs, Assistant Yun watched as Academician Ma came down in less than 10 minutes, accompanied by two others. Assistant Yun observed the girl with her hair loosely coiled up. He had not yet had time to be surprised that the academician had come to see Bai Lian. His gaze then fell on the man with a straight posture beside her, a man who looked down, his face indiscernible against the club's entrance light, revealing only sharp jawlines. His entire presence was noble and cold, like the distant moon hanging high in the clear night sky, aloof from the world. Such a cold aura, the assistant have only seen it in one other person. He stepped out of the car, opened the door for Academician Ma, looked up, and sure enough, he saw those pale, faint eyes. "Young Master Jiang." Assistant Yun respectfully greeted. After Assistant Yun drove off, he glanced in the rearview mirror. Jiang Fulai followed behind the young lady entering the club, speaking to her in a low voice. He saw clearly that in Bai Lian's hand was the notebook of Academician Ma. "Don't spread the word about today's events." Academician Ma closed his eyes in the back seat. After seeing off Academician Ma, Bai Lian headed upstairs. Jiang Fulai walked on her left, his hand casually in his pocket, and the waiter was standing at the elevator, pressing the button as the two approached. They reached the top floor. Jiang Fulai turned his head to look at Bai Lian. Want to go check out the terrace? At that time, it wasn't hot outside. The terrace was large, decorated with fresh flowers all around. Standing on the terrace of the Xijing Club, one could overlook the street bars and night market below. Bai Lian, with the notebook in her left hand, walked to the railing and leaned on it with one hand, gazing at the lights of thousands of homes below, while the flower pot beside her bloomed with pink roses. She used to enjoy standing on the city wall, watching the sunset, the moon, and the stars. Back then, there were stars all over the sky. Below the terrace, a green lawn was laid out with a few wooden tables and gazebos scattered about, adorned with lights on all sides. Jiang Fulai glanced at her for a while. Then he lowered his gaze and covered her right hand with his. Jiang Fulai's palm was always cool, like a gentle stream flowing down slowly from a snowy mountain in summer. The rose beside them shuddered in the wind, casting a quivering shadow over their hands. With his lashes lowered, Jiang Fulai then spread open Bai Lian's fingers and placed a long wooden box that he had concealed for a long time into her palm. Looking up, the surrounding light shattered in his pale eyes, turning into a sky full of stars. He seemed quite casual, a gift. Bai Lian gazed into his eyes and gave a leisurely smile. What is it? Jiang Fulai let go of her hand, a fine laugh in his eyes. He rarely looked so gentle, and at this moment he appeared more strikingly graceful than even the vibrant roses around. Take a look. Inside the box was a white jade hairpin, its texture fine and translucent. Under the subtle lighting, it seemed to be enveloped in a fluorescent glow, with a poppy carved into the tail of the pin. Meanwhile, back in the private room. Why hasn't Sister Lian come back? Pu Xiaohan handed a piece of cake to Su Nanjing. Have some cake. Su Nanjing held the cake but didn't eat it, his gaze fixed on the door. Why did Academician Ma come looking for alien? Pu Xiaohan didn't recognize Academician Ma. But Ning Xiao and Tang Ming had already guessed something. Back at the Buyuan base, when Academician Ma suddenly attended a lecture and afterward Bai Lian took them to another seminar. Pu Xiaohan spoke. Maybe he's asking her what she'll study in the future. I heard before that Dean Shu also wanted to ask Sister Lian if she'd like to go to the Chinese department. Pu Xiaohan then cut another piece of cake for Xiao Bingwen. Bai Lian's classmates all seemed casual about people coming to look for her and didn't seem to make much of it. Xiao Bingwen held his fork and didn't eat, but inquired subconsciously, that was Academician Ma. Do you guys know what he does? Ning Xiao looked at the problems on his phone without looking at Xiao Bingwen. Tang Ming patiently explained to Xiao Bingwen, I know Academician Ma. I attended his lecture last year and even bought his book on condensed matter, though I haven't really understood it yet. The use of professional terms made it clear they knew of Academician Ma's reputation. So why were they still so unperturbed? Su Nanjing, hearing that he had attended Academician Ma's lecture, suddenly looked up. Which university did you apply to? Jiang University. Tang Ming scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. I didn't do as well as Sister Lian and Ning Xiao, only just meeting the physics department's requirements. Jiang University was known for its physics department, the pinnacle within the country, with the department ranking high amongst global institutions. The score required was outrageously high, with most students being admitted through competitions. Su Nanjing had only managed to get into Jiang University's economics department with the help of Jiang Fulai's tutoring. Seeing Tang Ming's bashful face, Xiao Bingwen thought they were all students from Xiangqing like Pu Xiaohan, who had only managed to get into universities in Jiangjing. How could they all be in Jiang University, and moreover in the physics department? Since when had the Jiang University physics department become so commonplace? Xiao Bingwen glanced at Tang Ming's youthful face, suddenly realizing that Bai Lian, his classmate, also became unfathomable. Su Nanjing caught on to something. He was aware of Bai Lian's ranking on the Jiangjing app last time, which was basically the same as the National College entrance exam ranking. Add to that his involvement in auctions and mineral matters, which had him flying abroad for several months, only finishing in early July. He hadn't paid much attention to the college entrance exam results. Finally catching on, Su Nanjing put down the small cake. Wait, how much did Alien score in the college entrance exam? Her. Pu Xiaohan casually sat down at the table, picked up a video camera beside her, and started reviewing footage. 750, a perfect score and the national top scorer. Go search the news in Beijing and Xiangqing. Back then, even the Beijing Education Bureau couldn't keep it under wraps. It was all over the place. Such is the grandeur of a national top scorer. Having witnessed such a scene, Pu Xiaohan wasn't surprised by anyone who came looking for Bai Lian. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 612. The 240 hardest circle to fit into, back to school, first update, _1 this year. Even with the screening system in place, the topic of the top scorer in the college entrance exam still caused quite a stir. But Su Nanjing and his peers naturally wouldn't pay much attention. He only found out about Bai Lian's news through Pu Xiaohan's social media updates. As for the rest, he didn't know much, and he hadn't participated in the college entrance exam betting pools either. The Su family focuses on nurturing well-rounded individuals. Su Nanjing had hated it since he was a child when the Su family compared his grades to Su Jinyi's or Su Jin's. When he grew up, he also refused to become that kind of detestable parent. It was only now that he'd heard about Bai Lian being the college entrance exam top scorer from Pu Xiaohan. Although there is a top scorer every year, there's only one, and they are all extremely talented individuals. As Su Nanjing had grown up, there had only been one top scorer around him, Jiang Fulai. That year Jiang Fulai took the college entrance exam directly in his first year of high school, and Jiang Shijue became second on the list. The Chen family should be more concerned about this year's college entrance exam because there was a Liang Wuyu whom even Su Nanjing had heard of. The Chen family had invested a lot of efforts in promoting him. Now, Alien, a perfect score college entrance exam top scorer? Su Nanjing's understanding of Bai Lian was still stuck at her being ranked 199th. Go to Ko, then everything made sense. That's why, when he went to the police station to find Bai Lian that night, Principal Shi rushed over in such a hurry. That's why even Elder Su said the commotion was big. Su Nanjing only thought back then that Jiang Fulai had gone too far, and since the Chen family was involved in politics, the Su family had collaborations with them. It wasn't until recently that he learned that almost everyone in Yunshao district had been replaced. Although Jiang Fulai was the catalyst, he probably only wanted to clean up those bars and clubs. As for those who were purged, they must have been related to Bai Lian. The patio. Bai Lian sat in the pavilion, her hands crossed in front of her chest, in a leisurely posture. Her hair was loose behind her back, the strands lustrous and fine, having grown to her waist over the past year. A light breeze stirred her skirt and long hair. Jiang Fulai meticulously arranged her hair, the raven strands slipping through his long, pale fingers. "Can you actually manage?" Bai Lian asked languidly. The cool light around the patio danced across her face, creating a hazy interplay of shadow and light. "Stay still," Jiang Fulai calmly wound the hair he held around his finger. He was always serene, his voice even tempered as he spoke while coiling her hair. "Tomorrow I need to join the group, which might take most of the month." Such research had confidentiality agreements in place from the beginning. "Most of the month," Bai Lian spoke. "When you come back, I should have started school. Jiang University registration starts on the 29th of August. Bai Lian had a lot of hair, and Jiang Fulai wrapped it into a half-updo, making the white jade hairpin in his hand appear even more pristine and immaculate, untouched by any speck of dust. His skill was not very polished, and he dabbed at some stray hairs on the side. This time the result was much better than before, not so untidy. Not particularly striking, but very neat. At the end of the white jade hairpin, the craftsmanship of the peony was quite pronounced, yet it seemed just right amidst her locks. Jiang Fulai stepped back, thinking the improvement from last time was substantial. Slowly, he responded to Bai Lian's remark, "There, most of the time signals are jammed. I'll be going with Director Ma from the institute." He chose some aspects he could safely share with Bai Lian. "Jiangjing, Jiang Fulai recalled the incident at the bar last time. After a pause, he advised, try to avoid fights if possible. If something happens, tell Su Nanjing right away. I've already discussed it with your grandfather. He lives on the first floor. Jiang Fulai had been renovating the first floor for quite a while. He preferred quiet and wasn't used to sharing elevators with others. Before coming here, he bought all the units from the first to third floors of the apartment building. Of course, he hadn't mentioned this to Bai Lian, but after realizing that the fourth and fifth floor units belonged to Su Nanjing and Ning Xiao, he didn't pursue them. Otherwise, without his consent, neither of them would have been able to get those units. During that time in Xiangqing, Jiang He always stayed with Jiheng. And Jiang Fulai couldn't see what he was lacking. He had seen those 2 thin pages of residence registration and, after some consideration, decided to incorporate decorations Jiheng was familiar with on the first floor. The first floor? Bai Lian's radar went off. She had seen the renovations on the first floor. As she listened to Jiang Fulai, she lifted her head. You bought the first floor? Things looked set to head in an unpredictable direction. Jiang Fulai smoothed down a stray strand of her hair lifted by the wind and subtly changed the subject. I've given Ning Xiao the Tongfeng class exam questions from each year. I worked out the solutions for most of them. If they find something they don't understand, you explain it to them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 613, The Hardest Circle to Fit Into, Start of School, Another Update, _2 by Lian aimed to get into the Tongfeng class. She naturally hoped others could also make it. Yang Lin's ambition lay in biology, not within the class range. She considered Ning Xiao, but she was a bit worried about Tang Ming. Bai Lian wanted to say something more when her phone on the side moved. Su Nanjing had sent her a bunch of exclamation marks and shocked pig emojis. Realizing she had spent quite some time outside, Bai Lian smoothed out her sleeve and stood up, glancing at Jiang Fulai. Let's go inside first. She walked ahead, while Jiang Fulai habitually stayed a step behind her. Jingjing watched her indifferent figure walking ahead. She gifted him with jade, and he returned her favor with a jade hairpin. Inside the private room, when Bai Lian returned, Chief Chen was drinking with Dean Jihengjin. That was someone from the Academy of Sciences. Chief Chen was talking about academician Ma with Jiheng, aware of the commotion Bai Lian had caused. Is Miss Bai being booked by them? Chief Chen was also a native of Jiangjing, and although he had taken the military official path, he still understood a thing or two. Go to Ko, with her talent so high, she should be turned over to the country. Jiheng held his glass, pouring himself another round and also filling up those for Dean Ji and Chief Chen. It's only right. When he said it was only right, there was always some sort of melancholy in his tone. Pride mixed with an inexplicable sense of solitude. Chief Chen nodded, raising his glass to speak with Jiheng. Miss Bai, this is just the beginning. As he spoke, he glanced toward Ji Xiaojun, whose expression seemed a bit off. Brother Ji. Ji Xiaojun snapped back to reality. It's nothing. He picked up his chopsticks and said slowly, Alien will probably come back often. Look at Xiaojiang to know. As they were talking on this side. Meanwhile, Xiao Bingwen and Su Nanjing were still motionlessly staring at Bai Lian. Sister Ji said you were the top scorer of the college entrance exam? Yeah. Bai Lian casually sat next to Pu Xiaohan and asked Ning Xiao about the exam questions. Su Nanjing opened his mouth. Why didn't you ever mention this? Why mention such things? Bai Lian leaned back and looked up slightly, those deep black eyes making Su Nanjing's words come to a halt. To her, it seemed that scoring full marks on the college entrance exam was no more than an ordinary event, just one goal in her path through life, so there was no need to bring it up. Su Nanjing fell silent, thinking that if his mother knew she was the top exam scorer, she would definitely hold a grand banquet at Jiangjing University. Despite how long the Su family had been around, the family shrine only had one top scholar from hundreds of years ago. Bai Lian tapped on the table and looked at Ning Xiao and Tang Ming. Have you guys roughly reviewed the questions? Ning Xiao raised his head to answer. I've skimmed through them, The overall difficulty is all right. He and Tang Ming had already huddled together to discuss the questions. Bai Lian occasionally chimed in with a few words, while Jiang Fulai quietly leaned on the armrest beside her, occasionally lowering his head to glance coolly at Ning Xiao's test. Pu Xiaohan was beside her, looking at the footage from the camera. Yellow Hair and Hong Mao couldn't understand, so the two took out a board game to play Gamoku, and after losing, Hong Mao would bring Jiang He over to command his moves, occasionally asking Bai Lian to help him with a move. Bai Lian leaned against the sofa, her white dress spread out beside her, fiddling with a chess piece in her hand. From 3 meters away, she casually flicked it onto the chessboard. The piece landed precisely where it was meant to. Her features were delicate, and the word beautiful seemed too generic to describe her. There was a casual yet composed elegance about her as she made her directives. Pu Xiaohan would occasionally turn her head to show Bai Lian the footage on the camera. Jiang Fulai only exchanged a few words with Ning Xiao and Bai Lian. Among them, even Pu Xiaohan, who had the lowest grades, was from Media University. As for Ning Xiao, she was even more outstanding than those from the attached high school, not to mention Bai Lian. Over the past 2 years, Liang Wuyu, who had garnered much attention, was merely a stepping stone for her. Xiao Bingwen realized why Su Nanjing hadn't asked him to invite the young masters and misses from his circle to liven up the scene. The circle of these young people was far more fascinating than theirs. This group of young people was vibrant, full of high spirits. Xiao Bingwen couldn't help but exhale deeply. Nanjing, Xiao Bingwen said, looking at Bai Lian in the midst of the crowd, I always feel that these few people aren't so simple. Jiang Jing always said it was hard to get into Su Nanjing and Jiang Ziju's circle. Now, looking at them, he felt that the truly hard-to-reach circle in the future would be Bai Lian's. It's not just them. Su Nanjing was more familiar with Bai Lian than Xiao Bingwen. Recalling Pu Xiaohan's words, he said, there should be a few more people, probably Sister Lu, whom I haven't seen. Plus another good guy, I've only heard of him. Good guy. It was the first time Xiao Bingwen had heard of this. He was squatting in Xiangqing prison in his senior year. Su Nanjing lit a cigarette, glancing at Xiao Bingwen. Qi Lu personally fought the case, and he was still sentenced to a year. During that time, Jiang brother kept tutoring him personally. He was truly a tough guy. Until now, Su Nanjing still didn't know what that good guy was called. Su Nanjing pressed down the lighter, blew a smoke ring, and his peach blossom eyes slightly squinted. Pu Xiaohan had just mentioned that 4 people got into Jiang University, and one of them was Yang Lin. In a situation where she was losing a lot of blood, she managed to calmly lay out the scene. Yang Lin, who had the resolve to take her father's life with a knife. Su Nanjing didn't know what drove her, but the resilience of someone who broke free from such a family was just like that good guy. Listening to this, Jiang Fulai personally going to prison for tutoring, and Qi Yundai, the top legal team in Asia's legal circle? He tapped his knee, his gaze fixed on Bai Lian and the others. Jiang Jing sure had become lively. 8:29. The day Jiangjing University freshmen reported for enrollment. Shanghai apartment, 1st floor. Ji Heng was watering the succulents and cabbage with one hand and holding his phone in the other, talking to Ji Xiaojun. No rush, I live right by Jiangda, there's plenty of time to get there. On the other end of the phone, Ji Xiaojun hung up. He grabbed his package and was about to leave. Shin Qing rarely stayed here anymore, often going to Bai Lian's place instead. He opened the door to see the building's butler and Xiaojia. It was Sunday, a day off, and the butler knew Ji Xiaojun was always disciplined, so he came to discuss banquet arrangements. Seeing him with the package, the butler was curious. Where are you heading? Let us drive you there? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 614. Admission of 241, The Oppressive Feeling of the Big Shot, Second Update, _1 rest day. Ji Xiaojun didn't expect the butler to show up unannounced. Seeing him at the door, he was taken aback. Today is Alien's school opening, and I'm going to take her to school. When it came to Bai Lian, the Ji family always took care of the smallest details. In the past, the Ji family didn't have such a strong atmosphere, and Ji Hung would always be alone, secluded on Purist Street. For the entire Ji family, everything used to be cold and detached. Ji Xiaojun would then take his drawing board and go teach his students. Ji Xiaorong seldom returned home, and Ren Wanxian didn't get along with the entire Ji family. Bai Lian seemed like a gift from heaven, linking the two cold families together. Even Ji Heng began to show some liveliness, with a group of children hopping around his yard all day. People in Xiangqing always believed that no matter how far their children flew away, the wind of Xiangqing would always protect them. What a coincidence, Bai Lian also had the surname Bai. The butler glanced at Ji Xiaojun, knowing he always placed great importance on his niece Bai Lian. She probably has a lot of stuff for school, right? Let Xiaojia take you guys to school in the business car we have prepared. Also, Miss has mentioned to you, she wants to invite the old man and Miss Bai for a meal first. Ji Heng had been living in Shanghai apartment ever since he came. Ko the butler only found out a few days ago that Ji Heng had arrived in Jiangjing. I'll go by myself, Ji Xiaojun thought for a moment. Today being the opening of Jiang University, Zier Avenue was definitely going to be jammed. Taking the car wouldn't be as smooth as the subway. I'll take the subway. The subway in Jiangjing was always crowded. Xiaojia took Ji Xiaojun to the subway station. He looked across to the other subway entrance, hesitated and asked, "Are you sure you don't want me to take you?" "No need." Ji Xiaojun looked down at the time on his phone, nodded to the butler, and then walked directly to the opposite subway. This place was still some distance from Jiang University. As they got closer to the university town, the subway was full of people, most of them happily taking their kids to report to the school, as the enrollment times of the major universities were quite aligned. When Ji Xiaojun got off at the Jiang University station, there was even a reception set up by Jiang University in the subway station itself, guiding the new students to Jiang University. It was Ji Xian's first time feeling such a bustling atmosphere. He exited the subway station and saw Zier Avenue teeming with traffic. He then walked with a light step towards Shanghai apartment under the bright sunshine. Shanghai apartment 303. In Bai Lian's room, Shenqing circled around her suitcase asking, "Is this all you're bringing? Are you taking your piano with you?" Even when in Xiangqing, Bai Lian didn't live on campus. Now, even though she had rented a house off campus, she still had to abide by the residential rules. Shenqing was helping her pack and always felt she wasn't bringing enough. Bai Lian leaned lazily against the windowsill, with the curtains drawn back and the window cracked open to let in the strong light. "It's just registration, I won't bring the piano for now." The light exposed a clear path through the floating dust in the room. She squinted at Shenqing counting the items in her suitcase, everything appearing so tranquil. "Okay, then when is he coming back?" Shenqing paused her packing and looked up at Bai Lian. "Is Xiaojiang not coming back today either?" "I don't know." Bai Lian's gaze fell on the courtyard below. Ji Heng was not quite used to the climate of Jiangjing. His small yard had a wooden-colored umbrella erected, casting a cool shade all around. She watched the umbrella, her eyes not quite focusing on anything tangible. The problems Jiang Fulai and Ning Xiao left for her were not difficult. She had been pushing the two to solve them lately, while also busy with the songs required by the director of the institute, and reviewing the thesis notes left by Ma Institute scholar. She was too busy to be bothered by anything else. However, ever since coming to Jiangjing, Jiang Fulai had been there for all of it. Even back in Xiangqing, he would most often accompany her for a walk through the alleys of Purist Street at night. Sometimes when studying until the wee hours, she would occasionally send him 1 or 2 questions, and he would always respond promptly. But for the past half a month, he and Hewen seemed to have disappeared into thin air, only showing up online at specific times to reply to messages. Long ago, she had weathered through the trials of Abi Hell alone, braved countless troubles on her own. As she was pondering, Ji Xiaojun appeared in her field of vision, carrying a small bag. Bai Lian snapped back to reality, turned to Shenqing, and smiled languidly. "Uncle is here." Shenqing went downstairs to call for Ji Xiaojun. Bai Lian picked up her phone on the side, unlocked it slowly, and opened WeChat. In the WeChat group for Class 15, the chat was lively, with Lu Lingxi also talking with everyone in the group. Bai Lian tapped on the 2 conversation boxes at the top, opening one of them. Her last conversation with Jiang Fulai was on the 20th. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 615. Admission of 241, The Oppressive Feeling of the Big Shot, Second Update, _2 She took a photo of the vegetables downstairs, which were growing splendidly in the pleasant sunshine, sent it over, and slowly typed a few words. School's starting, at the end of summer, with clouds drifting and sunlight filtering through. The scene outside the window reflects the feelings in my heart. Wondering if you are well? Room 303S Hall. Ning Xiao had already packed his suitcase. Tang Ming's parents had arrived a couple of days ago, staying at a nearby guest house, and were taking Tang Ming to school today. Since nobody was sending Ning Xiao, he was going with Bai Lian. Pu Xiaohan's school would start in a couple of days, and her parents had already arrived, currently touring around Jiangjing. At the moment, she was holding a camera, planning to walk into the school with Bai Lian and shoot along the way. Ning Xiao didn't bring much. He planned to get his bedding from the administrative office. He intended to buy the rest of his stuff at the school's convenience store. Shen Qing had prepared a lot of things for Bai Lian, daily necessities that she had bought a few days prior, confident that with many people around, it wouldn't matter if the items were numerous and heavy. Today was the first day of registration, and many cars were already parked at the entrance of Jiang University. Fearing the crowd might grow even larger if they waited any longer, Shen Qing and Ji Heng took Bai Lian to register ahead of the rest. Although they lived right next to Jiang University, they insisted on sending her off to school with such fanfare. Bai Lian happily went along with Shen Qing and Ji Heng's mood. At the entrance of Jiang University, the Tang family had already arrived. Tang Ming, wearing a duckbill cap, excitedly waved from a distance upon seeing Bai Lian. "Lian Jie, scholar, this way." But before he could finish, he saw that behind Bai Lian, Ming Dongheng was coolly carrying her biggest black suitcase, which was heavy with some of Bai Lian's books inside. Bai Lian and her group with Shen Qing seemed close, but Ming Dongheng, the tough and cold-looking guy, kept others at a distance. When Tang Ming saw Ming Dongheng, he dropped his hand and stopped waving. "What's gotten into you now?" Having greeted Tang Ming's family, Pu Xiaohan noticed Tang Ming's extremely solemn expression. After greeting Bai Lian and Pu Xiaohan, Tang Ming's mother pinched Pu Xiaohan's face, and upon hearing this, she glanced at Tang Ming. "Xiaohan, don't bother with him, he's always so unnecessary." The group made a grand entrance into the campus. This immediately drew attention. The appearance and demeanor of this group were remarkable, especially Bai Lian, who was wearing a new biwei long dress made by Ji Heng today. With 3/4 sleeves, her delicate wrists peeked out. The sunlight fell on her bright green dress, dazzlingly bright. Green was a color that didn't suit everyone, but it seemed exceptionally appropriate on her, enhancing her fair complexion, and her long lashes lazily drooped. This kind of flashy yet restrained beauty was a showstopper. Not only the reception desks of various departments but even the freshmen and their parents couldn't help but turn their gaze toward her. They quietly discussed among themselves, wondering if she was some celebrity, with a big guy in a black t-shirt standing behind her. Although he was wearing sunglasses, it was apparent he was scanning the people around him. He looked very much like the well-trained bodyguards often seen on television. For a moment, nobody dared to approach. Bai Lian and the 3 were of the same major, and Tang Ming, looking at the bustling scene of new students that resembled a market, quickly found the physics department among a bunch of signs and hurried over there. A second before, the people at the physics department were wondering if this girl was a newly signed star, but the next, they saw her heading their way. The crew-cut boy looked at Tang Ming, Ning Xiao, and Bai Lian mouth agape. "You? All of you are from the physics department?" "Yeah," Tang Ming replied with a smile. The crew-cut boy looked past Tang Ming to Bai Lian, who stood there nonchalantly. and the corners of his mouth instantly sprang up. Junior, Gu Xiaoge, sophomore in the physics department and also from the student union's organization department. Come on, it'll take you to our department to register. Do you have any luggage? Tang Ming. Under the envious gaze of the other physics department members, Gu Xiaoge led by Lian's group to register with the physics department. Behind them, a group of upperclassmen waiting for other new students looked at the retreating figures of Bai Lian and her party, discussing among themselves. She seems prettier than Sister Ming, doesn't she? Get rid of seems. Wait a minute, do you guys think the freshman girl just now looks like that girl who was popular on our school's forum last year? Someone took out their phone immediately, glanced at it and said, it really is her. She actually got into Jiang University, and in the physics department? Physics department? Is she that freaky? Freaky? The top scholar in this year's college entrance exam is the real freak, man. Thankfully I took my exams last year, or else being in the same batch as these folks. The registration area was in the auditorium, which wasn't too crowded at this time, with only a few new students lining up in front of each college's table. Ji Heng and Tang Ming's parents were standing aside waiting, while Ji Xiaojun talked to Ji Heng about being invited by Mu Yining for dinner. Dinner? Huh? Ji Heng considered for a moment before suddenly remembering something. They don't know Alien is now at Jiang University, do they? Ji Xiaojun nodded. They don't. If the butler already knew of Bai Lian, would he be this enthusiastic? Thoughtful, Ji Heng held a bag in his hand containing Bai Lian's backpack. Tell them, tonight. Not far away, Gu Xiaoge was taking them to the physics department's reporting station and instructed the 3 new students in advance. Have your ID cards and admission notices ready. There were 2 people ahead of them. Gu Xiaoge talked to the members of the physics department student union with ease. These 3 are from Beijing, and they all got into our school. He then introduced Bai Lian and Ning Xiao to them. This is our faculty's junior brother Ba, president of our student union. Hee, I hope you all can pass the assessment and join the school's student union. Don't worry, freshman girl. President Ba. Gu Xiaoge turned back and asked Ba Shiming, is Liang Wu also from our department? When you see him later, remember to let us know and to definitely lure him into our student union. Not yet. President Ba finished registering the previous student's information, took Tang Ming's ID and exam admission ticket, entered Tang Ming's ID and exam admission number into the computer, and double-checked the information. When he saw Tang Ming's college entrance examination score, he looked up at Tang Ming and smiled. Welcome to your studies. Next was Ning Xiao. When Ba Shiming saw Ning Xiao's score, he was momentarily stunned. After completing the registration, he initiated a conversation. Student Ning, add me on WeChat, so it's easier to contact me if you need anything. He took out his phone. Ning Xiao added him. Seeing him doing this, Gu Xiaoge couldn't help but glance at Ning Xiao. Bai Lian stood at the very end. She didn't have her admission notice and only presented her ID and exam admission ticket. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoge was chatting with the sociable Tang Ming. You guys did well to get into Jiang University this year, little bro, considering there are 2 freaks on top. Ah, Tang Ming scratched his head. Really? Ba Shiming held Bai Lian's ID and exam admission ticket, entering them into the computer. Since there were fewer girls in the physics department, he looked at Bai Lian a bit longer, and noticing that her ID number was from Xiangxing just like the 2 guys before her, he hit the enter key. He saw Bai Lian's enrollment score, 750. He always knew that this year's top scholar had surpassed Liang Wu. Many thought that Liang Wu had made a mistake, and he only learned now that she had beaten him with a perfect score. Ba Shiming couldn't help but look up. Bai Lian raised an eyebrow. She stood in front, leisurely tapping the screen of her phone, her languid gaze falling on him. Ba Shiming was the first to directly feel that pressure of looking down upon others from the summit, from the top scholar with the perfect score, from the elder sister of masters, contempt for all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 6:16. 242 Originally, she was at Jiang University. First update, _1 Ba Shiming remained silent. The senior sitting beside him, waiting for Bai Lian to fill out the form, started to urge, "President, haven't you registered yet? Junior sister, come here and fill out the freshman report first." She had been watching Bai Lian's face, then passed the pen and paper to Bai Lian, with a voice gentle enough to melt water. "Junior sister, come on, fill out this form." Bai Lian expressed her thanks and took the paper and pen. She leaned forward slightly and left her basic information on it. "Junior sister, let's add each other on WeChat first, then you can go to your dorm. Your dorm is in Nanmei District, building number 4, room 407. The senior took out her phone, successfully added Bai Lian on WeChat. "I'm Yi Jingxian, a junior at the main campus. If you need anything, you can come to me." Seeing Yi Jingxian adding Bai Lian on WeChat, Gu Xiaoge also took out his phone, but just as he had it in his hand he felt a gaze behind him. Gu Xiaoge looked up to see the man in the black t-shirt with a stern presence. Even through the sunglasses, he could feel the hostility. Gu Xiaoge, stunned for a moment, missed the perfect opportunity to make a new friend. After everyone had left, Yi Jingxian picked up the form Bai Lian had filled out. Bai Lian's handwriting was bold and vigorous. The speed and roughness within her strokes had their own character. She could tell that Bai Lian had practiced regular script calligraphy, naturally seeing the power within the lines. "She definitely learned calligraphy. I must get her to join our literature and art department," Yi Jingxian declared with certainty as she looked at the paper. "Go to." Beside her, Ba Shiming glanced at the computer screen and said softly, "Not necessarily." "What do you mean?" As the next student was about to line up, Ba Shiming pointed to the not yet refreshed computer screen for Yi Jingxian to see. "Look who she is." Yi Jingxian leaned over for a look and saw those dazzling entrance exam scores. "Damn, she's joined our college too? How come we haven't heard such big news?" This year, all the freshman girls were housed in the Nanmei District, in dormitories uniformly designed for 4 occupants with bunk beds and desks underneath, separated by sky blue partitions. The entire dormitory was extremely spacious, with a private bathroom. The balcony was quite large too and had a table and 2 wooden chairs on it. Bai Lian was one of the earliest to arrive. The other people in the dorm had not come yet, so she chose the bed near the balcony on the left side. Xin Qing took a basin to the bathroom to fetch water and wiped down Bai Lian's desk and chair, as well as those belonging to the other residents of the dormitory. Bai Lian arranged the books from her suitcase neatly on her desk. Her belongings were simple, books and clothes. As she didn't plan to stay on campus during the registration period, Bai Lian had not brought her computer. After registration, Bai Lian took Xin Qing and Ji Heng around Jiang University's campus, and Xin Qing took many photos. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao also came out of the men's dormitory. More people were coming to register at this time, and the school was filled with students everywhere. The celebrity statue square was especially crowded, swarming with luggage. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao both liked quiet places like the library coffee shop. However, Xin Qing and Tang Ming's parents enjoyed the busy atmosphere. After lunch, having checked out the Jiang University's statue square, the library, the science building and the teaching buildings, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Tang Ming's parents had an 8 o'clock flight and left first. By this time, past the peak of new student arrivals, there were still quite a few people at the entrance of Jiang University. Bai Lian stood lazily by the roadside, watching Xin Qing take photos of Jiangjing University's main gate with her phone. "Yang Lin's dorm is in Building 5, Pu Xiaohan said, watching Tang Ming seeing his parents off, then turned back to speak to Bai Lian, but she went to the neighboring art college today." "The art college?" Bai Lian tilted her head slightly. She remembered the meticulous painting she had once seen in Yang Lin's biology notebook. "Yeah," Pu Xiaohan said without thinking much further. "Grandfather finished making the clothes. I'm going to find Grandpa Jian later, and I plan to finish shooting this part of the video before school starts." Bai Lian took out her phone, looking down at it. "Okay." On her phone, Yen Lu sent a message saying that her new show would finish filming in a week, and after that, Shed returned to Xiangqing, waiting for Zhang Xiais to get out. Bai Lian tapped on the phone screen with her fingertips. Next to her, Ji Heng lit a cigarette, smiled at Pu Xiaohan as he greeted her, then approached Bai Lian and, after a moment of thought, said, "Alien, come have dinner with us tonight. It's the lady who gave you the bag last time, she's treating." Bai Lian watched Pu Xiaohan leave the school gate and also remembered the bag that Ji Xiaojun had brought back last time. It was a unique design, but because it was leather, she had studied it and figured that if she put slightly more books in, it might deform, so she left it unused at Shanghai apartment. She generally preferred the canvas bag Ji Heng had made for her, more could fit in it and it was less likely to get damaged. The phone rang, and Bai Lian looked down to see it was Director Huang's call. She answered, "Director Huang? You came to register today?" On the other side of the call, Dean Huang walked to the window, looking down at the new students coming and going below. Today was the new student registration, and as the dean of the physics college, he was naturally in attendance. Upon arriving at the university, he overheard some professors discussing Ouyang Wuyu and Bai Lian. Upon further inspection, Bai Lian had chosen their physics college. "That's right, the sooner the better," Bai Lian said to Shen Qing, who was still taking photos, as she casually leaned against the nearby railing, her green dress trailing on the ground. Ji Xiaojun also had the day off and just happened to have time, so Ji Heng decided to drop Bai Lian off for registration first. "How are you preparing for the Tongfeng class exams?" Dean Huang remembered to ask. Bai Lian's leg was casually propped up, and upon hearing this, she laughed lazily. "It's going okay." The "okay" uttered by a top student was generally not to be taken at face value. Upon hearing her tone, Dean Huang roughly knew what that meant. He nodded, his tone much warmer. "Then that's good. The teacher will be back in a few days, and if you encounter any issues, just give me a call." Of course, the teacher he referred to was Academician Ma. "Sure." Bai Lian looked up at the sky and replied indifferently. On the other end of the phone, inside Dean Huang's office, the two professors listened to Dean Huang's tone and exchanged glances. Once Dean Huang hung up the phone, the laboratory professor finally spoke up. "Dean Huang, were you talking to Academician Zhou on the phone?" Academician Zhou was from the aerospace department and was also one of the first students led by Academician Ma, the eldest apprentice in Academician Ma's lineage. At 47, he was the youngest academician. After all, since Dean Huang called Academician Ma teacher on the phone along with the other party, they guessed it was somebody from Dean Huang's own circle. Upon hearing this, Dean Huang did not reply, but just shook his head to them and rarely cracked a smile. No. That was not Academician Zhou, but rather their future junior sister. Mu Yining's office. She was wearing a black professional suit, tilting her head slightly while looking at her assistant beside her. "Are you sure it's Mr. Qin?" "The documents just came out this morning." The assistant closed the file. "It's confirmed that he's the top man in Yunshao district." "This is really..." Mu Yining looked downstairs, lost in thought. A batch of replacements had just been made from top to bottom in Yunshao district, causing a disconnection in the networking web among the inner circle. Just when Yunshao district's new leading official had been assigned a year ago, the circle had become impeccably clean. The economic lifelines and policies were all firmly in their grasp. But indeed, it wasn't an easy circle to mingle in. "It's not just us hitting a wall." The assistant looked at Mu Yining's furrowed brow and spoke up. "Most have hit a wall, all except for one family." Mu Yining turned her head. "Are you talking about that Su family?" "Yes." Mu Yining looked downstairs and fell silent. The assistant flipped through the schedule and continued to report to her. "Mu, I couldn't book the Kangyu Tower, so I booked the U private room at Qingxin Building, 7 o'clock this evening." Ji Heng was one of Mu Yining's elders. Mu Yining had met Ji Heng when she was old enough to remember, and she had an impression of him as a very capable person. However, after he went on to separate from the Mu family, there were no more news from him. Knowing that Ji Heng was coming to Jiangjing, Mu Yining would naturally treat him with high standards. Kangyu Tower was difficult to book, and getting a reservation at Qingxin Building during this time frame was already quite good. Mu Yining raised her wrist, looking down at the time on her watch, decisively. "Assistant Wang, you go pick them up first. I'll drive over myself in a bit." Assistant Wang had Ji Xian's WeChat and inquired for their address. Ji Xiaojun sent a location directly. Assistant Wang got into the driver's seat, checked the location on his phone, and saw it was Jiangjing University. Ji Xiaojun had told him that he was taking his niece to register today. Ren Wangshuan's records had been collected by him. Her achievements were decent but weren't considered among the top talents. It was said that one looks to Jiangjing University for domestic talent, but within Jiang University, one looks to Class 3 for exceptional talent. Not to mention Ren Wanxian, even Mu Zhao was not among the top talents. After meeting Ren Wanxian, they hardly had any expectations for the other girl. The entrance of Jiang University wasn't as congested as before, but there were still plenty of taxis. Assistant Wang drove the car to the university gates, his gaze fixed on Ji Heng and the others who had just emerged from the entrance, as he thought absent-mindedly. He and the Mu family butler had always known that Miss Bai had been admitted to Jiangjing but had never asked which school she was at. So it turned out, she was at Jiang University. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 617. 243 Jiang University Physics Department. Brother Jiang is back. Second update, _1 Jiang University's entrance. Ji Xiaojun had ridden in Assistant Wang's car before, so he recognized the license plate and turned to Ming Dongheng. Xiaoming, someone has come to pick us up, you don't need to give a ride. Ming Dongheng nodded, standing aside without leaving, his gaze piercing through his sunglasses to look at Assistant Wang's license plate. Assistant Wang got out from the driver's seat. He walked over to the other side, his eyes watching Ji Xiaojun and his group. He had met both Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing before, his eyes settling on the girl standing next to Shen Qing. The summer sun sets late, so at that time the light was not harsh, with the entire sun appearing as if veiled in a layer of soft mist, the cool golden rays slanting onto her, her emerald dress fluttering with the wind. Her brows and eyes were lazy yet unbridled. It was the pride of her blooming age, yet also a rare composure in pointing out the hills and rivers of this age. Such bearing of a great general. Assistant Wang stood still, his gaze upon Bai Lian, almost losing his voice as he watched her. Assistant Wang, Ji Xiaojun approached, introducing Ji Heng to him. This is my dad. Go to. Co-assistant Wang finally snapped back to reality, his gaze shifting from Bai Lian and greeting Ji Heng. Honored elder, hello, I am assistant manager Mu's assistant. You can just call me Xiao Wang. His gaze landed on Ji Heng and, to his surprise, he found this Mr. Ji also had an extraordinary bearing. Assistant Wang opened the car door and ushered the large Ji family inside. He took his seat at the wheel and drove onto the main road. Since it wasn't a workday, traffic wasn't as heavy, and he looked in the rearview mirror. Bai Lian sat close to the door and after getting in the car, put on her Bluetooth earpiece. She lowered the window, resting her elbow casually on it. Miss Bai, which major are you in at Jiang University? Assistant Wang politely inquired. Shen Qing, looking down at the photos they had taken throughout the day, heard and answered for Bai Lian. Alien has enrolled in the Department of Physics. Jiang University's Department of Physics, one of the 3 premier majors. The car quickly arrived at the Qingxin building. Mu Yining had arrived a few minutes early and was waiting for Ji Heng downstairs. Assistant Wang parked the car at the entrance of Qingxin building. Seeing Ji Heng in the passenger seat, she promptly opened the door for him. Uncle, I am Yining. Ji Heng got out of the car, his brows and eyes filled with admiration. You've grown up so much. Mu Yining pursed her lips and smiled, glancing to the side and pausing when she saw Bai Lian and Shen Qing getting out of the car. After getting out of the car, Bai Lian saw Mu Yining looking over and slightly inclined her body to greet her, her half-tied black hair consequently spilling over her chest. Hello. Mu Yining had seen Ren Wanxian. Although cultivated, she still couldn't shake off an air of pettiness in every move she made. In fact, aside from Shen Qing, everyone from the Ji family possessed an extraordinary demeanor. Ren Wanxian, however, seemed a bit out of place in the Ji family. Mu Yining initially thought that Ji Xian's other niece would be similar, but she couldn't find anyone else in Jiangjing who could match Bai Lian's appearance and demeanor. The group arrived at the Rain character private room in Qingxin building. The room was difficult to book, and as soon as they entered, the staff served them tea and snacks. Bai Lian obediently sat down next to Qing, having already taken off her earpiece, and started to check the problems on an app on her phone. Mu Yining sat next to Ji Heng, pouring him a cup of tea, reminiscing about some childhood anecdotes, her eyes occasionally drifting towards Bai Lian sitting opposite to her, slightly lost in thought. The knock on the door rang again. Assistant Wang went to open the door and was somewhat surprised. Manager Pang? Because Mu Yining often booked the room for important guests, Assistant Wang had a membership card and naturally recognized the manager of Qingxin building. Qingxin building was only second to Kangyu Tower in Jiangjing, favored by political and business elites for booking private rooms. However, Assistant Wang wasn't familiar with the staff at Qingxin building, and neither he nor Mu Yining were at the level to warrant personal reception by the manager, so he was naturally surprised. Assistant Wang, I've brought some pastries for your private room. Manager Pang allowed the staff behind him to enter, smiling. These are the pastries we provide complimentary to our Rain character room guests. The pastries from Qingxin building were famous, much like the breakfast at Kangyu Tower. Reservations were usually tough to get, and Assistant Wang watched the staff bring in the pastries, stepping aside. The staff served the pastries to everyone at the table. Bai Lian lowered her head, recognizing it as the same pastry she had extra last time when she and Jiang Fulai had a meal with Gao Yan. She lifted her head and the manager of Qingxin building gave her a smile. Ji Heng didn't eat much, having spent the time talking to Mu Yining, his brows slightly furrowed. How has your father been lately? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 618, 243 Jiang University Physics Department. Brother Jiang is back. Second update. _2 The people of great families have always been very united since ancient times. Back then, there was even the concept of collective punishment, where if one person committed a crime punishable by death, it would implicate 9 generations of the family. Shared glory and shared loss. This notion has been passed down to the present. Ji Heng also greatly admired this half-brother of his and never thought of competing with him, knowing that with Mu Xiangwang there, the Mu family would become even more prosperous. It was only upon returning to Jiangjing that he heard a few words from Ji Xiaojun. Having taken a sip of tea, Mu Yining remarked, "You know, he still hasn't gotten over it. That time, my brother didn't want to go with the scientific expedition team. He felt he wasn't experienced enough, but our father pulled some strings and forcefully got them in. Due to his interference, Mu Qiong, whom Mu Xiangwang had been grooming with devotion, died, and since then he has almost never left the Buddhist temple." Ji Heng was clearly hearing this for the first time as he set down his smoking pipe. Compared to Mu Qiong's death, he himself was the final executioner, and this was the real reason Mu Xiangwang could not forgive himself. The atmosphere grew heavy upon mentioning this. After finishing the meal, Mu Yining escorted Ji Heng and the others downstairs and had her driver take them back to Shanghai apartment. Be careful on the road. Ji Xiaojun and Shun Qing were returning to their place and didn't go back with Ji Heng. Mu Yining called a Qingxin building car to take Ji Xiaojun back, and only after everyone had left did she return to her car. Pressing her temples, she asked, "Did Mu Zhao go to school today?" "Go to." Co-assistant Wang was driving, and he replied respectfully, "The young master said he'd go on the last day." Mu Zhao was also applying to Jiangjing University, but he was in the economics department. Upon the mention of Jiang University, Assistant Wang drove to the intersection and slowly said, "Mr. Mu, Miss Bai is also at Jiangjing University." "What? She's at Jiang University?" Mu Yining rolled down the window, feeling a bit more alert. She had been observing Bai Lian for a long time that day. Assistant Wang answered, "Yes, Jiang University Physics Department." As a member of the Mu family, who didn't know about the physics department at Jiang University? Mu Qiong used to be in the physics department at Jiang University, participated in a direct PhD program, and joined the scientific expedition team. Listening to the familiar major, Mu Yining stared blankly out the window. She actually got into Jiang University on her own, and it's the physics department of Jiang University. As far as she knew, Bai Lian was also from Xiangqing. Mu Qiong had been receiving the finest education since he was young, but Mu Yining could guess the conditions Bai Lian faced in Xiangqing without having to think about it. Do you think, at the red light, Assistant Wang stopped the car? If the master knows she's in the physics department, will he come out? Mu Yining pulled herself back from her thoughts. I don't know, the problem is not just my dad. Look, she has never visited the Mu family either. Mu Yining leaned back in her seat, suddenly looking up. Does the butler know about this? She was inquiring whether the butler was aware of this situation. Mu Yining's focus had already shifted towards economics, and she didn't understand the matters of the scientific community. The leading figures of the major research institutions were probably known only to Mu Xiangguang. But without Mu Xiangguang coming out, there was nothing Mu Yining could do. He probably doesn't know, whispered Assistant Wang. The registration period for Jiang University lasted 3 days, from the 29th to the 31st. On the 31st, in the evening, Bai Lian returned to room 407 with her black computer and a small pot of succulents. The door was ajar, and as she entered, 2 of her roommates were by the desk on the left side of the door, yelling frantically at the computer, "It's not loading. Come on, come on. You're Jiang University's network, how can you be this bad? You're a huge letdown, Jiang University network. I will never choose Jiang University again." The voice was hysterical. The girl wearing a white t-shirt and a ponytail had just finished shouting when she saw a beautiful girl standing at the door, clad in white and black, with pretty yet languid eyes and eyebrows. "Friday, friend? Who are you looking for?" Bai Lian, holding her computer, nodded politely. "Hello, I'm Bai Lian. I arrived on the first day of school." The girl with the ponytail realized this was her roommate. "Ah, hello, my name is Kong Wei," and pointing to the round-faced girl sitting in front of the computer, "Her name is Yu Simin. Both of us are from Xiqing." Yu Simin also turned her head and greeted warmly, "So you are our last mysterious roommate. Add me on WeChat, and I'll pull you into our dorm group." The 3 of them introduced themselves, and Kong Wei touched her nose, trying to save face. "Sorry about earlier, I was competing with Yu Simin for our Idols album. Did we scare you? I'm not usually like this." Bai Lian glanced and saw that Yu Simin's computer was on the page for the Gambling with Liquor album release. Xinjie had included all of Yen Lu's songs in the Gambling with Liquor album, contending for the Chinese Music Awards, so she also released a collector's edition for the fans. It wasn't expensive, it was just hard to get. "No worries," Bai Lian said to Kong Wei, smiling slightly with a casual look in her eyes. Zhang Xiai's was even more extreme when it came to chasing after stars. Kong Wei stared at her as she smiled at her with a radiant face, and she was somewhat stunned. Bai Lian walked to her desk. The bed opposite hers was made up with curtains around it, but there was no one there. She paused at the desk, thought for a moment, and then lifted her hand to place her computer on the bed. She had transferred the data given to her by academician Ma onto her computer. Although Jiang Fulai had told her that her computer's security was high and there was no need to worry about data leakage, she was still very cautious. She arranged the succulents on the desk, and on the left, Kong Wei finally snapped back to reality. She opened a friend request message. It was from Bai Lian, with a very simple WeChat name, Bai Jian. "Ah, are you also a fan of Yen Lu?" Kong Wei gripped her phone tightly, suppressing her excitement. Bai Lian slowly pulled out a chair to sit, and took a book from the side. Hearing the question, she raised an eyebrow. "Sort of." Finding a common interest, the distance between them closed instantly. Kong Wei and Yu Simin had competed for 5 minutes. The campus network at Jiang University was so bad that neither could get the album, and they swore not to recommend juniors to apply to Jiang University. "The person across from you is Sun Qian," Kong Wei said listlessly, hugging a bag of potato chips and gossiping with Bai Lian. She came yesterday with a butler and bodyguards. She has a butler at her home. The Sun family? Yu Simin pushed her glasses, clearly knowing some people in Jiangjing, and analyzed seriously, it must be that Sun family. Which one? Gossip was Kong Wei's nature. Yu Simin glanced at Bai Lian's book, which was in a foreign language that she did not understand, and continued to reason while touching her chin. There are only so many families in Jiangjing. My maternal grandfather warned me about causing trouble in Jiangjing and mentioned a few things. Generally, families with marital connections to the Su family have royal lineage. By extension, our dorm could also be considered royalty, right? Bai Lian looked down, slowly flipping through the book. She wasn't listening carefully, but when Yu Simin mentioned the Su family, she couldn't help but think of Su Nanjing and his entourage. Outside Jiang University's gates, a car with no logos slowly drove in. The gatekeeper, seeing the license plate, was startled and quickly let it through from afar, wondering to himself why the car was at Jiangjing today. With many people taking walks around Jiang University at that time, and more cars entering and exiting the university during those days, most did not recognize the internal car plates and did not pay much attention. Still, a few were pondering why the character in front of the plate was not Jiang, but Yan. The car avoided the crowd and slowly drove from the west gate toward Nanmei district. When the car stopped, Academician Ma was still on his computer, the fluorescent light reflecting on his face. Without looking up as the car door opened, he asked, "You're not attending the summary meeting?" Jiang Fulai got out of the car, looked towards the street corner, casually putting on a baseball cap, his tone cold. "What's the point if they need me for everything? What use is it to keep them? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 619, Meet at 244, incident occurred at _1 Academician Ma tapped on the keyboard, typing out a line of text, and upon hearing the monitor's words, he slowly pushed up his glasses with a hand. "Okay, you are the boss, Jiang, what you say goes." The door behind slowly closed. In the front, the driver looked toward the co-pilot, where Yun's assistant was seated, afraid of disturbing Academician Ma. He lowered his voice. "Professor Yun, do we still wait for young Master Jiang?" "No need." Yun's assistant gazed at Jiang Fulai's retreating back. A figure as solitary and indifferent as ever, he withdrew his gaze, head straight to the headquarters. Some problems arose with a few people in the project team, leading to a delay. In recent times, the chill emanating from Jiang's body was heavier than that of a ghost, leaving no blade of grass growing wherever he passed. After the car drove away, Yun's assistant checked his mobile phone and suddenly remembered something. He glanced at the rearview mirror. Not everyone knew that Academician Ma was going to teach the Tongfeng class this year, but those with information channels had known about it early on. There shouldn't be many applying for the Buyuan class this year, but the number of students applying for the Tongfeng class is expected to grow exponentially. Upstairs, the few in room 407 were still chatting. "Go to Ko, I heard our new freshmen have 2 big shots in the physics department this year, and neither went abroad." Kong Wei, who had just arrived at this legendary top educational institution, couldn't settle down. All 3 of them were not locals, 2 from Xiqing and 1 from Beijing, and they all shared a passion for physics. They felt an immediate closeness, especially with Kong Wei being an active person. As Bai Lian listened to their conversation, she read her book, lazily turning the pages and occasionally responding with a word or two when Kong Wei asked her something. Until her mobile phone lit up briefly, she glanced at it. It was a message from Su En. "We are leaving now." Today, he and Ji Milan had accompanied Su Jiue to the school. Upon arrival, he wanted to meet Bai Lian, but she chose not to see them. Su En didn't insist, he only had Su assistant pass the gift they had brought for Bai Lian to her. Bai Lian. "Okay." On the other side of the phone, Su En picked up the car keys, looking at Ji Mulan beside him, whose belly was now quite large. "Alien didn't say she wanted to see us." Ji Mulan fell silent for a moment. She reached out to touch her belly and shook her head. "Let's go back." She had anticipated it all. If Suan had been alone, Bai Lian would certainly have met with him. Ji Mulan found it harder and harder to read Bai Lian now. After replying with a single word, Bai Lian just put down her phone when another call came through. She glanced at it indifferently. There was no contact name, just a Jiangjing local number. Her fingers, which were about to flip the page, paused on the paper, cold white fingertips resting on the sky-blue tabletop. She hesitated for a few seconds before lifting her head and picking up the phone to answer on the balcony. On the other end of the phone, the voice was as calm as ever, speaking unhurriedly. "Have you returned to the dormitory?" When Jiang Fulai was busy with engineering work with academician Ma and others, he couldn't make calls, and even for external contact, he needed to use the special mobile phone from that place. You could tell from his voice that he was a bit worn out. Bai Lian leaned casually on the balcony railing, looking down at the flower bed below. "Just got back to the dorm. I'm reading about quantum many-body theory." It was related to quantum field theory in condensed matter physics of high-energy particles. Jiang Fulai quietly listened to her speak. School had just started, and many older students were selling second-hand books and trinkets downstairs by the female dormitory, creating a bustling scene at this moment. Through the phone, some noise could be heard. "Where are you?" Bai Lian heard some raucous noise. He seldom made phone calls from the lab, and even when he sent voice messages, the background was always extremely quiet. Holding the phone, Jiang Fulai's gaze rested on the entrance to the female dormitory, and he inadvertently said, "Bai Lian, I'm outside the female dormitory building." Outside the entrance to the female dormitory was a main road flanked by sweet gum trees that formed a dense canopy, with the nearby solar lamps providing dim illumination. Near the entrance, there was a convenience store to the left and an eyeglass shop that was still open. At the moment, down the stairs to the supermarket, many senior students had set up stalls selling second-hand items to junior students. As Bai Lian emerged from the dormitory entrance, she immediately saw a towering figure standing under a sweet gum tree to the right, dressed in black including a newsboy cap which did little to hide his haughty demeanor. The figure was faintly enshrouded in the cool light from the back, not looking up, yet radiating an intense presence. Students delivering food on campus instinctively stayed away from this direction. He was looking down at his phone, its screen still brightly lit. Seeming to sense someone coming out, he looked up, his gaze precisely finding the person who had just emerged, cutting through the crowd. Dressed in an ivory-colored garment with a slanting collar, the material was soft, only the cuffs and the hem were embroidered with large patches of green tendrils, making the girl's face look as luminous as jade. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 620, Meet at 244. Incident occurred at _2. She was the epitome of casual and relaxed. Just walking from the dormitory gate to the corner, she drew the gaze of everyone around her. The not-so-bright street lights cast shaking tree shadows on the ground. The moon hung high above the treetops, so faint it was nearly indiscernible. "Did Grandpa make you new clothes?" Jiang Fulai asked, eyeing the garment she wore that he hadn't seen before. The clothes had been brought over by Ji Heng from Xiangqing last time. Looking down at the turquoise vine on her dress, Bai Lian replied simply, "Eh." Before she could finish, Jiang Fulai wrapped his left arm around her waist from behind, his long, strong fingers clasped at her side, drawing her close. "Congratulations on the new semester." "Have you finished work?" Bai Lian touched his slightly cool fingers with her fingertips. "Sort of." Jiang Fulai quietly embraced her for a moment before asking, "Have you eaten dinner?" "I had dinner at Grandpa's before coming here." "Oh." Jiang Fulai held her hand and went straight to the point. "I haven't eaten yet." Go to the girls' dorm in the Nanmei district was closer to the second canteen. At this hour, the privately owned stores on the second floor of the canteen were likely still open. Bai Lian lifted her head. "Let's go to the second canteen." Jiang Fulai wasn't picky about food. He would eat the fine dishes selected in Kangyu Tower as well as the boxed meals distributed in the lab. Bai Lian ordered 2 dishes for him and got a bowl of rice. He brought the food back, sitting in the cafeteria that didn't quite suit his aura. He leisurely took out his phone, snapped a photo of the 2 dishes, and sent it to Academician Ma. "Have you had dinner yet?" Academician Ma, who had just got out of the car, spared a moment to reply with a symbol. When Bai Lian returned with 2 bottles of water, he was still typing at his leisure. Upon seeing her, he put away his phone discreetly and changed the subject. "How are they doing with their studies? How is the exam preparation going?" Jiang Fulai was referring to the second round of admissions for the Tongfeng class. Since leaving the base, he hadn't sent so much as a punctuation mark to Ning Xiao and Tang Ming. Bai Lian twisted the cap on the water bottle, glanced at his phone, placed the water beside him, and casually sat down. "Not bad." "Oh." Jiang Fulai had just been making conversation, asking casually. If those 2 didn't get in, they'd have to face him. Kong Wei was too lazy to go downstairs and asked Bai Lian to bring back a pack of trash bags from the supermarket on the ground floor when she returned. By the time Bai Lian got back to the dorm, the roommate across from her, Sun Qian, had already returned from the library. Sun Qian was tall, with chestnut-colored curly hair, and she seemed a bit distant. "Thanks." Kong Wei took the trash bags, fitted one onto her bin, and remembering the earlier discussion, introduced Bai Lian to Sun Qian. "Bai Lian, this is Sun Qian, a local from Jiangjing who just came back from the library." "But Sun Qian, are you really considering the Tongfeng class?" After greeting Sun Qian, Bai Lian messaged Jiang Fulai to tell him she was back in the dorm. Sun Qian, hearing that Bai Lian was from Beijing, withdrew her gaze. "I'm just giving it a try." Sun Qian picked up her nightgown, nodded slightly to Kong Wei, and pushed the door to enter the bathroom. Not much for conversation. Beauty brings a sense of distance, and it's rare these days to find someone as beautiful and approachable as Bai Lian. After Sun Qian entered the bathroom, Yu Simin spoke to the 2 of them. "The Tongfeng class only tests mathematics and physics. The national team goes a bit more extreme, like a second-round admission test. The Tongfeng class is the real deal. Most of them can get into a lab as first years." Those from the national team were directly specially recruited into the Tongfeng class. The other spots were few and far between. Those who entered Jiang University through the normal college entrance exam had to take a second-round admission test to get in. Bai Lian looked down at her phone, where He Wen, who hadn't shown up for a while, had sent her several documents. She took the laptop from the bed, logged into WeChat, and downloaded the document He Wen had sent her. Kong Wei looked at Bai Lian's laptop, with its default background. Aside from a few graphic design programs, there was also a video app. There were no games or other entertainment software icons. Meanwhile, in the residence of Xin Qing and Ji Xiaojun had just finished training, and Xiaojia and others had just left. Ji Xian's phone rang. It was a call from Ji Heng, and his voice was very grave. "Go to the Jiang University-affiliated hospital. Mulan was in a car accident on the road. She's still in the operating room." "What?" Ji Xiaojun immediately stood up. If Ji Heng was calling him, there was only one reason. Ji Mulan needed a blood transfusion. Part of the reason he had married Xin Qing was because she also had panda blood. Hearing that Ji Mulan was in the hospital, Xin Qing also grabbed her bag and hurriedly followed Ji Xiaojun out. The last time in Xiangqing, if not for Ji Mulan and Bai Lian, she would have lost her life in an instant. They hurriedly rushed to the hospital. The nurse led Xin Qing away to draw blood and said, "We've already called the person in charge of the panda blood record, but we don't know if anyone will come. You should be prepared, the patient is in great danger." Panda blood was always fearful of any incident. Ji Heng was still able to remain calm at this moment. He looked at the heavily injured Su En. "You go and get your wound treated first." Su En looked at the lit operating room and just shook his head. "That car." Ji Heng patted his shoulder and looked intently at the entrance of the emergency room. Old Madame Su had just arrived, leaning on her cane, her expression panicked. What on earth happened? Xin Qing had 2 large tubes of blood drawn. Inside the emergency room, the doctor came out with a patient consent form for surgery, and a crowd of people immediately gathered around. Does the patient have any family medical history? Her mother, Ji-hung, took a sharp breath, died of malignant hyperthermia. The doctor looked up at Ji-hang with a changed expression, then immediately called out for the nurse. Go and check if the anesthesiology department has dantrolene. Then he turned back in a rush. Both the mother and the fetus are in great danger right now, and no volunteers have come to donate blood. I suggest transferring to the Jiangjing General Hospital in Xinjiang District, where they have the best facilities and the most advanced research institutes. Well, report to our superiors as quickly as possible. The danger was evident from his words. Let's transfer hospitals quickly, Shin Qing said anxiously, pressing her wrist, and looked towards Ji Xiaojun. Mr. Lance, would it work if you said head come? They still didn't know what malignant hyperthermia was. Ji Xiaojun soothed her. Mr. Lance is a surgeon, not a gynecologist. Shin Qing, when anxious, tended to blurt out rashly. Old Madam Su got a headache listening to her. What, Lance or not Lance? Stop the noise. Old Madam Su directed her gaze at Su En and calmly instructed, you call Director Li and ask if he could arrange an emergency transfer. Director Li was a physician known to Su En from Jiangjing General Hospital. Previously in Xiangqing, Su En had also called him. Taking out his phone, Su En dialed the chief physician. It was very late, and the matter was urgent. Car accident? Panda blood? Pregnant woman? Malignant hyperthermia? Any hospital would dare not accept just a combination of any two of these factors, not to mention 4 buffs together. It would be fit for publishing in Nature. Old friend, why is it that every time something happens, it's this complicated? The chief physician was also troubled. Even in our hospital, it's a life and death situation. They'll ask the anesthesiology department if they have dantrolene and send it over to you immediately. Obviously, they couldn't transfer hospitals. Ji-hung decisively turned around and asked, Xiaochen? The butler supported the old lady and addressed Ji-hung very respectfully. Eldest Master Ji, the General Hospital is not managed by the Qin family. It's part of Xinjiang General Hospital. The hospital also has its own protocols. Mr. Qin can't do anything. Shin Qing twirled her fingers. I'll draw some more blood for her. Shall we call Alien over? Bai Lian also had panda blood. Although Shin Qing did not want her to donate blood for Ji Mulan, the nurse was refusing her blood donation now. Bai Lian. Upon mentioning Bai Lian, the agitated Ji Hung finally remembered. He recalled the night from many years ago, his eyes deep and determined as he took out his phone and called Bai Lian. He didn't ask her to come and donate blood but simply asked, Alien, can you get in touch with Xiaojiang? Jiang Fulai had just returned. Nobody had been informed, not even Jiang He. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 621. 245 finally has a chance to perform. _1 Dormitory 407. Bai Lian leaned against the balcony, her hair all hanging behind her head. She casually thrust one hand into her pocket while stray strands of hair fell across her forehead. In her other hand she held a cell phone, her pale fingers tapping on the screen. A truck, her eyes narrowed slightly. With many newcomers at Jiang University these days, there were more vehicles, and all were driving slowly, careful not to accidentally collide with a new student. How could there be a car accident at this critical time? She walked into the dormitory, picked up the jade hairpin on the table, and began to slowly twist her hair up. Her dark, abyss-like eyes seemed unfathomably deep. Bai Lian had planned to wait for Sun Qian to come out before taking a shower. Just as she removed the hairpin from her head, Ji Heng's call came through. Yu Simin had just taken her pajamas out and climbed down from the bed when she saw Bai Lian putting her hair back up, puzzled. Are you going out? Yes. Bai Lian secured her hair. No need to leave the door unlocked for me tonight. She reached out, took her laptop and cell phone and left. After she had gone, Kong Wei looked at her retreating figure and clicked her tongue. Why do I feel like Bai Lian has an even stronger presence than Sun Qian? After speaking, another thought struck her. If we don't leave the door for her, where is she going to stay? After all, Bai Lian was not from Jiangjing. Source: web novel. Com, updated on. Speaking of which, it seemed that Bai Lian was the first to arrive in their dormitory. Downstairs, Bai Lian headed straight for the west gate. She was messaging Lance as she walked. She wasn't very familiar with modern hospitals, but Lance was, so she called him. Malignant hyperthermia? It's no problem if you have dantrolene. Lance immediately knew what was happening based on the description, but you said the patient has panda blood. Bai Lian's tone was unhurried. A pregnant woman, plus a car accident. The one in trouble was Ji Mulan, but Bai Lian was not worried. That is indeed dangerous, but if she's saved, that's an SCI paper right there. Lance communicated fluently with Bai Lian in English. Such a case is rare, a beautiful emergency, a 1 in a million chance of survival. Who's the patient? She's essentially this bogus biological mother, Bai Lian replied. Despite the awkwardness, Lance, who understood, was speechless. Messages can be revoked, but spoken words cannot. He opened his mouth and began to search for some adjectives. It's not necessarily too late. If your doctors are well-trained and manage to physically bring down the fever until dantrolene arrives, there's a good chance. Alright, there is a doctor in my lab who was involved in a malignant hyperthermia case. They'll contact him for you. He could give you some constructive advice during the surgery. Ji Mulan's condition was nowhere near as complicated as Shen Qing's. With a bit of luck, she could be saved. The key was the medication and the presence of someone with experience in treating malignant hyperthermia. Compared to Shen Qing, she had more buffs to her advantage. After all, there weren't many doctors in Jiangjing who had experience with malignant hyperthermia. Bai Lian, not far away, Dean Huang was talking to a professor from the physics department with his hands behind his back, but when he saw Bai Lian, he stopped. Bai Lian, holding her computer, greeted Dean Huang politely. Dean Huang. Dean Huang's gaze fell on the computer in her hands, and his brows twitched. Zhongxing has research in various fields, and this computer had no logo. It was a very simple, ordinary-looking black ultra-thin laptop, unlike the ones Zhongxing released to the public. But as a student of academician Ma, Dean Huang had seen this computer more than once. Where are you headed? Dean Huang struggled to shift his gaze away from the laptop. I'm leaving the campus. Even when facing the dean of her college, Bai Lian was straightforward. I have something to attend to. Be safe, Dean Huang said warmly, unsure whether Bai Lian was going to meet academician Ma. How is your exam preparation going? Not bad. Bai Lian spotted the car turning from the left and bid farewell to Dean Huang. Dean Huang, my ride's here, I must go. She got into the car. Dean Huang stood in place, watching the black car Bai Lian boarded with a very distinctive license plate. He had a hunch. The professor standing next to Dean Huang had remained silent up until now, and only after the black car had driven away did he speak. Bai Lian. Is she this year's high school valedictorian? Upon hearing this, Dean Huang smiled. The professor walked behind Dean Huang and couldn't help but glance back in the direction the black car had taken. The driver was Ming Dongheng. He had just driven Jiang Fulai away from Jiang University when Bai Lian's call came in. In the back seat, Jiang Fulai didn't open the window but was talking calmly on the phone. Butler Jiang, I won't be coming back for the time being. I will go straight to Shanghai apartment later. Ming Dongheng drove the car steadily. Bai Lian sat next to Jiang Fulai, opened her laptop, and leisurely flipped through the research papers she had saved. Why did you bring the computer out? Jiang Fulai asked as he hung up the phone. Seeing Bai Lian looking at her computer, her profile illuminated by the soft glow of the screen. I'm used to it. The laptop contained a hard drive's worth of data left to her by an academician from Ma Institute, which she didn't feel comfortable leaving in her dorm. Jiang Fulai rested his wrist on his knee, turning to look at the research papers on her laptop. Very familiar. He narrowed his eyes. Only Ming Dongheng in the driver's seat found it odd. Wasn't Ji Mulan supposed to be critically ill? Yet Miss Bai and Jiang Fulai didn't seem very anxious. There wasn't much traffic at this time, and the Jiang University-affiliated hospital was nearby. They quickly arrived at the hospital. At the emergency room entrance, the police were still negotiating with Su En. Su En's grandmother stood by the emergency room door, turning her Buddha beads and praying for Ji Mulan and the child in her womb to be safe. Ever since she learned that Bai Lian had topped the college entrance exam, she had taken a keen interest in the fetus carried by Ji Mulan. After all, having given birth to someone as intelligent as Bai Lian, Ji Mulan's genes must be very good. Su Shujie and Su Wenyao had already arrived. She held a folder and whispered to Zu's assistant, "What's the situation? How could there be a car out of control near Jiang University?" "Don't know." Zu's assistant hadn't accompanied Su En today and had only arrived shortly before. "The current issue is, which hospital has dancuxarin?" Malignant hyperthermia was a rare condition, dancuxarin had a short shelf life, and the drug itself was expensive, so few hospitals kept it in stock. Su En had already sought the chief physician of the main hospital. The doctor came out of the emergency room, glancing back at the clock outside the operating room. "The patient urgently needs a blood transfusion, and dancuxarin. The main hospital just used their last vial last month. We're still contacting other hospitals. If you have any connections, ask the research institutes if they have any in stock." Oddly enough, the main hospital would usually have a stock, but it just happened to have used one last month. Su En's grandmother turned to Su Wenyao, anxious. "Wenyao, don't you know some lab people? Ask them if they know anything." Su Wenyao bowed his head, pressing on WeChat. "I'm already asking. They're also trying to find a way." Given the urgency of the situation, Shin Qing went to draw another tube of blood, pressing her arm as she approached. Ji Heng simply kept his gaze fixed on the interior of the emergency room, maintaining this posture since the beginning. "What does the building butler say?" Ji Xiaojun hung up the phone and shook his head. "He says he's making contacts." The two conversed, while, beside them for the first time, Su En's grandmother and Su Shujie heard of the matter. Who was the building butler? Just then, the elevator doors beside them opened, and a girl in white clothes walked out with her eyes downcast. Jiang Fulai walked on her left, with Ming Dongheng following behind, carrying car keys. After such a long time, seeing Jiang Fulai's exceptionally handsome and cold face again, both Su Shujie and Su En's grandmother couldn't help but stop and take a step back. The noisy exterior of the emergency room was, at this moment, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Bai Lian stopped beside Ji Heng, standing there indolently. As long as Ji Heng and Ji Xiaojun were all right, Bai Lian was easy to deal with. She even politely greeted Su En and Su Wenyao. "How's it going?" Su Wenyao glanced at the messages on his phone and shook his head, his face showing difficulty. "The situation isn't good, there's a shortage of the drug. Chen Hong said his cousin hasn't found the lab's medicine." Su En's grandmother got a bit panicked as Su Wenyao was the only one who had connections in the labs. "Is this medicine really so scarce? Tell them that our Su family has money, we must find a way to get it." "Grandma, if we could get it, we would definitely use it to save her," a nurse explained to the elderly lady, "but the drug is rare to begin with. The one stored in the main hospital was used up, and if those labs don't have it, then we really have no other options." Jiang Fulai followed Bai Lian at an unhurried pace. He lowered his baseball cap and didn't look at the others, speaking on the phone. However, Shin Qing looked at Bai Lian. "Lian, your mother, she still needs blood." Su Wenyao paused. "You too have panda blood? You are Rh negative?" The nurse, a bit anxious, hurriedly said, "Come with me quickly." Bai Lian glanced at the emergency room and rolled up her sleeve nonchalantly. "Sure." Her state was nearly polar opposite to the last time Shin Qing was injured. Beside her, Jiang Fulai accurately caught her wrist and looked up at the emergency room, 7th floor emergency room. After speaking a few more words in a low voice, he hung up the phone, his eyes coldly sweeping past the nurse beside him. Under the light, his sharp facial contours became even more defined. "There's a Rh-negative blood bank in Jiangjing." His voice was cold as well. The nurse didn't dare look at him and didn't hurry Bai Lian to have her blood drawn anymore, only puzzled. When did they start having a blood bank for something as rare as Rh-negative blood? At this moment, downstairs, an elderly man with graying hair pressed the elevator button, unaware to others. Beneath his calm exterior beat an exceedingly excited heart. He had been sent back the last time he arrived in Danping City, but this time he finally had an opportunity to prove himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 622. Which ginger is it? They want to ask Mr. Mu to come out of retirement _ 17th floor. Su-an had lost the mood to negotiate with the police, and Ming Donghyun took the officer aside. Bai Lian's phone rang, this time with a WeChat video call. Bai, said Lance, now wearing a suit made for him by Ji Heng as he spoke to Bai Lian, I had a student who was involved in a case of malignant hyperthermia. Because he had complimented Bai Lian's mother as a beautiful case, Lance went to the lab to make amends. Jiang Fulai lowered his head, and when Lance saw him, he greeted, Hey Jiang. Bai. Lance looked at the Jiang University Hospital emblem behind Bai Lian, his eyes lit up, You're in Jiangjing? Yes, I'm studying here. Since there was a blood bank, Bai Lian wasn't in a hurry to draw blood anymore. The AIS International Medical Summit is being held in Jiangjing. Lance was talking to Bai Lian. Just then, the door to the operating room opened again. The anesthetist raised his hand as he came out of the surgery room, looking palely at the people present. Mr. Su, the patient's temperature has reached 42 degrees, and the fetus inside might. Source, web novel. Calm, updated on. Cold Madame Zu's fingers holding the cane were trembling. If it wasn't for Bai Lian and Ji Heng being there, she would want to ask if it was possible to take the child out first. Su-an had already called Dr. Li again, asking about Danqualorin. Doctor, please hang in there, we're already looking for it. Right then, the elevator doors opened. An elderly man with graying hair stepped out towards the doorway, his gaze sweeping the corridor before finally resting on Jiang Fulai. Young Master Jiang. In his hand he was holding a box exuding coldness with a blue exterior. The anesthetist, looking at the elder with graying hair, hesitated for a moment before recognizing him. Dean Gu? Dean Gu looked at the anesthetist and handed over the blue box. Danqualorin still frozen, hurry and save someone. The anesthetist glanced down at the medicine box in Dean Gu's hand, and without having time to wonder why the head of the main hospital was here, he quickly turned and dashed towards the emergency room. Bai Lian casually lowered her eyes and spoke to Lance before handing her phone to a nurse who had just brought over a bag of blood. A teacher has done research on malignant hyperthermia, take it in, it might help. If it were any other patient's relative who took out a phone and said a teacher could help, the nurse would call security to drag away the patient's family. But this relative of the patient could adjust the Rh-negative blood supply and manage to get Danqualorin in a short period of time. The nurse did not immediately take the phone but instead pushed the blood in first, then came out to get Bai Lian's phone for disinfection and re-entered the emergency room. Doctor, said old Madame Su, stepping forward with her cane, is there hope now? We can't be certain, but with Danqualorin, there's a great chance, the nurse said hastily before going inside. The door to the operating room closed again. With the medicine's arrival, the people in the hallway could finally relax again. Su-an looked at Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai, who was now wearing a duckbill cap and standing to Bai Lian's left. He had his head slightly down, his clean and slender fingers pressing on the phone, exuding an unapproachable aura. Su-an whispered to Bai Lian, thank you. Ji Heng finally reacted. His dark eyes showed different colors as he thanked Jiang Fulai. Xiao Jiang, we owe you a lot this time, making you take this trip. He knew Jiang Fulai must have just returned not long ago. Jiang Fulai put down his phone, acting gracefully. It's no big deal. Sighed. Dean Gu's gaze landed on Bai Lian again for a moment, and he didn't dare say anything, only asking Ming Donghyun in a low voice, no head injury? Ming Donghyun nodded coolly. Well, it seems you don't need my help. Dean Gu paused, then stood with his hands behind his back. Then may I take my leave first? Ming Donghyun watched him expressionlessly. Dean Gu, okay. Half an hour later, the anesthetist returned with Bai Lian's phone and handed it back to her. The patient's temperature has dropped, and she is no longer in life-threatening danger. We need to thank Mr. Albert for giving us critical guidance. Mr. Albert was the doctor Lance had found for Bai Lian, who had researched malignant hyperthermia. A narrow escape, a nightmare for all the doctors in the emergency room. Fortunately, the rescue was successful. Jiang Fulai finally looked at Bai Lian. Shall we go back? It was already 11 o'clock, and since there was no more danger to life, Bai Lian didn't linger. She took her phone and left for Shanghai apartment with Jiang Fulai. By this time, the dormitory doors were already closed. After they left, Su En appeared very wearied, having been tense all night long, and his spirits were not good. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought her out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 623. Which ginger is it? They want to ask Mr. Mu to come out of retirement under SKU. It has nothing to do with you. Ji Heng simply looked intently at the emergency room, uttering only this phrase, his thoughts unknown. Su Shujie and Su Wenyao, seeing that Ji Mulan's life was not in danger, also relaxed. Su Shujie turned to the Su assistant. Do you know the doctor Bai Lian mentioned? The Su assistant remembered Lance, relieved. It must be one of Dr. Lance's people. Lance? Who was that? Just as Su Shujie was curious, Ji Mulan's attending physician came out again to report that all was well. Doctor, thank you so much. Su En and the Su family repeatedly expressed their gratitude. We were just doing our duty, the doctor shook his head. Mainly it was because the blood from the main hospital's blood bank arrived in time, and the hospital director personally delivered the Dankerolin, with guidance from an MTR doctor. As he spoke, the doctor's manners toward the Su family became increasingly polite. Rh-negative blood bank, Director Gu, people from Timtar. The old MTR lady hadn't heard of it. She simply turned her head to ask Su Wenyao. Wenyao, was that elderly gentleman just now the director of the main hospital? He personally guided the mathematical modeling. Director Huang added him on WeChat. Academician Ma from Ma Institute saw Bai Lian off at the airport. Su Wenyao could still accept today's event as it had unfolded. That should be him. It's good that everyone is all right now. It was late, and Su Wenyao didn't go back to the dorms, hitching a ride in Su Shujie's car instead. Bai Lian and that person by her side. Su Shujie was driving onto the highway when she turned to Su Wenyao and asked, Jiang? Which Jiang is he? Source, web novel. Com, updated on. Ko, the Jiang from Mengjiang. Su Wenyao looked down at his phone. 2 hours earlier, Director Huang had sent him a message. Send me the mathematical modeling results after they're out. Mathematical modeling? Su Wenyao sat up straight. He had great respect for Director Huang. After completing the mathematical modeling during the summer, he and Chen Hong spent a lot of time in the library, reading many papers and books sent by He Wen. Su Wenyao, Director Huang, I understand. Jiang was also a prominent surname. Ever since the wedding last time, Su Shujie had vaguely heard Ji Heng calling that man Xiao Jiang. She had always thought it was Jiang, or something similar, but since Su Wenyao had just mentioned Jiang, Su Shujie, connecting the dots with Director Chen, suddenly stepped on the brakes and stopped the car by the roadside. She turned to Su Wenyao in shock. He couldn't possibly be. The next day, early morning. Bai Lian got up for breakfast, and she'd have to go to school later. Su Wenyao called just in time, informing Bai Lian that Ji Mulan's baby had been successfully delivered by C-section and was now in the incubator. Oh! Bai Lian, with her dark hair partially gathered at the back of her head, casually picked up a bun sent over by Kangyu Tower, her response indifferent. Su Wenyao was calling so early not just because of this. Do you know the results of the mathematical modeling competition will be out this morning? This Bai Lian really didn't know. Upon hearing no response from Bai Lian, Su Wenyao knew she wasn't concerned with these matters, and probably wouldn't bother to check the results. The winners need to do a defense presentation, Chen Hong is already preparing his defense PPT. I'll send you the results as soon as they come out. Su Wenyao mainly wanted to talk to Bai Lian about the mathematical modeling. He was confident about winning an award, he just wasn't sure if it could be a first prize. Jiang Fulai stood on Bai Lian's balcony, dressed in a white shirt today, with the cufflinks removed and the sleeves rolled up several times. His delicate brows and eyes were lowered, his voice low and pressured as he spoke with someone on the other end of the phone. Don't want to go to school? Wait for me to come back. Bai Lian hung up the phone to hear his voice. Knowing he was talking about Jiang He, he's just in first grade, isn't it too hard on him? He also needs to integrate into society. Jiang Fulai hung up the phone, returned to the living room, and sat down beside Bai Lian, slowly picking up some chopsticks. Bai Lian paused, lazily tilting her head. What if he ends up thinking, what on earth am I doing in a classroom with these things? As she spoke, Jiang Fulai's brow began to twitch. Eat, Miss Bai. Jiang Fulai raised his hand elegantly, picking up a crystal dumpling and placing it in her bowl. That physics notebook was still with Bai Lian, who would take it out and flip through it occasionally. How could Jiang Fulai not know Miss Bai's remarkable memory? He guessed she had memorized every single one of his scribbled complaints in there. After breakfast, Bai Lian printed out the papers He Wen had given her in the study room. Jiang Fulai stood by, unhurriedly using the stapler to bind her papers together, his gaze coolly skimming over the documents. Dormitory. When Bai Lian returned, Kong Wei was talking to someone at the staircase entrance. Seeing Bai Lian, she waved excitedly. Bai Lian, come over, this student is from your hometown. From my hometown? Bai Lian replied to Tang Ming in the group chat, saying she would grab a book and then join them. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming had already secured a spot in the library. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 624. Which ginger is it? They want to ask Mr. Mu to come out of retirement. _3 Jiang University's freshmen had no classes these 2 days, with military training not scheduled until sophomore year. Yes, same surname as you, Bai, named by Shaoqi, Kong Wei whispered to Bai Lian, who had walked up beside her. She mentioned that her brother's teacher is a student of our dean. Bai Lian just looked up, her gaze meeting Bai Shaoqi's across the way. Bai Shaoqi, who made many friends at school, watched Bai Lian without speaking. Bai Lian withdrew her gaze, greeted Kong Wei, and headed for dorm room 407. Then we'll have a chance to talk another time. Kong Wei felt something was off, so she gave Bai Shaoqi a smile and hurried after Bai Lian back to 407. Inside the dormitory, Bai Lian placed her laptop and printed references on the table, along with a small pot of succulents that Jiang Fulai had insisted she take with her. Kong Wei brought up Bai Shaoqi to Yu Simin. Yu Simin was clearly aware of the dean of the physics department. Her brother's teacher is our physics department's dean. That impressive? But everyone at Jiang University is impressive. Just look at our senior He Wen. Su Qian came out of the bathroom and heard them talking about He Wen. She looked up. You know He Wen? We know of senior He Wen, but he doesn't know us. Kong Wei said with an amused smile. Senior He Wen is the idol of us from Xiqing. We're planning to go to the #1 doctoral building for a visit later. Are you coming? I won't be going. You guys have fun. Su Qian looked away and grabbed her books before leaving. Source: web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. Beneath the dormitory building, Song Min was waiting for Bai Shaoqi, and the two of them went to find Bai Shaoqi together. I just saw Bai Lian, Bai Shaoqi said quietly, glancing at him. We're in the same dorm building. Song Min paused for a moment, his gaze falling, but he didn't say anything. Jiang University was filled with talents. Song Min had become just an ordinary person there, something he had realized since his last visit to Jiangjing. Soon, the two of them arrived at the building where Bai Shaoqi was staying, and Bai Shaoqi called him from downstairs. Wait for me a moment. Bai Shaoqi was looking for Dr. Zhua, he said in a hushed tone on his phone. I'll come down right away. After speaking, he hung up and entered the office. Inside the office, Dr. Zhua looked up and towards Bai Shaoqi. The teacher is very concerned about the outcome of this math modeling competition. Doctor's teacher was Dean Huang. Above Dean Huang, that would be academician Ma. Bai Shaoke replied, a first prize might be a bit difficult. You're only a sophomore. There are also international students participating this time, not to mention numerous juniors and seniors. Doctors opened an email. Getting a second prize would already be outstanding. When the time comes, I will apply for a recommendation for graduate study for you and take you to meet the teacher. Thank you, Dr. Zhua. Dr. Zhua smiled. A good result in the competition also benefits my application for professional title review. Waiting for the results of this competition wasn't just Bai Shaoke. Qi Jun and a few others were also waiting. They were seniors now, with not many classes left. Yu Sheng and Qi Jun left the dormitory building, heading to the computer room, when Su Wenyao and Chen Hong returned from outside. Chen Hong's voice sounded excited. Wenyao, you told the junior, right? The results are out today. Yeah, she's at the library with her classmate. We'll find her later. Su Wenyao had just come from the hospital, carrying the faint smell of disinfectant. Walking beside Qi Jun, Yu Sheng heard Chen Hong mention the math modeling competition. Chen Hong, you guys are so happy. Did you get the second prize in the competition? Chen Hong looked up to see Qi Jun and others. He paused, having barely interacted with them since Qi Jun dropped out of the team before the competition. Should be, no problem. Su Wenyao nodded to a few acquaintances and then went upstairs to his dorm to grab books and find Bai Lian. Even Qi Jun felt not so certain about the second prize this time. Hearing Chen Hong's words, Yu Sheng couldn't help but complain to Qi Jun. He actually says there's no problem with the second prize. Never mind that they've got a freshman on their team. The key point is they don't even have a supervising teacher. But Qi Jun, your team should be secure for the second prize, right? Should be. Qi Jun adjusted his black-framed glasses. Then you should be able to secure the recommendation for graduate study? Yu Sheng said enviously. Qi Jun shook his head. A first prize would secure it. A second prize depends on the chances. You're so smart. You definitely will be recommended. Qi Miss has introduced you to Dr. Zhua. Meanwhile, at the Mu family residence, the butler was reporting Jiang Xian's matter to Mu Yining, who looked up. His sister is also in Jiangjing? Yes, she's the mother of Miss Bai. The butler had made contact with the right people last night. By the time we found the laboratory, they had already obtained the medication. People are now out of danger, and it's said that the baby she gave birth to is still in the incubator. As long as the person is okay, prepare a gift for me. How could there suddenly be a car accident? Did you check it out? Hearing it was Bai Lian's mother, Mu Yining stopped in her tracks. Still under investigation, a break issue. The Mu family always took these matters seriously, especially after a major incident in the past. However, Ji Mulan had never returned to the Mu family home, so the butler thought it was an accident. She took the coat handed to her by a servant and put it on herself. Speaking of accidents, Mu Yining fell silent for a moment. Where's my dad? Did he come out today? When it came to this, the butler took hold of his cane and walked a few steps forward, speaking with concern. You know, these days, he won't leave the Buddhist hall. Yesterday was the anniversary of the death of Mu Qiong and her group of young talents. These days, Mu Xiangguang barely ate anything. As they were talking, at the gate of the residence, Assistant Wang ran in without a prior notice. Mr. Mu! Mr. Mu! The Mu family was always strict about rules, and the butler, seeing his flustered appearance, said, Assistant Wang, why all the fuss? Assistant Wang was too short of breath to explain to the butler, merely handing a set of documents over to Mu Yining. We couldn't find news about Miss Bai, but there's a lot of news about her in Xiangqing. As soon as Mu Yining heard it was about Bai Lian, she reached out her hand. The butler was still unaware that Mu Yining had dined with Bai Lian, looking at Mu Yining in surprise. Miss, you met with Miss Bai? Mu Yining didn't respond. She opened the envelope and inside were several photographs and news clippings. The first picture was a screenshot of a news broadcast from Xiangqing No. 1 High School, with the background of the school gates adorned with several banners. The first one in red with white characters strikingly noticeable. Congratulations to our student by Lien for achieving the national top score in the science section of the college entrance examination. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 625, 247 First Prizes, You'll Get Used to It _1 The Mu family, Mu Xiangguang's courtyard. At 8 in the morning, wafts of sandalwood scent drifted through the bead curtain. When Mu Yining arrived, a servant was carrying out a stack of meals, untouched. Seeing her, he stepped aside and bowed slightly. Mu Yining extended her hand to part the bead curtain and entered. Inside, the light was dim and smoke curled through the air. She crossed the hall and walked into the adjoining room. The small room had no windows, only a dim yellow lamp. Mu Xiangguang, donned in a gray monk's robe, knelt with his back to her before a Buddha statue, murmuring, 32 features, 80 kinds of excellence, all perfectly possessed, to inspire immeasurable beings to arise. Mu Yining, holding an envelope, knelt quietly behind him to the right, hands joined together, gazing at the Buddha statue. After Mu Xiangguang finished reciting that section, he gently turned a page of the scripture in front of him. Only when he stopped did Mu Yining speak. Dad, a few days ago I met Uncle's granddaughter. Her name is Bai Lian, and she looks very spirited. Mu Xiangguang rotated the Buddha beads, his voice deep and filled with vicissitudes. Have they all returned to Jiangjing? Pick some gifts for them from the storeroom. She is a freshman in the physics department at Jiang University this year. Mu Yining watched his silhouette. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. Zero. Mu Xiangguang continued to turn the Buddha beads without hesitation, only nodding. From Beijing, she took the college entrance exam in Xiangqing. Mu Yining lowered her head to glance at the photo in her hand, but this year, she surpassed the Liang family and became the valedictorian of the high school exam. Most people, upon hearing the surname Liang, would think of it as a ceiling of intellect. After all, the world knows of Liang Zuan. Mu Xiangguang's hand paused for a moment, his murky eyes fixed on the scripture in front of him, his voice wavering slightly. The valedictorian, Dad. Mu Yining clenched the envelope. Please come out. And Zhao Zhao too, we're all still waiting for you. Mu Xiangguang once led the family forward. After the Mu family's catastrophe, it seemed to take him away too. Me. Mu Xiangguang's self-deprecating voice emerged as he closed his eyes, beating the wooden fish rhythmically. Yining, I'm just a broken man now. What more can I offer the family? These young people, they can't all be ruined by my hands. Mu Yining looked at Mu Xiangguang's back. He never once turned around from beginning to end. She placed the sealed envelope beside him and, after bowing 3 times to the Buddha statue, she rose and left. Outside on the path, the butler was still waiting for Mu Yining. Seeing her emerge, his aged face was full of hope. How did it go? Chapter 626, 247 First Prizes, You'll Get Used to It _2 Chen Hong and Su Wenyao quickly came over. Alien, Su Wenyao greeted Bai Lian. The junior girl and her classmates are really studious. Chen Hong, who needed to refine the defense PPT presentation, had some issues to discuss with Bai Lian and Su Wenyao. He greeted Bai Lian and whispered with Su Wenyao. He wasn't nearly as conscientious as Bai Lian and the others during his freshman year. The university years are the best opportunity to break away from one's family background and class barriers. The 3 of them walked into the library together. Jiang University had many libraries, so there was no shortage of study spaces, public areas, small seminar rooms, and individual study booths. The separated single study booths were perfect for group discussions. Bai Lian went upstairs through the spiral staircase. The card reader outside the discussion room was off, indicating that there was already a small group inside. The discussion room wasn't large. There was a rectangular table. Tang Ming sat on the left side, Ning Xiao to his right, with Yang Lin a few seats away from Ning Xiao. She pushed open the glass door, and Tang Ming, who was facing the computer, looked up and said in a low voice, "Sister Lian." His gaze moved past by Lian, noticing Su Wenyao and Qin Hong. He greeted them both, "Senior Su, Senior Qin." Source: Web novel. Com, updated on Omicron 0. They had already met several times over the summer. Hearing the sound, Yang Lin also briefly looked up and pushed her glasses up her nose. She was reading molecular biology with a chemistry book by her side. Both subjects were by Lian's weak spots. She quietly pulled out a chair next to Yang Lin, took off her Bluetooth earbuds and set them aside, then pulled out her canvas bag. Inside the bag were her laptop and some freshly printed documents. "Which problem are you stuck on?" she asked Tang Ming in a soft voice. Tang Ming directly slid the problem he was working on towards her. Bai Lian looked down and saw it was a mechanics problem involving parabolic motion, with two small masses fixed on a metal wire in the shape of a parabola. There were 3 sub-questions, and Tang Ming had solved the first 2. Only the last sub-question remained, the time it took for a mouse to climb upwards. He had done most of it, just missing the final step. Bai Lian had never done this problem before. She took out paper and a pen from her canvas bag and began to calculate step by step. After finishing, she explained to him, "You're right to take D as the reference point, which makes their torque 0, allowing you to write the equilibrium condition for the rod." As she spoke, Bai Lian wrote a beautiful distance formula on the paper, and she worked through this formula while explaining. All the conditions derived earlier satisfy this one. Express the time it takes for it to climb as T. It turns out to be just a periodic function. Chen Hong, sitting opposite Bai Lian, was working and listened to her quiet explanation, feeling astonished. Her clear explanation was even more lucid and understandable than the lectures by the professors at the time. Chen Hong's gaze shifted from his computer screen, looking toward Bai Lian curiously. Tang Ming, a freshman, was dealing with basic mechanics problems as well as the energy levels and wave functions of particles. What were these freshmen up to? Compared to the others present, Chen Hong's focus obviously fell a bit short. While he worked on the PPT, he kept an eye on the time on the bottom right corner of the computer screen. 10:58. He then stopped what he was doing. He opened the Buyuan base website, where the winners list would be posted at 11 o'clock. At this point, the website was already lagging, with many people refreshing the page. Jiang University's computer science department has so many people, how can both the academic affairs website and Buyuan website be this laggy? Chen Hong started complaining again. Even the railway website can handle millions of hits without being this slow. Su Wenyao looked up from his book to the computer screen. If you invest a few billion in the academic affairs website, someone will specifically develop it. Each year, when he raced to register for elective courses, Chen Hong complained about Jiang University's system crashing due to high traffic. "Old Su," his voice lowered with nervous tension, "do you think we can win first prize in the math modeling competition this time?" If it were just him and Su Wenyao, even a second prize might be tough to secure. It was mainly because he was dragging them down. Though Bai Lian was a freshman, her fundamentals were still decent. This year's problem A is tough. Su Wenyao pondered over the difficulty of this math modeling competition's problem A, noting that not many people would probably choose it. "We could have an advantage." As they were talking, Chen Hong refreshed the page again. The system was a bit slow but finally refreshed to reveal a banner. Buyuan Base International Summer Camp Mathematical Modeling Application List. Chen Hong clicked directly into it. The first line listed the participating schools, competitors, advisors, and the awards applied for. Chen Hong saw his own group's name in the fourth line. Participating school, Jiangjing University competitors, Su Wenyao, Chen Hong, Bai Lian advisory teacher. He won applied award, first prize. The Buyuan Base's math modeling was highly valued, with even international students participating, aiming to better their chances of applying for postgraduate studies at Jiangjing University. Chen Hong did think that they were certain to win at least a second prize. But a first prize was a different story altogether. A first prize in Buyuan's math modeling could add points to their postgraduate entrance exam. Old Sue. Chen Hong tilted his head. I think trying out for the postgraduate entrance exam doesn't seem too bad for me. Looking at the first prize, Su Wenyao also fell silent for a moment, then took out his phone to take a photo and send it to Bai Lian across from him as well as to Dean Huang. Chen Hong continued to scroll down, looking for the names of Qi Jun and a few others. All the first prizes were on the first page. Right after that were the second and third prizes. He found Qi Jun's name on the third page. Second prize isn't bad either, hee, but it's not as good as ours. Chen Hong was grinning. If it weren't for the fact that Ning Xiao, Yang Lin, and the others were seriously working on the problems, Chen Hong would have wanted to shout out loud. By 11:30, Chen Hong started packing up, ready to treat the juniors to a meal outside. He and Su Wenyao were happy, and Bai Lian didn't dampen their spirits. She took her phone, put on her Bluetooth earbuds, and followed behind, texting Jiang Fulai, who asked where she was going for lunch. In the afternoon, Bai Lian was going to help Pu Xiaohan shoot a video. Pu Xiaohan had only signed up yesterday, and since she would soon have military training in her freshman year, she wanted to film the video before that started. Jiang Fulai was going with her. While listening to English, Bai Lian replied leisurely, Chen Hong is treating, I don't know where, Jiang teacher. Send me your location. Bai Lian wasn't very familiar with the stores around the school. Chen Hong and Tang Ming walked at the front, Chen Hong draping his arm around Tang Ming's shoulders. You are not in the same major as the freshmen, right? How is it, how many girls do you have in your class? 3. Tang Ming spotted his class group talking about this. We really don't have many women in engineering. Right? But this year our department has a new girl, definitely a standout, Chen Hong said. He then went on to talk to Tang Ming about treating them to a meal for the math modeling, mentioning how exceptional Bai Lian was this time. She's just a freshman, and on the A problem this time about astronomical telescopes, I didn't even understand the question at first glance. You're her classmate, do you know how she grew up to be such a freak? Tang Ming wasn't surprised, though. Hey, you'll get used to it at Jiang University too. Tang Ming clicked his tongue. You're not from Xiangqing, so you wouldn't know. A year ago, Sister Lian was a liberal arts student before she transferred to our school to study the sciences. Do you understand the significance of switching from liberal arts to sciences, scoring 0 in biology and chemistry, then becoming the first in our school, first in Beijing, and finally scoring first in the country for the National College entrance exam? During the senior year, the teachers from the liberal arts classes didn't know how many times they had switched over to their class 15. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 627. Are you trying to compete with Jiang University for talent? A meeting gift of one Chen Hong led them to the Yunhai restaurant on the pedestrian street. The Nanmei district and Rose district of the school were right next to each other, mainly areas where undergraduates were active, close to the West Gate. Just outside the West Gate was a snack street. The several of them didn't need to take the school bus, only a few minutes' walk was required. The snack street was crowded with vendors, and at this time the road was filled with a mix of new and returning students. Tang Ming headed to a milk tea shop to line up and buy drinks for everyone. Chen Hong went ahead to the restaurant to order dishes. Wenyao, is the junior girl from arts switched to sciences? Su Wenyao nodded, recalling that Assistant Su had mentioned this to him the first time he was in Xiangqing. Chen Hong and his dorm mates often came to this restaurant for gatherings and knew the owner, who had reserved a spot for them in advance near the window. He handed Su Wenyao the menu, asking him to order for Bai Lian and the others. His gaze involuntarily turned toward the entrance, landing on Bai Lian. She had her hair half tied up, wearing a beige linen maxi dress that seemed loose and lazy, with a belt of the same color casually tied around her waist. She was slightly tilting her head and speaking softly with Yang Lin, their composed demeanor, understated and modest, yet the straightness of her back revealed an innate pride. The turnback rate was 200%. She was different from those famous geniuses within their faculty. She seemed much more approachable. In the past few days, Bai Lian had been seldom seen around the school. Chen Hong figured that it wouldn't take long for that sunk thread on the Jiang University forum to resurface. Finally, when Tang Ming and Ning Xiao arrived, Chen Hong asked them to add a few more dishes. Source: web novel. Com, updated on new. After the meal, Tang Ming and Ning Xiao planned to continue to the library to study. Su Wenyo's club was recruiting new members, and as a founding member, he needed to return to handle some matters. By the way, juniors and freshers, old Su was the president of last year's debating society. He's helping the new president who's not very familiar with the business. Chen Hong told Bai Lian and the others, if you are interested in joining the debating society, you are always welcome. The debating society at Jiangjing University was highly prestigious and often organized intercollegiate debates. 2 of its regular members were guests on an online variety show that was very popular. The debating society was very popular at Jiangjing University, along with the literary societies, attracting many applicants, making it difficult to get in. Tang Ming was somewhat interested, and he went to discuss the details with Su Wenyao. Yang Lin said goodbye to Bai Lian and then nodded towards Su Wenyao and Chen Hong before turning around and leaving, her silhouette exuding a cool detachment that made her seem difficult to approach. Chen Hong had seen Yang Lin looking over sophomore books earlier in the morning. He withdrew his gaze and said to Tang Ming, "Your classmate is so cool." Ning Xiao and Yang Lin, one was cooler than the other. He had only felt it from He-Wen before. Tang Ming, and what do you think of me? You. Chen Hong glanced back at Tang Ming's stern face, let out a, hey, and then smiled, "Junior, you must be joking with me." Tang Ming. The West Gate intersection. There was a lot of student and vehicle traffic coming and going. Jiang Fulai got out of a very low-key car, parked it on the zebra crossing at the school entrance and set his eyes on the entrance to the pedestrian street. In early September, the midday sun in Jiangjing was very intense, but it did nothing to slow down the steps of Jiangjing University new students. Within the crowd, Jiang Fulai spotted Bai Lian. Vehicles weren't allowed to park by Jiang University for long, and he didn't turn off the engine, but simply honked the horn. Bai Lian opened the door to the passenger seat, sat down, and slowly fastened her seat belt before lazily leaning back against the seat. Chang'an District Central Park, they're over there, she said. She provided an address. Why there? Jiang Fulai had the whole map of Jiangjing in his mind. He didn't need to use navigation and immediately drove off. She said the scenery there is pretty. The air conditioning was on in the car. Bai Lian didn't open the windows and leaned slightly to the side, resting against the door. It wasn't long before they reached the park. At this hour, the sunlight was strong, and not many people were in the park, which was known for its beautiful scenery and attracting many to take artistic photos at this time. The location chosen by Pu Xiaohan was an outdoor scene for artistic photography. It was a quiet bamboo grove. A stone path led through the grove to an old-fashioned little hut used for artistic photography. When Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai arrived, Pu Xiaohan was standing outside the hut discussing with the camera and the dean, with his assistant, Old Hu, by his side. The two stood in front of a stone table with a guzheng placed on it. Upon seeing Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai, she quickly raised her hand, "Bai Lian, over here." Today, Jiang Fulai was wearing the silver antique-style shirt made by Ji Heng, which augmented his cool detachment. Pu Xiaohan's voice lowered involuntarily as she handed Bai Lian a package. "Bai Lian, this dress is tailor-made for you by my grandfather. Go change in the dressing room inside first, and I'll do a simple makeup for you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 628. Are you trying to compete with Jiang University for talent? A meeting gift of 2, she took Bai Lian inside to change clothes, and outside, only Jiang Fulai was left with Dean Jian. The two of them had little to say. Even though young Master Jiang restrained himself, his presence was still strong, so Dean Jian chatted with Old Hu at his side. The costume change didn't take long. but Pu Xiaohan wanted to give Bai Lian a simple makeup look, so 20 minutes passed before they came out. At the sound of movement, Jiang Fulai, who was leaning against a Dracaena plant, finally looked up. Bai Lian walked ahead, parting the floral curtain and stepping out. Her hair was long, and a single hairpin couldn't hold it all up, so she had taken strands from both sides and pinned them behind her head. As she parted the curtain, her hair cascaded down in front of her chest. The crimson Warring States robe meandered on the ground. Pu Xiaohan spent half a month determining this location. The lighting was truly a killer feature, without overly harsh rays or deliberate additional lighting, natural and simple. Jiang Fulai stood silently at the entrance, watching. Even Ding Jian and Old Hu by his side momentarily forgot what they were discussing as they looked at Bai Lian. She seemed like a noblewoman from 1,000 years ago, casually stepping out from the house, as light pierced through gaps in the bamboo grove, filtering through dust all the way down. Source: Web novel. Calm, updated on N0 New Omicron. The light speckled her face, her complexion pale and clear, long lashes slightly lowered, her eyes and eyebrows more beautiful than any painting, with the sound of insects and the whisper of the wind by her ears, occasionally punctuated by the laughter of passers-by outside the bamboo grove. Everything was harmonious and quiet. Dressed in a tracksuit, Pu Xiaohan followed closely behind Bai Lian, pulling everyone back from the painting into reality. Sister Lian, Pu Xiaohan, who had already stayed inside once, still stared at Bai Lian's face. You should sit in front of this stone table. Be careful, your dress is a bit long. Pu Xiaohan watched Bai Lian descend the steps, reminding her. The Warring States robe was very long, trailing the ground. Modern people wearing it could easily step on the hem. She had just been speaking when she saw Bai Lian step down the stairs, walking as if on flat ground, her skirt without a wrinkle. Pu Xiaohan had always heard netizens complain that none of this year's period dramas, except for Great Yong, featured truly graceful deportment. Now, seeing Bai Lian, she finally understood what deportment meant. She swallowed the words on her lips and used the camera to capture Bai Lian playing the guzheng. Bai Lian sat at the stone table, idly strumming the strings of the instrument, appearing quite natural. She was the only one in Pu Xiaohan's lens who didn't need deliberate directing. One Big Bowl aimed to collaborate with the Jiangjing Music Academy to produce a video feature on traditional musical instruments. This wasn't Pu Xiaohan's first time collaborating with officials. She was creating an ancient modern vibe that would include instruments like the pipa and bamboo flute, in addition to the guzheng. Bai Lian occupied very little screen time. It was recorded quickly. The entire scene was very quiet, Ding Jian and Old Hu said nothing. She didn't perform Desert Melody, as Ding Jian had expected, but instead improvised a segment of The White Robe Journey. This time around, she was more familiar with the guzheng than during the performance at the Xiangqing anniversary celebration. Thus, her playing was also more skillful, with her fingertips stirring the strings as if summoning a galloping army of thousands. After playing a short segment, Pu Xiaohan played back the video she had recorded for Bai Lian. It was then that Old Hu finally snapped back to reality. This was his first time hearing Bai Lian play. Before, he thought Bai Lian was Yen Lu's composer and that Ding Jian held her in high regard for that reason. It was only after he heard Bai Lian play that he understood what Ding Jian meant by his comment. Old Hu, following Ding Jian, naturally had an understanding of music too. This presence, even Ding Jian's 3 disciples couldn't match it. After changing clothes, Bai Lian didn't leave. Jiang Fulai saw sugar-coated haws being sold at the park entrance and led her over there. Old Hu watched their retreating figures and finally turned to Ding Jian. Ding Jian, do you know who Miss Bei's teacher is? In the world of traditional musical instruments, there are only a few key figures. There may be debate over who is the foremost in other factions, but when it comes to the guzheng faction, it could only be Jian Zhongyo. And yet, Bai Lian's playing style doesn't quite match that of Ding Jian's lineage. Who exactly is her teacher? Her. Ding Jian thought of Bai Lian's mention of Qin Jiu and paused. She must be a master who has retreated to live quietly in the mountains. As you know, there are quite a few folk experts around Xiangqing. Ding Jian was somewhat eager to hear Bai Lian play, The White Robe Journey, in full. But seeing Bai Lian, she didn't seem very willing. So he asked Pu Xiaohan to send him the footage shot that day. Jiangyin. When Dean Jian returned, the president of Jiang University was writing a speech for the opening ceremony. Dean Jian transferred all the footage taken by Pu Xiaohan to the president. That's about it. I'll also send you her video project plan. It'll all be edited in the next couple of days, then she can forward the finished version to you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 629. Are you trying to compete with Jiang University for talent? A meeting gift of 3. I've looked over the plan, nodded the principal of Jiangyin. It's a very novel approach. He minimized the Word document and opened a video. It was a clip of Bai Lian that Pu Xiaohan had just recorded. This is The White Robe Journey. Why isn't it the complete clip? As soon as the principal of Jiangyin heard it, he recognized it. Although the video showed Pu Xiaohan from the side, he could vaguely make out Bai Lian's face. The girl who came to the school with Yen Lu before, our school's new student this year? Being a music school, how could he not know how well this piece of The White Robe Journey was played? Pu Xiaohan's video included students playing the pipa and flute from Jiangyin, so he subconsciously assumed Bai Lian was also one of their students. No, not. The principal looked at Dean Jian and said, "You realize Jiangyin hasn't seen such a talented student of traditional instruments for a long time, right?" Dean Jian took off his own headphones and shook his head. "You think I haven't considered it? But have you thought about how the admissions office at Jiang University would feel about us recruiting their top Gaokao scorer?" He wasn't afraid that Jiang University's principal would band together with the University of Political Science and Law to send Jiangyin a cease and desist letter. The principal of Jiangyin. Source: Web novel. Com. Updated on Omicron New. The Central Garden in Chang'an District. At the gateway, Jiang Fulai took out his mobile phone to open WeChat, while the sugar gourd seller nervously produced a QR code from his pocket for him to scan. Jiang Fulai bowed his head, the sunlight casting his profile in an icy hue. After scanning the code, he leisurely picked up 2 sugar gourds. One was for Bai Lian. The other was for appeasing Jiang Xiaonyao when picking him up from school later. Bai Lian was standing in the shade of a tree at the intersection waiting for him. Her canvas bag was placed on the passenger seat of his car. Having taken only her phone and folding fan with her, she was speaking with Ji Heng on the phone. In her other hand, she casually flicked a jade fan open and shut. Old men passing by the gate gazed curiously at the folding fan in her hand. When Jiang Fulai approached, Bai Lian had just finished her call, and he handed her one of the sugar gourds. Bai Lian pocketed her phone and took the sugar gourd. She leisurely browsed through her phone. Kong Wei had sent a message in the dormitory group chat. Kong Wei. At Bai Lian at Sun Qian, our advisor wants us to gather at 7 p.m. tonight in room 302 of the physics building. Both of you come back early. Oh, Kong Wei, Bai Lian, and Sun Qian were all in theoretical physics class too. On the first day of school, they typically needed to assemble for a large meeting. Yu Simin was in the plasma class. Bai Jian, 1, Sun Qian, thanks, let's go, said Jiang Fulai after she finished replying, looking briefly at the time. Jiang Xiaonyao will be getting out of school. Jiang He didn't go to school in the morning until Bai Lian sent him a message that she would pick him up in the evening. Only then did he head to school. A private elementary school in Xinjiang district. 4:30 p.m. The road outside the elementary school was lined with a multitude of nanny cars and luxury vehicles. Jiang Fulai's black car seemed out of place among them. He parked at the corner and walked with Bai Lian to the school gate. Both tall and elegant, Bai Lian's beige cotton linen dress flattered her figure, while Jiang Fulai's shirt was tailor-made by Ji Heng. The two stood out amidst the crowd. Some parents wanted to greet them, but were deterred by Jiang Fulai's unapproachable demeanor. Jiang He was in class 1 of the first grade. The first grade students were the first to come out. led by their teacher who held up a sign and guided a line of kids out, all with their hands on the shoulders of the child in front. The kids, despite it being their first day, were in high spirits. They looked very much like elementary students. As Bai Lian wondered if Jiang He would come out looking as playfully silly as the others, she saw the last child in the line of class 1. He wore a dark blue school uniform and carried a backpack. Hands in his pockets and chin up, his eyes like dark glass marbles coldly regarded the students in front, with a touch of, "Why am I in this stupid line?" in his demeanor. Bai Lian couldn't help but laugh when she imagined a certain notebook. Hearing the barely audible laughter, Jiang Fulai's lips tightened slightly, and he collected Jiang He from the teacher, his stern jaw relaxing a bit. Upon seeing Bai Lian, Jiang He automatically moved to her side, took hold of her dress, and initiated autofollow. Jiang Fulai disdainfully held the sugar gourd destined for Jiang He between 2 fingers. On seeing Jiang He, he passed the sugar gourd over. Jiang Fulai drove back to Shanghai apartment. Now that he was back, Jiang He didn't have to return to the Jiang family house. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 630. Are you trying to compete with Jiang University for talent? A meeting gift of 4. Both of them loved living in the mountains and by the sea. The car had just parked downstairs. Bai Lian had just seen a white Volkswagen with local license plates stopping in front of the building. She opened the passenger side door and thought that the figure of the person in the driver's seat looked familiar. The man in the driver's seat of the Volkswagen had just gotten out of the car, opened the trunk to get his luggage, and on seeing Bai Lian he wasn't at all surprised and greeted her, "Classmate Bai." Bai Lian closed the passenger door and looked up, very surprised. "Uncle Zhang?" She had heard from Tang Ming that Zhang Shi's father was in Jiangjing, but it had never occurred to her that he would appear here. Jiang He jumped down and went to hold Bai Lian's dress. He was biting on the last candied hawthorn, looking up. "Hey, he. Uncle Zhang greeted Jiang He and then turned to Bai Lian. "Classmate Bai, I've rented a place here, on the 6th floor. Xiaoze is getting out of prison tomorrow. I will head back to Xiangqing later, just moving the luggage over today." Isn't it mid-month? What else had Zhang Shi's done to get released early? Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai returned to room 303. In 303, Su Nanjing was sitting on the couch watching TV and greeted them as they returned. Alien. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron U0, C0. After Bai Lian greeted him, she then asked Jiang Fulai about Zhang Shi's situation. Jiang Fulai wasn't surprised. Putting her canvas bag in her study, he helped Xing Lihong develop a new product, contributed 5% to the science, so he got a 10-day reduction in sentence. Ming Dongheng had the tea brewed and then repacked a portion for her to take to the university. He also packed up 3 gift boxes for Bai Lian to give to her roommates as meeting presents. Next to them, Su Nanjing couldn't help patting Ming Dongheng's shoulder, his head full of question marks. A new product developed while working on a sewing machine? No, who are all these people? 6 o'clock. Bai Lian finished dinner, and Jiang Fulai drove her back to the university. She had a new student assembly in the physics building at 7. She couldn't be late. When she returned to the dorm, the other 3 were already back. As soon as she arrived, she heard Yu Simin's voice. "I saw President Bo today. He really is handsome. I heard that President Bo welcomes new students on the first day of reporting. If I had known, I would have come on the first day." Sun Qian was sitting in her spot reading a book. If you want to see him, you could apply to join the student union. I was thinking about that, but a lot of people from our department have applied, Yu Simin pondered. I also want to join the literature club, but the assessment is so tough. Anyone willing to accompany me? New students always come to the university full of energy and spirit. A science student applying for the literature club? You'd be better off applying for the debate club. I'm not going, no way. Kong Wei quickly waved her hand, but upon seeing Bai Lian return, she pointed to the milk tea on her desk. Bai Lian, Yu Simin and I brought you and Sun Qian milk tea when we came back. Thank you. Bai Lian placed her canvas bag and a box of tea in pottery jars on the table and took out 3 gift boxes from the white paper bag, handing them to the other people in the room. I might come back late sometimes, and the lights on my desk might be on late too. If I ever disturb you, please let me know. The gift boxes were ordinary with a blue floral pattern wrapped with a blue ribbon, and the ribbon wasn't tied very smoothly. No brand markings. Kong Wei and Yu Simin thought they were from a boutique and accepted them. The desk light isn't bright, no problem. I often watch TV or play games until 2 in the morning. In the dorm room, only Yu Simin and Sun Qian came from well-off households. Bai Lian's luggage was simple, and her computer wasn't the popular Pear brand, so they didn't decline Bai Lian's small welcome gifts, simply considering them ordinary tokens of friendship. Sun Qian also thanked Bai Lian with reserve. As Bai Lian took out things from her canvas bag, Sun Qian and Yu Simin saw that it was a computer, along with several A4 papers with Jingxi written on them, not knowing what it meant. Someone knocked on the door outside the dorm room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 631, 249 Jiangjing's Ceiling, A Chance Encounter. _1 Kong Wei was unwrapping a gift on her seat. Yu Simin, who was behind her, opened the door to the dormitory and immediately saw the girl standing at the door. Senior Yi? This year, there were only a handful of female students in the physics department, and Yi Jingxian could remember those few. She smiled as she walked into 407. I'm here to look for Sun Qian and Bai Lian. Kong Wei always respected her seniors, so she got up to greet Yi Jingxian. Yi Jingxian had come to persuade Bai Lian and Sun Qian to participate in the freshman evening event. It's at the end of the month, our program lineup hasn't been finalized yet, there's still plenty of time. Sun Qian, aren't you good at dancing? Yi Jingxian said to Sun Qian, it's not easy for our physics department to have a group of juniors like you this year. We've joined forces with the finance department, and I heard they have a campus beauty who's an internet celebrity, a music minor. It's rare for us in physics to rise like this. In past years, the freshmen would all compete to perform, especially the boys. Having said that, Yi Jingxian turned to look at Bai Lian. Bai Lian was sitting at her desk, her laptop pushed to one side, a beige dress spread out on her chair, holding a black pen in her hand, writing reduced musical notation. Seeing a book on the basics of music theory to the left, Yi Jingxian thought that she must understand rhythm. Junior, why don't you sing a song? Perform with Sun Qian. Sun Qian put down her pen and lifted her head. Senior, well, think about it. Considering meant there was a chance, Yi Jingxian nodded her head, and she also exchanged phone numbers with Sun Qian. Wuxia World. Site Wuxia World. Said and Yi Jingxian recalled something else and spoke to Bai Lian. If you're interested in joining any student associations or clubs, not just the student union of our department, but also the youth society, you can ask me for help if needed. Okay, thank you, senior, replied Bai Lian politely. After Yi Jingxian left, Kong Wei and Yu Simin exchanged glances with each other, recognizing the disparities among people. Kong Wei continued to unwrap the gift box, which contained a silk dust bag. Inside the bag was a small-sized fringe hair clip in the shape of a delicate butterfly. The left wing of the butterfly was a complete, polished, light-colored transparent pink crystal, while the right wing was studded with clear rhinestones. It sparkled brilliantly under the dormitory lights. Although Kong Wei didn't have long hair, she fell in love with this hair clip at first sight. Isn't this beautiful? Bai Lian, you really know how to choose. She compared it with the mirror and clipped the hair clip to her fringe. Seeing the beautiful hair clip, Yu Simin also unwrapped her gift. Her hair clip was the same as Kong Wei's but in a different color.